welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Oh my god, where did I go? Welcome back to another day, another week, another edition here of the StarCraft 2, the circuit, the Brazilian circuit of SC2. I'm of course your side VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome one and all to our second broadcast of the night. Oh, hold on, I'm coming back. Welcome one and all to our second broadcast of the night. We just wrapped up with the 5-Grow Cup. That was 4 hours ago. 4 hours ago we were live. Now we're back 4 hours later. I did get some sleep. I was able to sleep for like a couple of hours. We're good to go. We're here, we're back, and we are ready for some more StarCraft 2 action again with El Circuito Brasileiro, papi. Brasileiro. Here we go. For those that are curious, this is the beginning of an offline event in Brazil, over in Sao Paulo. There is going to be an offline event in June. In lead up to it, though, we have the playoffs, we have the group stage 2 and even group stage 1 still to work through to determine which players will make it to that offline event. Yesterday, of course, we were live with day 1. Now we're live with day 2. With day 2, with groups C and D, we went through half of the group stage yesterday. Now we're here with the other half of group stage 1. Let's go. Let us go as we are jumping on in and spawning in the bottom right hand corner. Bottom right hand corner here, we have the Brazilian Terran player, the blue Terran, representing. Oh, let me just double check that. Representing Eximius Gaming. Do we go for the zoom? Bearing in mind that we are, of course, using a clean feed for the first time. And of course, shout out to Icegar. Shout out to Icegar for, of course, being the observer as well for said clean feed. But in the bottom right hand corner, we have Matrix for Eximius Gaming. Hold on. Does this work? Not quite, not quite. We'll get on it. And top left, of course, we have Elevolts as well. Elevolts, the Brazilian. Oh my god. They have an interesting. Let's go. Oh my god. They've got like stats and everything. It's crazy. It's crazy. In the top left hand corner, we have the Brazilian Terran player, the red Terran, representing clan PWT. It is Elevolts. Oh my god. Rank number 10. Number 10. There's a lot of okay. But again, shout out to Icegar and shout out to the people working behind the scenes. Again, they are using, or they do have their own graphics, their own setup going on. Let's go. Now that we're settling in, and game 1 here is going to be on Neon Violet Square. Now, as a reminder for some greater context, of course, this is a GSL group, so there's 4 players. There's 4 players. We have Elevolts, we have Matrix, we have Victor, as well as Taipan as well. We have 2 Terrans, 1 Protoss, and 1 Zerg player. Oh my god, as we do have extra stats coming in as well. Let's go. Looks like we have a 100% win rate here from Elevolts over Matrix, but I wouldn't believe here in the upsets. Now we are going to be settling in. Bearing in mind that some of the wording is going to be in Brazil, but it's all good. We're going to handle it. Likewise, I'm pretty sure in-game music is on. Sometimes it's just a little bit RNG based. We'll see there. We'll keep an eye on what's happening when it comes to in-game music. Otherwise, we'll just ask to make sure that it is on. Otherwise, it's settling in. I believe it was a double gas. Yeah, double gas opener out of Elevolts. So meanwhile, we do have a rack expand out of Matrix instead. So Matrix going for something more economic here. Meanwhile, Elevolts back at home being more, I was gonna say being more aggressive, being safer, maybe what a better way of putting it. I say safer, he's going for a 1-1-1. Oh my god, okay. So going for the straight up 1-1-1, racks into factory into starport instead. With this is going to be able to go into a faster medevac, even faster liberator, even faster banshee play. But a hyper aggressive here from our red Terran, and it's going to be up to Matrix to confirm, to figure out what's going on, and to survive this. Oh, let's go. As Elevolts, he does confirm the CC on the low ground is now aware that he's behind economically, and the pressure's on Elevolts to get some damage done. So far, opening up Cyclone. Does open up Cyclone behind this. It is going to be the medevac, so we're going for the drop. There it is. There's the music. Yeah, sometimes it just takes a while for it to start. But there we go. In-game music is on. Just checking. But yeah, basically straight up one base all-in. Now, I'm not too fond of the idea of going for a one base all-in, especially on a map like Neon Violet Square. This is the, you don't get larger than this. This is the largest map in the current tournament map pool. So it's going to take even longer to get across. Elevolt's going for the pocket base as his natural. That is going to be, he's going to be stifling himself by doing so, by the way, just because that is half a base. But is technically expanding just in a more inefficient location. So, Este Elevolts. Drop into the main base. We do have a Cyclone on patrol. Matrix will be able to respond in time. And it does respond. The boys are being pulled as well. And he should shut this out without losing much of anything. SVs, they survive. We have some denied mining time at least, but for the most part, Matrix, he is in a better position. Just building up with 2 bases. Viking production underway. Tank as well. Again, that pocket base here for Elevolts, it's an odd one, 100%. I mean, it's unscattered, I suppose. True. Meanwhile, Cyclone drop towards the natural. This side Matrix out of position. Oh wait, my apologies. Sorry, I was so engrossed and then trap what was happening. If you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck in the chat. As you can get your gambler going. Now do you see Elevolts getting into his own Viking production as well. Alas, Elevolts is behind economically, and again, it should be behind for the near future as well, as he is stuck on half a base. Matrix getting his own third. His third is going to be the pocket. And looks like Matrix is getting into Biotank. Get into a Biotank composition. I'm assuming Biotank just because he's still making Marines. High-sec auto tracking on the network. Yo, we're gonna be here for a while, baby. First Viking gets shut down, but we have high-sec auto tracking on the way. That is a brutal upgrade. Second starport for two-port Viking production. Matrix, he's turtling up. He's looking to turtle up here. Is most likely getting into mech. Elevolts is going to be the first to push. Thankfully, he is moving out. And we'll see what he can get done here. We'll see if he can break the defensive line of Elevolts, bearing in mind that he has no stim. It's just vanilla Marines. We have some Vikings. We have some tanks. Pushing into the Nationals is not going to be easy here, but Matrix, half his army is in the main, so he is split. He's split between his bases. He does not have everything together. So there is a chance here for Elevolts to pop off. Meanwhile, another 4th CC. Matrix being so greedy here. That's a 4th CC on the way. That's not the third. Whereas he could otherwise be affording like a second factory, for example, for extra production. There we go. Army gets spotted. Does move in. Tank probably going off. So far so good. Gets off the tank shots. Matrix making 3 Vikings at a time. But again, Matrix at this one, he can afford a second factory. Or extra axes if he was to play by it. So if gas guys are under threats, tanks moving forward. And production slipping here for Matrix. I'll lower the volume after this. It's a little bit high. As Matrix does hold for the time being. Does hold, does so Elevolts away. And no major losses. I mean, the gas guy is on fire, don't get me wrong, but nah, it's being repaired. Does hold on. Does force back his opponent. We're okay. I'm still shocked by that 4th command center, by the way. Like, again, Matrix is still on 1 factory. Like, hi, Pappy. We have Neo still frames on the way as well. So yeah, again, like just confirming that he is looking at turtle. We have turrets, we have sensor towers. Unfortunately, right now Matrix, his army supply is suffering because of his lack of production. That's my biggest criticism here, is that his lack of production is just heavily slowing him down. Despite having a better economy. Like, he's up 20 workers, he's up 20 SCVs. Like, he has a better economy than Elevolts, thanks to the fact that Elevolts did not take a proper natural base. Now we have a 5th CC on the way. Oh god. Not like this. Oh, Aztec auto tracking popping off. Let's go. Yeah, that is a 5th CC. So Matrix is just hurtling up, and so far, I mean, he's getting away with the lack of production, but he could just be in a much more secure position right now. Like, you can see that Matrix is banking resources, banking minerals, banking gas, just because he cannot spend his money. He just doesn't have the production. Like, he just can't spend his money, whether it's with extra factories or even upgrades with armories. There we go. Now we have 2 more factories on the way. These are very late for Matrix, so that's why he's down in army supply. Now a double armory as well. He's getting there, but right now he's still vulnerable to his opponents. Elevolts can still pop off.
Upgrade complete.
So far, he is still trying to get his production up and running. His Viking count is solid, that's true, because the earlier 2nd starport, he at least has all those Vikings. Elevolts, he fans out his units. And we're locking in, back. We're locking in. Also, Shadow the Cosmos. Este Cosmito. Too bad. Este Cosmos. As now Elevolts is securing his 3rd, actually getting a proper economy up and running, getting to more maxes. I will say that Elevolts' production has been more on point. His economy less so. That's definitely his failing there. But no, getting his upgrades. Sim is already done. Combat shields. Being active with his army, looking for a way in. Does push forward. Takes down the sensor tower. Moving in. Marquez making his way into the natural. Matrix trying to keep up. Oh. Getting within range of the tanks. Tanks going to be going down at the same time, though. We have to control the skies. Matrix just dominates the air. Takes down all the Vikings. Yo, Thors are on the way. I don't think the Vikings need much help, so I'm not too fond of the idea of going into Thor production right now. I think there's still value in tanks. But sure. We got Thors. We have the vehicle and ship weapon upgrades. So he's securing himself. I mean, this is where extra factories would actually be better here for Matrix. You could afford extra factories and then get into Hellions. Hellions, I would say, do a much better job at buffering for the tank army than Thor's, if that's his goal. As the tank counts are still quite close to each other. Now he can take his own CC. You can see Matrix just yet double expanding. Like, that's his way of spending money, but alas, his army is suffering as a result. I mean, both players are maxing out. I think he's on 3 factories. Likewise, no armor upgrades against Bio is concerning. Level T rotates, knocks down the expansion, Matrix out of position. Now, my concern coming into the Cosmos. My concern moving into this is going to be whether or not Matrix actually does push out. At the moment, I would say that he has a greater economy. He has a larger bank, of course. This does mean that Matrix, he can afford to trade. He can afford to trade and afford to move out. But if he doesn't, then he's going to be losing that advantage. healing up. Still yet to move out. Yo, we got Fusion Core on the way for Elevo. It's true that is like the final form as well. Like again, like Matrix is not spending his money like teching either, which otherwise you would want to see like 2 more star ports, Fusion Core, get ready for BC transition as well, or just Liberators to support the army. So Elevo is teching well. Like he's getting into that next step. You know, he knows his path. Matrix is having a harder time spending. Like right now, he's not spending his money. Like right now, there's nothing in the production tab. He can get into better upgrades, into 2-2, into 3-3. Also growing in. Oh god. Does push into the siege line. This is not good. Not like this. Not like this. Vikings are go to town. But the Marines, they do their job. They buffer. Elements is just forcing his way in. Takes down the turrets, gets a couple of SCVs. He's like slowly edging his way forward. Likewise, Matrix, he has forgotten his upgrades. He got his upgrades back. He also has no harassment potential. I mean, that's the other thing that Hellions provide you, is the ability to harass across the map. I guess we're going for a Thor run by, I guess. Going for a Waddle by. Also, it's one of those things where, because Matrix has so much air control and so much air superiority, that's where you would need BCs. Or Liberators, like either one. Like, they both work. And for whatever reason, Elevolts, he's the first to tech. You can see there, Yamato is on the way for Elevolts. Like, again, he's just so much more locked in when it comes to just like his teching and his transitioning. Like, he knows what he needs, he knows what comes next. Matrix is stuck on his current mech composition, and it doesn't scale amazingly into a longer game. I think right now it's doing fine, don't get me wrong, but once we get in towards something like Mass Viking, into Ravens, into Liberators, into BCs, like Matrix is not quite ready for that. I mean, technically, he still has the Viking lead, I suppose, but he's not doing anything with it. Matrix, I mean. And now more turrets. Breaking out. Does attempt to. Getting a single expansion here on Neoviolet squares, it can be quite difficult. It can be very difficult. As BC production has begun. Our siege lines. Our siege lines. Elevolts takes the gold, takes another expansion. Elevolts, he's achieved what is difficult on this map, which is getting a 6th base, right? Like, because Elevolts has map control, he's just mass expanding behind this, getting to his bio, building up his BCs. Now we see Matrix now working towards 2-2, a little bit of range, Fusion Core. He's now teching up, but this is late. This is late for Matrix. He could have already been there. See how old this is. Oh, the command centers. Let's go. Let's go. I didn't need to sleep anyway. It's fine. It's fine. We're here for it back. When it comes to late game army compositions as well, when it comes to like the ideal late game of TVT, it is very heavily Raven based. This is something that neither player is really kind of clued in on. We do see both players are working towards BCs and Liberators. That is true, that is a part of it, but Ravens have so much more value just because they can disable your opponent's BCs, they can anti-arm missile the opponent's Vikings to have a better fight. Specifically, like anti-arm missiles, like non-stop anti-arm missiles on your opponent's army and disables are just so crucial. As BCs go down, and at level he does have the overwhelming Viking count. I believe he has enough. Likewise, medevac tanks a volley. Very close here between the Vikings. Barely in favor of levels. Okay, let's take it. See, now we're rebuilding. Matrix is making Thor's support. So let's go to Thor's on the way. Getting to +3. He did have the better upgrades. More starports. But again, like Ravens would have made that fight so much more easier, assuming that the missile goes off. Right, you go for a massive anti-arm missile in the army. Vikings are prone to stacking, and then you can dominate the fight. You know, Matrix does have the defense advantage, so his Vikings are reinforcing faster. Reinforce faster. Again, he's working on 3-2 for his upgrades. Matrix still contained. Still contained here. On 5 bases. Now Elvis is switching into his own mech composition. And no one's gone into Ravens yet. At this point, I don't think anyone will, to be honest. Like, it would be the correct move to go for, but at this point, I think we're just gonna ape it up and just go Mass Viking versus Mass Viking. Like, and if that's the case, there are opportunities for the Widow Mines. Like, we have a couple of Widow Mines sprinkled in for some potential connections. Never mind. Thor's might be a deciding factor, to be honest. As Matrix going for a Thor drop, okay. But like Thor's with their splash damage with the AoE, like they can support the armor quite well. Like 1 or 2 volleys could make or break a fight. Thor jump coming in. Thor is here. Seven SCVs, not bad. Meanwhile, Vikings, they caught off guard. Matrix only fighting with a portion of his Vikings at a time. Now we have a BC on the way from Millivolts. I do think it's a bit too early for that. Like, it's just really awkward just because BCs are a bit of a magnet. Oh. So SCVs are getting caught out. Matrix going for a super maxed army as he's running out of resources. Like, I believe the Natural's mined out, the main is mining out, the Poker Base mining out for Matrix. He is starving. Let's go long distance mining, let's go. Move in. You gotta respect the Thor. Speaking of, Thor has to respect the tanks. And technically, I don't think Elevolts has to move in. I mean, if he's able to maintain this contain, eventually Matrix, he will try to break out. Like, he will try to force his way out and push into the siege line of turrets and of tanks. So it's gonna take another 20 minutes, but Elevolts, he's winning this game. he is winning this game. Just straight up containing. Does have the better defensive position. He's getting there. Ooh, Matrix, he breaks out though. He's taking top right. Uh-oh. We can allow that to happen. Now, Elevolts, he does have a hit squad of Marauders, and that's all he needs. He just has to move in with the Marauders, and they should be fine. And again, he just has to ensure that base never gets up and running. Speaking of, there are the Marauders. There's a cancel. Takes a lot of Marauder shots to kill SCVs, but they do it. BC is just gonna get one shot. As we mentioned, like right now, it's not the time for BCs. Not if we're not going raid. Yo, meanwhile, shout out to shout out to Steadfast. Hope you had a good stream. Hope you had a good cast with OC King of the Hill. Yo, the raid into the raid. I hope you had a good time. I did actually nap in between, so we were casting earlier. Fire Cup. Gave you a raid. I slept for like 2 hours, 3 hours. Now we're back. We're back. We keep going. Let's go. As Matrix does try to force his way out, does take down the Vikings. He breaks out. He breaks free. It's still just making more Vikings. Just 8 more Vikings on the way. Going for his Raven. For those that are tuning in, welcome to the Brazilian StarCraft 2 circuit. This is the beginning of an offline event. Basically, there's going to be a big offline event in Sao Paulo for the Brazilian scene. Shout out to the community, by the way, for crowdfunding the event, for paying for travel costs for the players. But this is the group stage early on, the online group stage. So first you have the group stage, then group stage 2, then the playoffs, and then the finals. I say finals, like the upper echelons of the playoffs in Sao Paulo. We're going to be casting it here in English. And this is group stage 1. This is day 2. We were live last night, of course, with group A and B, and here we are live with group C and then group D thereafter. Because it's the early group stage, all the pro players are seeded further in. All the GMs and pros are seeded further into the tournament. Right now in the earlier group stage, this is where we have more Diamond and Masters players facing up. And if you're curious what you missed out on, nothing. It's been 30 minutes so far. we're 27 minutes in, and it's mech versus mech on Neo Violet Square. You can imagine. You can fill in the gaps. You can imagine what's been happening. No. As Matrix does break out, does break free. Vikings, they commit across the map. LLT, he has to react, he has to commit. He's racing back home. CC goes down, going into the main. Does head towards the main base. Basically, Matrix is desperate because he's been starved out the entire game. He's been stuck on 5 bases. Again, welcome to Neo Violet Square. It's just so difficult to take a sig. And the BCs that will shut this down. The Mass BC takes out all the Vikings. And GG gets called. GG gets called. He runs out of steam, and Elevolts, he will take game number 1. Whew, GG. Elevolts, he does take a lead in the series. That was game 1, by the way. And depending on how the veto process went, depending on what maps we have next, I'm a little bit concerned as to how the rest of the series is going to unfold. I'm worried if we have, like, I don't know, say Abyssal Reef or King's Cove up next. A little bit concerned. We're getting ready, though. Getting ready for game 2. He did indeed say he was returning the raid. There you go. Hello, Infestor. Hello, Gary. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo están? Bienvenidos. Psycode as well. Fractal in the chat. Bienvenidos. But yes, that was game 1. And it looks like we have the lobby for game 2. Game 2 is going to be on Frostline. Let's go. As a reminder as well, I'm casting from a clean feed. Oh, actually, I can update the in-game text for that. Observer. Eye scar. Let's go. But yes, we are getting ready for that second game. Now, Frostline, assuming we end up in mech versus mech again, Frostline is a more open map. It is more difficult to turtle. Not impossible, but it is more difficult to turtle up and to secure yourself and just hunker down on 4 or 5 base. Yeah, it's actually very difficult. Your 4 base setup on Frost, we'll get into it, but your 4 base setup on Frostline is a lot more spread out. It's a lot more exposed, more isolated bases from each other, so it's more difficult to turtle and to hunker down like you can on Near Violet Square, King's Cove, or Abyssal Reef. Likewise, the 5th base, we didn't even talk about a 6th base, but the 5th base here is also very spread out and very isolated. It's so difficult to try to be defensive and turtly like that. So I would hope that Matrix does take a different approach coming into game number 2, but we'll see. We'll see how he does adjust. So we're getting into game number 2. Brazilian tournament, yes. If you missed out on what the explanation that I had earlier, this is the group stage. This is the stage 1 of what is going to be an offline event in Brazil. It's going to be happening in Sao Paulo. So there's a big offline event happening in Sao Paulo. The offline event is happening in June, by the way, so still a ways away. But the online portions are going to be played out earlier, already this weekend. And here we go. We have in the bottom hand corner of Frostline leading the series 1-0. We have the red Terran player from Brazil. It is Elevolt. And that's right. We do have his opponent. We have for Eximius Gaming, Matrix. Let's go. Rank number 26. Apparently with TVC being his highest win rate. Again, a lot of those stats are based off of the players' performances in online Brazilian tournaments like Code for Giants Cup and Amantes de StarCraft. Meanwhile, we have a bit of a more even spread here when it comes to his overall race report. Around 50% in all 3. Let's go. Power Toxic Clan. Ah, there you go. But again, it looks like in the history of these 2 players, Elevolt does have a 100% win rate. I will say that Matrix did have a stronger start last game. 100%. Like, he had a much stronger start. But it was the mid-game, it was the macro that was failing him, and he wasn't able to get the lead that he was really hoping for, despite being ahead worker-wise, base-wise, economically. Did fall behind. For now, though, settling in. Do have our Rax Expand setups. So don't put a message in Discord. Oh. Yeah, all good. So here we go. We are settling in. So far, I didn't mention Rax Expand, but both players are going to be going for their CCs on low ground into delayed factories. So economic builds by both Matrix and Elevolt. So far, so good. And we'll see where this leads us. Hola, papi. Hola, Young Peso. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenidos. Buenos días. But yeah, we've been casting quite a lot of Brazilian StarCraft here on the channel for the past year, I want to say. Typically, we've been featuring, monthly tournaments or bi-weeklies, fortnightly events. But yeah, it's really cool to see that has all culminated into an offline, tournament here in 2025. Whether it becomes a regular thing, yet to be determined. But yeah, I know that Cosmos and those working behind the scenes have been putting in a lot of work regarding that. So much love to Cosmos, much love. As last game we did have, I mean, eventually it turned into mech versus mech. Elevolts did open up with bio tank. Did open up with a more aggressive style, and I do think he can have more success here on Frost line. Meanwhile, Matrix, do you see what I see? I see a second Rex. Matrix, we gonna play bio? Let's go. Second Rex on the way, getting to his own 2-on-1. Reapers they poke in. They shouldn't get much done though. Gonna be forced out. Gonna be forced out, gonna be forced away. Oh, there's the Loker. Circuito Brasileiro. There's StarCraft 2. Beautiful. So Elevolts, he is going for an earlier push. This is a bit of a riskier move here from Elevolts, exposing his first tank, but he can get within range of some of the production. Does have high ground vision. He's moving in, going for the racks. Stim is on the way from Matrix, so again he is going into his own bio production this time for the first time this series. Tank is within range. Going for at least the depot. We'll get it. Depo's going down. Elevolt's getting to a third CC, so faster base behind this for the Red Terran. Some of the production is denied. Now thankfully doesn't deny Stim. Stim was further back. Reapers, they break through. They do get full vision of the main. They get eyes on the Stim timing. And Elevolts, he responds with his own Raxes. Now this production setup is a little bit more delayed here for Elevolts, which is my big concern. There's going to be a window in time here where Matrix has Stim over his opponent and he can try to make full use of that. Medivacs are building up, going for an eventual drop across the map as well. And Elevolts, he's racing back home. He's at least aware that it's not mech. Meanwhile, I appreciate that Matrix, he's not just playing the same style over and over again. Again, I'm not too familiar with Matrix as a player. Not too familiar. So Elevolts, he backs off. Again, Elevolts, he's getting ready for the Stim timing, getting ready for the drop. We're assuming that Matrix is going to be active. So we're building up. Again, Elevolt's getting to his own Stim, his own combat shields far later than his opponent. This is where there's a lot of pressure on Matrix to actually make use of his upgrade timing. Like, he has his upgrades. He's got Stim, combat shields. He has what he needs. And there we go. There's the Unsiege. There's the push. He's moving out. He's going to be breaking out across the map. And we'll see what he can catch. Now, Elevolts, if you remember, he did get a really fast third CC. So he may attempt to expand, and as he expands, as he moves out, that's where he's going to be exposed. Speaking of, he does move out into the open. Matrix has potential. Jesus. As we set up a siege line here in the main. Elevolts is looking to expand. There's a scan. Scan on the main army. Matrix stimming in. Catches a couple of Marines, but does not get the CC. Dropping into the main. Calm down. And Vikings will stop him and take down a depot at least. Not much more than that. Gets within range of the tank. And this is decent damage so far, but ideally Matrix, he wants to be expanding behind this, right? He wants to take his own third base, take advantage of his map control, gain a greater economic lead. I'm actually not certain if he has a third CC yet. He backs off, he rotates. Rotates around. There it is. Third, oh, extra Rax is going to be on the way. Sounds like letter E, like Viking. Oh, there you go. Viking? Viking? En español it's Vikingo. Vikingo, papi. Another Elwolt's claiming his third. Meanwhile, Matrix is now getting his own third CC on location. Game is going to be slowing down. Matrix, he wasn't able to achieve too much with his push, unfortunately, and now he's falling behind. He's down in bases, down in SCVs. Elwolt, he is broken out. We have 2 upgrades on the way here for the Red Terran as well. And things are looking a little bit more dire here for Matrix. So he does break out. Oh. LLT could try to go into medevac production from here and try to have a more mobile composition, but for the timing it's just going to be like Marines, tanks, Vikings. Something more robust. Oh no, never mind. Okay, we got medevacs. Which means we can try to bypass the army. But now the main armies are just keeping up with each other. Second starport on the way for Matrix. Elevolt's looking for a way in.
SCVs, they're under attack.
Still looking for a way in here. Up there it is. There's the drop. And this is what we're waiting for. Going for the Doom drop. Let's go. Now, what are the turrets? What's the state of the turrets looking like in the main? I don't know if there's as much of a ring of turrets in the main base for Matrix. I don't think he's quite ready for this. And Elwolt, of course, is ready. He's prepared. There we go. The Doom drop is going in. There's 6 tanks with this. Not too many Marines. As Elwolt didn't pick up everything. He's going into the main. There are a couple of turrets here and there, but nothing too robust. Yeah, Elwolt can commit. Goes to the boost, goes to the Doom drop, into the main base, on top of the production. We have a couple of Marines here to defend, but the tank state will siege. Boys are being pulled. Oh no, the boys! Boys are being pulled. They get completely shut down. Matrix already just evacuated, just abandoning the main. Going for the Great Migration. Oof. Yeah, the ramp is covered. 31 SCV kills, and in one fell swoop, Elwolt, he has control. He has control of the game. Takes down the factories. Matrix, he has to go all in. He commits. Marines are stepping forward. He's pushing into a tank line. Yeah, we have bunkers, turrets, and tanks. Yeah, GG. GG gets called. And Elwolt, he will take the series at 2-0. GG. GG, well played. He will claim the series and will advance on into the winners match. GG. GG, well played. As he does claim it. Again, Matrix, he had a couple of strong moments in this series, especially game 1, right? Like game 1, like he was in a better position early on, but we were talking about how his production was delayed, his upgrades were delayed, like he didn't get his production cycle going fast enough. It took him a long time, so his lead kind of fell by the wayside. Here in game 2, likewise, unfortunately, he was just later to expand and later to build up himself. I think we saw towards the end that Elwolt had a maxed out army and his opponent was down still like 40-30 supply. But GG. GG, well played. With that, Elwolt will take the first series, and now we are getting ready for our next setup here for our next set of best of 3s. Up next is going to be Victor versus Taipan. Let's go. This also gives us a moment to have a look at the bracket itself. Exclamation mark be in the chat to catch up on said bracket. We did mention earlier that yesterday we were live, and you can see already here we have yesterday's results, Group A and Group B. These were yesterday's broadcasted, cover these two groups. Today we have C and D. We have C and D, as we can just zoom in a little bit. We're live with Group C. So we have Elevolts and Matrix, the two Terran players, and we have Victor Bansimer as well as Taipan, a Protoss and a Zerg. So that is going to be our next series here, our PVZ. And again, this is a GSL style group, a GSL style format. So the winners will face off against each other, then the elimination match, then the decider match. So 5 best of 3s in total here in Group C. And then we jump into Group D. Group D is going to be thereafter. Scheduled to start in 3 hours, but we'll see. Depending on these TVTs, like we'll see how long this goes. But meanwhile, our players are conducting their vetoes. We do need a moment to set up. Do you need a moment? Un momento, papi, un momento. As we're getting ready for that PVZ. Again, featuring a Protoss and a Zerg. Thankfully, not pure Terran in this group. Thankfully. Let's go. Just catching up in the chat. Yes, that's what happens when you have 50 supply. I mean, it also comes down to, because of the smaller army, there's a little bit less map awareness, map control, right? You're unable to keep up and spot these move outs, these drops. It was also unfortunate that Matrix, he wasn't quite ready for that sort of thing. As in, if you recall, when we did pan over the main base of our red Terran player, there was already a ring of turrets, right? He was already ready for the worst, ready for something like a Doom drop. Meanwhile, Matrix, he didn't have the foresight for that sort of thing. He didn't really have a ring in his main base. He was vulnerable to that sort of thing, whether it was a ring of turrets or sensor towers as well. That is a big part of TVT, is getting ready for something like Doom drops. But here we go. We are getting ready. Looks like vetoes are done. Game 1 is going to be on Ultra Love. Now, shout out to Taipan. Taipan, he was actually in the chats yesterday. He was a little bit anxious about his group. He was like, oh, like he was talking about how I think he's the lowest like ranked player in the group. But I want to believe he's coming in prepared. Let's go, let's go. I think Victor might be the highest rated player in the group. Meanwhile, I'm sure people were curious earlier, but I did mention that when it comes to the pro players and the GMs, a lot of them are seeded into the second round of the group stage. A lot of them are seeded into competing in a couple of weeks instead, so they're not playing tonight. Of course, I guess the caveat to that was Shakti. True, Shakti, he did play yesterday. Shakti being arguably the second best Protoss player in Brazil. Arguably. But this first round of group stage is featuring more amateur players. More lower ranked, up and coming players instead, like Masters, Diamond. It's in the next stage where we have like all the big names. Like big names like Eric, for example, Inexorable, Yan, Kamikaze, Allison, Dominoko. They could have been group stage 2. Vic's a solid Protoss on his own points. He can get like 4.8, 4.9, never mind. There you go, there you go. Taipan is a hard worker, played a lot in these events to secure his position. He surprised people sometimes. Yeah. I believe, papi, I believe in Taipan. I want to believe. He's still low rank, but yeah. Again, like Taipan, he found his way into our chat the other day, expressing that he was nervous. I want to believe. And here we go. You can hear the beeps. We're loading into game 1. Again, the Vitos are done, and game 1 is going to be on Ultralove. Ultralove being one of the smaller maps. We mentioned earlier, I mean, so far we featured Neo Violet Square, Frostline, some of the larger maps of the map pool. Here, Ultralove, one of the smaller maps. Let's go. As a result, aggression can be more favored. If someone has something like an all-in planned, all-ins, they can work a little bit better here on Ultralove. So let's go. Jumping in. Again, for some context, the winner of this series will face off against Elevolts in the next round. And we'll play against Elevolts. Likewise, Matrix is still in the tournament as well. He's in the elimination match. So he's still in the event. Oh. I was worried. We are loading in. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultralove, we have our Brazilian Protoss player, the red Protoss. It is Victor Bansimer. Victor, baby, let's go. On, I believe, Host Gaming or Host Masters. I'm not entirely certain the name of I believe Host Gaming. As we are setting up. There it is. Beautiful. Rank 15. Let's go. As spawning in the right hand corner, we have the Brazilian Zerg player going for an earlier pool timing. It is Taipan. Also for Host Gaming. Again, both players are on the same team. They are teammates. There are a set number of teams that are kind of these more prominent forces in Brazil. Teams like, Team The Bad, Eximius Gaming, Team Hellfire, and Host Masters as well, or Host Gaming. And here we go. 12 Bingham, yes, did have the initial 12 pool, 6 Lings on the way. Victor does come in with the probe scout. He will confirm the initial early pool. He is aware. He does get a full scout of the main. He knows what's going on. Back at home, he should respond here with a wall. Should be able to chrono out his first Zealot. Now, this doesn't have to be an all-in. There are variations where you go for an expand or where you pull the boys. And what's happening? We're pulling the boys. Let's go! 12 pool drone pool. And Taipan, he commits. Now, I don't think the scanning probe actually saw the workers, so I don't think he's fully aware. Now he knows. Yeah, now he knows. The probe did actually double back. So Victor is fully aware what's going on. We do need to pull a couple of boys to help defend. As in Victor, we do need a couple of probes here on the low ground. If not, things can get out of hand real fast and real quick. As the boys have arrived, they can drone troll past. They're going for the pylon. Oh, going for the Zealot. Zealot taking a lot of damage. A couple of boys are pulled as well. He gets us around. And the first Zealot should fall. And he needs that pylon. Second Zealot is going to be chronoed. Extra probes falling. And we're running out of steam. Yeah, our last Taipan, he's running out of steam. He's running out of Lings. Yeah, unable to break through. And Victor, he responded well. He reacted well here, pulling those probes. That second Zealot does survive, and we're that's it. That's all we had left. Aye. I mean, sure, he killed the first Zealot, but he was unable to depower the gateway or really maintain control of the natural. And there's nothing left. Back at home, there's what, there's 3 drones mining. There's a couple of Lings on the way. A couple of Lings. And they can maybe threaten the natural a little bit, but now that the Adept is out, I mean, we're fine. Victory's perfectly safe and sound. Yeah, shield battery is out. Zealot will not go down. Lings are being cleaned up. And Victor holds. Victor, he holds. He's going for his own counterattack as well. Taipan, he's coping a little bit with his 3 drones. Let's go. 3 drones in a dream. He can macro. He still has an income of some kind. Keep going, Pappy. Keep going. As they say, shade across the map. And again, shout out to Victor for, again, scouting, for confirming what's going on, playing it safe. And he does rock up to finish off whatever is left here in the main. Catching out the final 4 drones. And without a doubt, yeah, the final drone goes down. Taipan, he cannot afford anything else. GG gets called as he is out of any kind of economy. And Victor will take game number 1. GG. GG. Oh no, I didn't even get to start the predictions. No. Everything just happens so quickly. If you're in the chats, you can predict. The predictions are open after the first game. God damn it. God damn it. I was engrossed in the 12 pool. I was engrossed. But we can now jumping into game number 2. Game 2 is going to be on a much larger map, going to be on, almost said Frost Line, on Near Violet Square. I did mention earlier that all-ins are going to be a little bit more effective on smaller maps like Ultra Love, so I'm not too opposed to the 12 pool here. Unfortunately, he wasn't quite able to drone drill or preserve his workers and really buffer and yeah, make the overall build too successful, but coming into Near Violet Square, I would expect to see something very different here, as this is the largest map in the tournament map pool. Long rush distance by ground, we have a pocket expansion. Last time we were here, we had like what, a 40-minute game or like 35-minute game, just mech versus mech. Here PvZ is a little bit different. On the one hand, the Protoss player can more easily get into Sky Toss. On the other hand, the Zerg player can easily gain map control and get a greater economy and try to overwhelm the Protoss. We'll see. We'll see how our two players do approach this. I don't expect another 12 pool. That'd be crazy. Something cheesy you can do on this map is rush into the gold. There is a gold base in the center of Near Violet Square. You can take that as a natural, rush into it and use that to go into an all-in, into like a roach all-in or a bane bust. There are ways to be cheesy and to take that gold, but we'll see. We'll see how our players will approach this. So jumping into game 2. Now no drones in a dream. Oh no, he's sleeping, Bobby. He's sleeping. No dreams. So we're loading into that second game. And again, Victor, he's arguably the #1 seed of the of the group, not of the tournament. That'd be #1 seed of the group to make it out. And I'm looking forward to seeing what else Victor can bring to the table here, outside of just his early game defense. We'll see what a more mid game looks like between the two players. Let's go. So we're getting into Near Violet Square. Another factor here, as we saw in that TVT previously, is just how difficult it is to get a 6th base on this map. The 6th expansion is very, very isolated and very difficult to maintain, especially if your opponent has map control. But we'll see. This is when we just 12 pull drone pull again. This is no, not again, Pappy, not again. As spawning in the top left hand, he's doing it again. God damn it. Spawning in the top left hand corner of Near Violet Square, we have the Brazilian Protoss player, the red Protoss for host gaming. It is Victor. And bottom right, there's no drones. There's no drones in production. He's doing it. He's crazy, man. He's crazy. Aye, aye, aye. Waiting for the stats. Show us the stats, man. And there it is. Rank number 15 in the overall Brazilian circuit. And in the bottom right hand corner, we do have, oh, this is a little bit different actually. Going for a 12-11. It is Taipan. Okay, so not the same kind of cheese here from our blue Zerg player. Okay, so he will go still for an early pool timing, does go for early gases as well. This can lead into a Bane Bust. There are a couple of options here. This could be either a Bane Bust, this could just be a Ling Flood, this could be a Roach Rush as well. There are different ways in which Taipan can actually make use of that gas. Regardless, Hyper Aggression, we have the answer. It's not a Bane Bust or a Ling Flood, it is a Roach Rush. Roach Warren gets thrown down. Now Victor, he does come in with a Pro Scout, and Victor, he will see everything in the main. He sees the gases, sees the spawning pool, and he confirms the Roach Warren as well. You can see him double take. The probe does a double take. He's like, hold on. He's like, what's going on? Had to rub his eyes a little bit there, but does confirm. And with this information back at home, as of course Icegar is pointing out that he did scout, we are setting up with the wall on the low ground. Rush distance by ground is very long, of course. From here we can go for a Robo defense or a Stargate defense with Void Rays or Immortals. Shield Battery is going to be on the horizon here as well to fortify that ramp. That's the other factor here, is that this map does have a ramp leading into the natural, which makes it even more difficult to break because you need high ground vision. There are other maps like Whispers of Gold or Airhome or even Ley Lines that don't have that added kind of feature at the natural, which make it more easier here to go for these kind of all-ins. But specifically on Neoviolet Square, the ramp does pose another challenge for Taipan. Roach is there welding across the map. Looks like we have confirmation. He's not going for the Robo defense, he's going for the Stargate. I mean, this also allows him to counterattack after the defense as well. So Stargate into Void Ray, most likely. Shield batteries are on the way. And it's all about Victor just buying time for his Stargate defense. Buying time for his Stargate production. Taipan morphing in those Ravagers. Bearing in mind there's no link speed behind this, so you cannot reinforce and floodlings across the map. It's just Ravagers and Slowlings. Meanwhile, we have a second pylon just to make sure that everything stays powered. Victor's looking very comfortable here, even going for the Hallucination Scouts to confirm. So if I clean reaction out of Victor, no overreaction, like he's still got his natural, he's still probing, still saturating, defending with one Stalker. Does take the bot to the face. Nice force field. He is zoning away the rest of the army, cleaning up the first wave of Lings. And you can see that Taipan is gaining some ground here, but he bleeds out all those Lings. And the Void Ray is out. And again, it was all about just buying time for the Void Ray. Taipan, he does get a couple of rope kills. He does get into the natural, but the second shield battery is now done. And he's locked in. Yeah, he's locked in. There's no escape. File doesn't connect. Ravagers are going to be targeted. And Victor, he will defend. He will defend, he will hold, he will shut this down completely. And now he can counterattack. The Void Ray can break out. We have Adepts on the ground. Victor, he's up on bases, or he's even on bases, I should say. He's up on workers. He has a massive economic advantage. And Taipan's in a rough position here. He's in a rough position. Now, I do appreciate that it was a different build, at least. It wasn't a 12-pool drone pool. But unfortunately, the map itself is working against Taipan. Again, this is the largest map. It takes so long to get across the map. There's the ramp as well. Makes it more difficult to actually assault the natural. So the map is working against him. And on top of that, Victor, he's been scouting, right? He's been very safe. Very safe. There are some Protoss players that will go for a probe scout. They will see that there's nothing at the natural, and they will just stay there to pylon block, or even just check the third base location to make sure there's no like unnatural natural. But Victor, like every time, just so quick to go into the main, so quick to confirm. Victor looking solid, even supply blocking Taipan. Hunting down another Overlord. I mean, alas, there's no Queen at the natural. Yeah, there is no Queen. Reinforcements on the way. Speaking of the Queen, oh, the one Queen, no, get out of here. Queen is gonna go down. That's all the anti-air that there was. I mean, sure, there's a couple of spores. Adepts have control of the natural. They shaded to the main. And Victor, he will overwhelm. Catching out all the Overlords. Heavily supply blocking Taipan. Yo, we got the lair on the way. Let's go. The final Queen goes down. Now it's only spores, and we have 3 Void Rays. At this point, with 3 Void Rays, you could just try to... Oh my god. Let's take him out to the face. But he could just try to break the spores. Going for the expansion. GG gets called. And it's almost like we're back in 2020 with the original... Sorry, 2018, I want to say. With the original Neoviolet Square. The Void Rays, they're back. They're back again. GG gets called, and Victor, he will take the series at 2-0. GG. He will claim the series. Again, Taipan just trying to go for early game aggression. 12 pull in game 1. We did see a 13-12 variation in game number 2. Just hyper aggression from our Zerg player. And unfortunately, Victor, he was just all over the scouting, all over his opponents. GG. GG, well played. With that, we do have our winners match. Now, Elevolts, he won the previous series. Victor won this series, which means they will face off against each other in that winners match to determine who makes it out of the group in first place. Oh boy. Of course, these next two competitors are going to be closer in skill, and we do need a moment to set that up. Likewise, we will be seeing more of Taipan after that series. Taipan gets knocked down to the elimination match. It's going to be Taipan versus Matrix after this series to determine who is the first player out of the group. Eliminated from the group, I meant to say. Worst map to do that? It is. It is the worst map, unfortunately. The maps, they do often kind of dictate certain builds, like what builds are a little bit stronger, what builds are weaker. Neo Violet Square, it's a PSA. If you're a bit of a cheeser out there, this is not the map to all in quite like this. I guess technically there are like other like proxies that you can go for. True, like that doesn't matter the size of the map if you go for a proxy. But if you're producing from back at home like this, like it takes a long time to get across the map. There's a ramp as well. Like it can be brutal. Can be brutal. Otherwise, GG well played. We're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, videos will be done and we'll be jumping into Victor versus Elevolts. See you soon after the break. See you soon, puppy. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the winners match of the StarCraft 2 circuit, the Brazilian circuit 2025. Again, we are here. We have returned with the group stage, with Group Stage 1, with Group C. And we're here to find out who will be the first player to make it through in first place out of Group C. So jumping into our TVP and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Neo Violet Square, we do have the Brazilian Terran player, the Red Terran. It is Elevolts. I was trying to line it up. I was trying. there we go. It is Elevolts. Rank number 10. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Brazilian Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Host Gaming. It is Victor. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is a Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck in the chat. As we get into this, I do want to say that these two are the highest rated players in this group. They are the highest rated. I'm looking forward to this. Coming into this, I do lean towards Victor. I mean, you can see here so far, Victor, he has 100% win rate against Elevolts. They only played in one series in the history of the Brazilian circuit so far, so there's not too much data to go off of, but currently 100% win rate, and we'll see if he can, or if that trend continues, or if Elevolts can fight back. Let's go. Let's go. For those that are curious, both these players are Masters. They're both Masters players in their own right. Their previous opponents were Diamond, so there was a bit of a skill gap or skill disparity between them. But now they're facing off, and we load into Neo Violet Square. We have our first map, we have our first setup here. Of course, this map is known for longer and later games. Because of that, we might actually see a Stargate opener out of Victor. The reason why I say Stargate, even though Twilight Council openers are very common and very standard in this matchup in PvT, there is no way to blink into the main. Specifically on Neo Violet Square, because of the ravine, because of the massive gap right outside and covering the main base, there's no way to actually blink into the main. Likewise, there's also a ramp coming into natural. You also have a pocket third base as well, so it's very difficult to be aggressive on this map. So I'm leaning towards Stargate, but never mind, it's going to be a Robo opener instead. Okay, Victor, show us what you got. So still not Twilight Council. Typically, traditionally, Robo openers are very safe. They're a very safe way to play this matchup. They give you access to early immortal production, so if you're being all in, you can make early immortals, early observers as well, to keep you safe, to give you vision, to give you scouting information, early war prism, to apply some pressure, or more importantly, into early Colossus. Early Robo means early Bay, means early Colossus production. If you want to be cheeky, there is a build where you can go for something like a Disruptor drop or a Colossus drop, but that is very out of meta. That's very old school and very risky, so I'm leaning more towards like Observer into Immortal into the mid game. Just a very safe way to play here for Victor. But we'll see if he goes for an early War Prism at any time. Oh, he's doing it. It's a bait. He's going for the Colossus drop. I'm assuming Colossus, technically this could be a Disruptor drop as well. So Robo into Bay. A good thing we brought it up. This is a very old school build. For those that are familiar with Nina, Nina used to do this very frequently. This is back in like 2020, like early like COVID era of StarCraft, like 2020, 2021. So it's been a couple of years since this has been more prevalent. A lot of the other NA Protosses, so I say Nina, I bring up Estrella as well. Estrella, he would often mix this in. But even then, this would be more of like a PvZ sort of build. It's risky in PvT. Meanwhile, Elevolt's going for a 1-1-1. Interesting. 1-1-1 into Cloak Banshee. Adept does run the shade. Adept does get into the main. Oh, going for some scouting. I may have just barely seen the research. It's hard to say. But may have got a glimpse of the cloak. Cyclone is revealed, and it is going to be not Colossus drop, Disruptor drop. Oh boy, okay. Now the Observer does confirm the Cloak Banshee, so Victor is at least aware of what's coming his way. Now remember, because it was not a Twilight Council opener or a Stargate opener, the anti-air is quite limited. So very limited anti-air for Victor. So these Banshees they can pull off. Speaking of, does get across the map. Already Pro's going to be going down, and there is no detection. The Observer's across the map, not at home. There's the recall of the Observer. Does get 1, 2, 3 probe kills. Banshee does get away. Rotating into the main, will also get scouting. So far good damage, but has to confirm what's going on. Does see the Robo, and does confirm the Bay researching. Now he knows. Now he sees he should be aware of either Prism speed or acceptable lance. Good damage, can he defend in time? Now unfortunately the way to shut this down would be Viking production, but right now there's a second Banshee on the way, so on the one hand that'll do amazing harassing across the map, but that also means that the Prism will survive. Now there is a Cyclone, true, so we could get a lock-on the War Prism. Prism goes in, never goes off, gets an SCV, nothing major. LOS does respond, does react with that Cyclone. Tank is in position as well. Banshees move out. And still no Viking. So Banshee goes back into the main, getting good damage. 2 Banshees, 8 one-shot probes. Getting 4 probe kills already. So far, this Disruptor job has not been worth it. So far, only getting 1 SCV does delay one of the Raxes, and the Raxes have still not been rebuilt. But this is not good enough. Meanwhile, Viking is now halfway done. Never goes off. Gets one SCV. Just the one. Good reaction here from Elevolts. Good reaction. Banshees, they rotate. Behind this, Elevolts getting into Bio, throwing down extra Raxes. And Victor, this was a cheeky build here from our Protoss Wave, but it wasn't worth it. But here comes another drop. Another drop into the natural. There's not many SCVs, getting 2, 4 in total. Banshees get across the map, they don't get much done. Back at home, the Viking is out, but he needs to get the Viking on that Prism. Yo, we got Hyperfly Rotors. This is a bold upgrade. I would say that these Banshees have already gotten what we expect out of them. Investing into Hyperfly Rotors is bold. It's a bold move. To get the lock on. Prism taking a lot of hits. Where's the Viking, by the way? I know the Viking. Oh, the Viking is on patrol outside of the main. Okay. So the Viking is on patrol. We do have a 4th Banshee in production. This is, again, a little bit risky here. Like, considering the surprise factor of the Banshees has already come and gone, right? Like, we can already see that Victor, he's in position in the main, in the mineral lines. He's ready for the Banshees. Like, the likelihood of these Banshees getting damaged down is far lower now. It's far lower. That's why I'm not too in love with the idea of going into Hyperfly Rotors. Meanwhile, Disruptor looking for more damage. Get the Viking. Go. Send it, Pappy. Send it. The lock on. Does get the lock on. Shaves off the shields. Okay, that Prism is so low. Send it, Pappy. Send it. Unfortunately, Elevolts, he's very adamant about keeping his Viking patrolling in the main, or patrolling outside of the main, instead of moving out. So the Prism will survive, will get out across the map. What I will say though is that overall, this Disruptor hasn't really gotten much damage done. So back at home, Elevolts, he's happily mining on 3 bases, he's taking up into Ghost production. Meanwhile, Victor taking into Storm, not Disruptor, sorry, not Colossus, interesting. So Disruptor Storm. Banshees, they dive into the main, they get 2 more probes, they do not get a Stalker. Now, something that these Banshees are achieving, which isn't really damage, but they are at least keeping the army contained, right? They're forcing Victor to be stuck at home, right? He's stuck, he's contained on 3 bases. As a result, we should be seeing Elevolts taking a faster 4th. Should be seeing a 4th CC on the horizon. Yeah, there it is, 4th CC is on the way. It's a bit of a messy 3-base setup when it comes to SimCity, but it's fine. When it comes to the main fight, these Banshees, they can be a hit squad to try to focus on the High Templar. True. These Banshees, they get 1 more probe. Victor, he moves out. And Elevolts, he does miss the move out. He doesn't see the army. He's on siege. Elevolts, he's on siege. He doesn't know what's coming his way. There we go. Does spot this. He knows. Does lose 1 Banshee in the process. He does siege. Does siege up. Army's moving in. Behind this, the Victor, he does expand. Does get a 4th. Banshees to go back into the main. And it does seem like Victor, he has no intention of actually pushing up this ramp. He's expanding. He's just expanding, getting a fourth base. He's just trying to contain, trying to keep tabs on the Terran. Bearing in mind, Victor, he still has those disruptors, so he can always, you know, try to get some free shots up. Nice catch here with the Banshees, getting a Stalker and a couple of transferring workers. Avoids the Archons. Blink is still not a factor. Oh, Elwood's getting a little bit ambitious. Last team's in the Novas. Oh my god, brutal connection. Novas, they pop off. The splits are not there. Elwood still has that army supply lead, but that much less this time. EMP does connect. No more storms. No more storms. Ideally, we want to be focusing on those disruptors. Never goes off. This time, better splits. Forcing a recall. He gets one. He gets. Oh, can he get two? He can. Takes out both disruptors. Send it, Pappy. Keep going. Takes down both disruptors. Very nice catch there from Elevolts. He shuts down the army. He expands. His army is overstimmed though. Yeah, it is very overstimmed. So still building up. Meanwhile, Victor does successfully expand. So that was a better fight for Elevolts, and Elevolts does have a supply lead. That is true. But now just chilling back at home, still building up. Banshees, they move out once again. Now there is a chance here that Victor, he is no longer on hold position in the main. Yeah, no longer has those stalkers. His main army is at the 4th. But never mind, there are cannons. There are cannons to defend. Never mind. Yo, have those Reapers been there since the start of the game? I didn't even notice. Wait, what? Yo, we got nukes. Nukes are on the way. Reapers, they do hit the mineral line. They get some damage, I suppose. Oh, Elevolts. The discipline. No F2. True. Meanwhile, we do see Victor, he's now getting into more secure splash damage, no longer relying on disruptors or storm. I mean, again, he no longer has any more disruptors. Now going to Colossus. This is where Vikings are going to be a must for Elevolts, and he does have a couple of Vikings, but the problem here is that Elevolts, he didn't scan, he is not aware of the Colossus switch. For all he knows, it could just be more disruptors on the way. So right now, there's no tell for the Terran to make Vikings. He scans the center, doesn't see anything yet. Elevolts, he is maxed out, and he needs to make use of this army. We have a fusion core on the way, 2 more starports. This should be for Liberator range, for Liberator production. So this is a good transition from Elevolts, but again, he does need to trade. Otherwise, Victor's just going to max out, and then he's going to have a death ball of an army, and then he can A-move. Elevolts, he is being active, thankfully. He has to get eyes. There we go. He scans. He sees a main army. I'm not sure if he saw the initial Colossus. Going for a zoning nuke. Okay. A bold move. Does zone. I believe he has a second nuke. So LLT rotates. Victor out of position. And now going for a nuke here on top of the army. On top of the base. In between the bases. Charge they're coming from behind. They're getting shut down. Oh, the nuke! The nuke! Show us the nuke! Where do we connect? Oh my god. Does get a couple of workers. Does not connect with the army. It was so close. Colossus moving in. Into tank fire. Massive storms. Oh no! The storms! He stands in the storms. Clem, is that you? Clem, get out of here. Ay, ay, ay. Not like this. He takes all the storms to the face. He still will win the fight though. Takes down the Immortals. Boys, they evacuate. But 2 Colossus survived. And Elevates, he has to retreat, he has to back off, he just doesn't have enough. He can't keep going. Now, I had assumed the Fusion Core was for Liberators. I stand by that. This is not for Liberators, this is for BCs. He's going into a BC. He's crazy. And he's still making Banshees. Pappy, the era of the Banshee has come and gone. Nukes here on the expansion. Oh, they're within vision of the cannon there. I guess an EMP off. But he's still making Banshees. At this point, like, again, they're not too useful anymore. We spoke about that earlier. But it is making 2 BCs at a time, going into Yamato. Right now, Victor, he doesn't really have the best anti-air army. Now, this is where Victor should be. I was going to say he should be getting ready for Skytels, but he doesn't really have much of an economy here. Victor, he only has 68 SCV, sorry, 68 probes. He's focused on his ground army instead. He has no blink. That's my big concern here, is again, the anti-air is very lacking for Victor. He's not ready for BCs. Elevates also has really low SCV count, but he has the gold, right? The gold does make up for that. So that does allow him to get away with a lower worker count for the time being, as he's only stuck on 66 SCVs. Victor, he has eyes on the gold. Fans out his observers. I believe the Banshees are making their way towards the 4th base. Yo, do we have a bot in the chat? Are we banning Fractal Cactal? Get out of here. As so far BCs are building up. Building up back at home. Yo, we got more nukes on the way. Going for the gold. I believe there are cannons covering the gold base though. Oh, and yeah, they're not quite on the whole position. They're getting caught out. Ghost, get out of here. Doesn't like the observer. Gets only 1. There are so many observers out for Victor. But again, what's important here are the BCs. He's making 4 BCs at a time. Meanwhile, Victor is making immortals and charge lots. Nothing shoots up. He's got like 5 stalkers. Maybe 6. No. And here we go, he's moving in. Okay. He's got like 10. Like 10 villain stalkers. He has some anti-air. Oof. Pushing the tank fire. Now BCs, they've yet to fully reveal themselves. Stalkers going down. Warping in 8 stalkers at a time. Battle cruisers, they're revealed. They're making their way across the map. I would have preferred the BCs with the main army, but I mean, regardless, they're going to be harassing. I believe they're running into stalkers. They have forces teleport. Like, the BC's main strength is going to be as more of like a supportive unit, or I should say the backbone of the main army. He can win this fight head on. Elevate's moving in. EMP goes up. There's still a storm. There it is. More massive storm. Oh my god, he stands in the storms once again. Get out of there. Jesus. Storms, they shut down the bio, but the BCs, they just dominate the air. Mass Yamato, more stalkers diving in, but the BCs, they will clean this up. 1 BC goes down, 2nd BC falls. But last we have more Yamatos. And the BCs, they will clean this up. They will shut down everything on the ground. The Immortals, the Stalkers. There's 3 BCs left. The Immortals, they do take down the Planetary at least. But Victor, he has a bank. He has a bank. He can keep warping in more Stalkers. Victor, he teleports across the map, but there are still Stalkers in position. The BCs on their own, they can't really do too much. You have a Stargate on the way. And at this point, this is where Elevolt's lack of SCVs is killing him. Elevolt, he never made more than 66, and he has not made any SCVs in quite some time. We're 20 minutes in, he lost the gold base, and now I said earlier, like, oh, his low SCV count was okay, upon losing the gold, now it isn't. And Elevolt, he cannot afford anything else. So, again, his lack of workers, his lack of economy is hurting him. These VCs have a lot of work to do, and likewise, it's still in a very low worker count. So I do believe he can actually kill those 3 stalkers. He can kill him. Dad. He's playing so scared. Have more confidence with your BCs, man. So from here, Elevolt's attempting to re-expand. Oof. Yeah, he cannot. He needs to get the hell out of here. He cannot take the stalkers on the right, and does teleport back home. As both players are remaxing. I do think I favor Elevolt's army composition, but the problem here, I mean, first things first, he's been taking every storm to the face. So that's my biggest concern when it comes to his bio composition. He's just taking every single storm to the face. Some TTs, they get ready for their own counterattack. Victory's moving in with mainly a gateway composition. How many High Templar do we have? It's almost Mass Marauder. Yeah, storms are coming in. Jeez, that's what? 6 High Templar? Six High Templar here for Victor. EMP, nice connection. Takes down 4. There's 2 High Templar left. 2 storms. And 2 storms remaining. Ooh, he blinks on into the Marauders. There's a first storm. There's 1 more left. There's still 1 more storm. Oh, and it will connect. Oh, he stands in it. No! The most valuable storm, despite that he just tanks it. He tanks the storm. He breaks through. Elevolt, he will still take the fight. Not the cleanest engagement, but he takes it regardless. And now it's time to counterattack. Send it with the ground army as well. Keep going. Not just with the BCs. You can do it. He's staying at home. So Elevolt, he has a massive supply lead, but right now he's just staying at home, waiting for reinforcements. Now is the time to counterattack and to break these fringe bases. But it looks like he's waiting for his medevacs, which is understandable. Like, his army is overstimmed, so he's waiting for his medevacs. BCs, they do hit the gold. Stalkers are keeping up. Elevolt, have some confidence. Send it. You can do it. You can do it. As Elevolt, he's going to be the first to remax. We'll lose 1 BC. But Elevolt, he's about to max out. He doesn't know just how much of a supply lead he has over his opponent, of course. But if he's passive like this, he will allow Victor to get away with these expansions. Like, Victor, he's double expanding. He's switching into Sky Toss. Here we go. Army's pushing. Now the question becomes, how many High Templar are available? How many High Templar? How many storms? I mean, all he needs is 1, to be honest. We know that even if it's 1 storm, we know it's going to connect. Now, speaking of, the army does pull back. Another storm can. Oh God! Oh God! He stands in the storms. It's fine. It's totally fine. Copian does take down one of the expansions. He's going back into BC production, which I appreciate. LLC does take down the Fringe expansion, but he has to keep going. This is good, but we gotta keep sending it. Keep going. Back. Scans at a time. There's what? 2 Eye Templar. No NG overcharge. No Storm. EMP pops up. Very nice EMP. The Colossus could be a threat, but look at how many Marauders we have. Like, these Marauders, they're built to tank these Colossus shots. Yeah, they stim in, mass EMP on the Immortals. Marauders forcing their way forward, tanks do siege. And LVLT's done it. At this point, God, it does take a storm to the face. Nuke on the low ground, another storm. Oh God, he keeps standing in the storms. Not like this. The Colossus, they break through, but here comes the nuke. The nuke. Oh my God, massive connection. Takes out the mineral line. BCs, they teleport in. Where's the anti-air? There's 6 stalkers on the way. There's 6 stalkers. Only 2 BCs. Stalkers, they could try to get the 1 battle cruiser, but alas, they won't be able to. The BCs, they barely maintain themselves. And Victor, he holds. He survives. Victor, he does survive. BC needs a speed upgrade? Yeah, it's called teleport. What are you talking about? That's called tactical jump. As Elwood does get across the map. It's a nice mining here at the Fresh Mining base. Building up his army. I don't know what MMR this is. This is around 4.8, 4.9, from my understanding. So this is like low GM or high Masters 1. Guessing, oh, you're guessing wrong. It's like, yeah, high Masters 1, low GM is around like 4.8, 4.9. Just to reiterate, this is group stage 1, so this is the early rounds of the tournament. The GMs are in the later rounds. The GMs and the pro players, they're all in the later rounds. This is still the initial group stage where we have Masters and Diamond players as well. There are some Diamond players also in this group, but this is the winners match. This is where right now the Masters are facing off. There are still some other Diamonds in the elimination match. The elimination match. Elwold's moving in. Elwold's staying on 51 SCVs the whole game, it looks like. I mean, he did go up to 66 at one point, but yes. I mean, mate, he has mules, to be fair. He does have mules. Elwold, he's remaxed. Now moving in. Back in my day, 4.8 was low Masters. Well, that is not the case here. Not anymore. Low Masters is like 4.2, 4.3. And GM is like low GM is like 4.95K. Yeah, slow because they try to engage, they're gonna get shut down. And GG. No GT, no GG. Elwold, he does overwhelm. He will surpass and he will take game number 1. Whew, GG. Again, a bit of an upset here. Victor, he is favored in this series. He's favored in this group. He does have a 100% win rate against Elwold, but our players that have been practicing, that have been preparing here for this major event in Brazil, and Elwold, he pops off. He does pop off. Now, a lot of it did come down to alongside it the build of Victor. As a reminder, Victor, he opened up a Disruptor Drop. He went for a Disruptor Drop opener and he did not get any damage with it. He got a couple of SCVs, but it wasn't quite worth it. So it was a cheeky opener out of Victor. In the end, didn't quite get the damage he was hoping for. Likewise, shout out to the Banshees, if you recall. Like the Banshees, they did persist over time, getting like a couple probes here and there. over the course of the game, did of course pay for themselves, did gain value, and I mean, there's just so much that did occur in that game when it comes to the BC transition, when it comes to the nukes popping off as well, when it comes to the initial storms. The storms were brutal. They were something that Elevolts did have a much harder time dealing with, but with that GG well played. We do see Elevolts still take lead in the series. Now we're getting to game number 2. Back in my day, we'd only have, what was it, 12 units in a control group? We could... Back in my day, we carried our PCs to our friends' houses for LAN parties. True. Welcome to the modern age, old man. It's all online, and LAN doesn't exist anymore. Smudge. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Whistles of Gold, we have our Brazilian Terran player, the Red Terran, representing clan PWT, leading the series 1-0. The underdog, I would say it is Elevolts. Let's go. We're waiting for his stats. Waiting for it. We go. Oh, there it is. There it is. Rank number 10. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the Brazilian Protoss player, the blue Protoss. It is Victor for Team Host Gaming. Here we go. Again, Victor, he does technically have a higher MMR than Elevolts. He is higher ranked, but Elevolts has been a more active player in the tournament scene. As you can see here, Victor, he has a 100% win rate against Elevolts in tournaments. In tournament play. But Elevolts, he fights back. Let's go. As we load into the smallest map in the tournament map pool. So we go from 2 extremes. We go from the largest map in game 1 to the smallest map here in game 2. As a result, aggression is favored on this map. Whether it's all-ins, whether it's certain timing attacks as well, it is much more difficult to defend on Whispers of Gold, more so than on these larger maps. So this can get a little bit more intense. It does mean that if Victor, if he's frustrated, if he wants to fight back, if he wants to clap back even, this is the map to do it on. Let's go. For now, standard openers. For now, nothing crazy. Do have our Rax into Factory from Elevolts. Meanwhile, Gate Expand from Victor. Victor, he does open up Zealot first. Interesting. With this, he can rally his first Zealot across the map to try and delay the CC. So a cheeky move here by Victor. Remember, Rush Distance by ground is very short on this map. And yeah, the Zealot moves out. Is spotted by the SCV. So at least Victor is aware, so he can keep his Reaper at home to focus on the Zealot. Bunker is on the way. Elevolts overreacting. I believe the bunker is being thrown down at the ramp, so this is a bit of a misread here from Elevolts. Again, the purpose of that Zealot is to delay the command center. Not really to do much more. So Elevolts is overreacting. Likewise, SCV's got into the main base, and he does confirm the Stargate. Oh, never mind. Cancels the Stargate, goes to the Twilight. Victor, calm down. Does cancel, going for the Twilight Council instead, going to Blink Stalkers. Now, the goal and the hope here for Victor is to force his opponent to overreact and make a Cyclone, make a Viking as well. Reaper dips in. Now we're hoping that the Reaper does go back into the main to get a rescout, but it's going to be zoned away. The Reaper is zoned back. Meanwhile, Elevolts is going for a 1-1-1. Very late command center for the Terran. Yeah, very late. Opening up Widowmine. Is he opening up Banshee again? He is. So he's opening up Cloak Banshee. Fun fact, this kind of setup here would actually be awful against Phoenix-based openers. Phoenixes, they would just shut this down completely. But thankfully for Victor, there are no Phoenixes. But Blink Stalkers will also do quite well defensively. They can also do well for themselves. So this should be a cleaner defense out of Victor compared to game 1, where he opened up Robo. Reaper dives into the main, confirms Blink. Does confirm the tech of choice. Does confirm. As the Banshee gets caught, Cloak is not done. And LVT is in trouble here. Again, because LVT delayed his CC for so long, now he's in a weird position where he's now stuck on one base. He's stuck on one base, he's contained, whereas otherwise he should be mining freely from his natural. He's falling behind. And this all just is a cascading effect here from the opener. You delay your natural too long, then suddenly your opponent gains map control, and suddenly you just can't expand. So it just snowballs out of control. The Banshee does get across the map. Can thread the mineral line, observers on the way. And doesn't get much done. There's a shield battery. And shield batteries in both bases. This time, I mean, you can see here the evolution of the series. Game 1, we saw that Victor, he was caught with his pants down when it came to Banshee play. Here in Game 2, now he's blindly prepared. I say blindly, he did see the Banshee in the center of the map. But now he has shield batteries, he has blink stalkers, he has a much stronger setup against this. Anyway, LVT attempts to expand. He should be able to. He breaks out. But again, this is a very late expansion for Elevolts. Likewise, has up all the boys. Third CC is on the way, so this is a much faster third base from Elevolts. This is a way to recover and to bounce back. Rushing into a faster third. And so far, Victor, he does have a much stronger stance this time. I'd say he's in a much stronger position compared to a Neon. A lot of it because of the openers. +1 on the way. These Banshees have been more lackluster, but once again, LVT is committing to more Banshees. Now, to me, this is a bit of a concern. This tells me, at least, that potentially Elevolts only has one style currently here in PvT. This is very similar to how he was playing last game, which was successful, don't get me wrong, but again, like, as the series progresses, your opponent gets more used to you. We have Hyperflight Rotors on the way, yep, just like last game. This time the Banshees have not gotten anywhere near as much damage. Banshees are moving in. Towards the main, towards the natural, I should say. But there's a cannon. Likewise, Stalkers that get behind the mineral line. Go for the Gas Geyser. Prisoner into the main. Oh, does barely unload in time. Whew. Barely made it past the turrets. Picking off a couple of SCVs, the prison does escape. Does get away. It does get away. And these Banshees, they still have potential at least, but now there's also a cannon in the main base. The Banshees, they find 0 damage. They're getting caught out. Oh no! Yeah, and there's no cloak. There's no cloak left. Gets one of the Banshees, the other barely survives. Meanwhile, Elevolt's making more Banshees behind this. Now, Victor, it looks like he has been missing probe cycles, so even though Victor, he has map control, and even though he's on 3 bases and now getting a 4th, his probe count is still relatively low. So he has been missing macro cycles even here, and no probes in production. So Victor, he doesn't have the lead that he otherwise should have. Elevolts, he's still in this. Another thing to bear in mind is that currently there's no splash damage, right? There's no Colossus, Disruptors, or Storm. I say that Templar Archives is on the way. That should be for Storm initially. We saw how successful Storm was for Victor in Game 1. So I'm very concerned for Elevolts coming into Game 2. Does stim, does respond. See Elevolt's attempting to wall up. He's walling up. Brings him into the natural. Going for the warp in. Elevolt's late reaction, late response. SCV's going to be going down. Trying to set up. Again, Storm is on the way. Why not Elvos is just being pinned back. He just hasn't been able to be active on the map. The Banshees, where they were unsuccessful. Victory is getting comfortable. He's getting comfortable building up more Immortals. Warping in High Templar. Storm is on the horizon. Unfortunately, Elvos is just stuck trying to turtle. And there's no pressure on Victor. I mean, that's the other big thing here. There's just literally no pressure on him. He's just freely making more workers, taking more bases. Warping into High Templar. Elvos trying to be active with those Banshees, but again, like, there are cannons back at home. The Banshees, they shouldn't get much done. Elvos not getting into his own Ghost production. Across the map, it's going to be 5 probe kills. Not bad. How did I say 5? The probes, they don't actually rally out. Get out of range of the cannon. Storm's coming in. Boys are being pulled. High Templar, they're going to get targeted down. Oh, there's a storm, but no! He stands in the storm every time. Don't like this. And even though Victor, he's hitting the middle line across the map, it may not matter. It doesn't matter here. Stalkers, they dive in, they focus on the tank. Banshees, they may get the base, but Victor, he's going for the kill. He's going for the throat. Going straight towards the main. And LLT has been broken. There's just nothing here. There's nothing left. Elevolts, he's trying to make a stand here at least his natural. He has some reinforcements, but bases are falling left and right. SCVs are going down, and this is the final army here. He's got, what, 5 Marauders, 4 Marines. A Victor, he actually does recall back home. A bit of an overreaction to the Banshees. Does overreact. So Elevolts, he will survive. Actually, with half the army, I think Victor can still pull this off. But he can still do this. Yeah, he gets some of the Marauders. Reinforcements, they are trickling in. Banshees are revealed. Victory should feel confident rallying everything across the map at this point. Should feel confident. There we go. It's a Banshee. And Elevolts, alas, now he's on his last legs. He's down to 22 SCVs. That's 1 base economy. Again, he was just never able to push and never able to be active on the map here outside of the Banshees. And then, hey, towards the end, they got some damage. True. They got 14 probes. But Victor, he was just so much more comfortable here, opening up Blink, gaining map control early on, containing Elevolts. Elevolts, he also just unfortunately had just a really rough start as well. Just really safe play, delayed his natural, delayed his 3rd base. He fell behind early on as a result. Now Victory's going for the kill. Going for the kill, going for the throat. Storm on the fire. Once again, the storms, they shut everything down. Not again, Pappy, not again. Now he bleeds into the main, just going for the kill. Came the production. GG gets called, and victory ties up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. We're going all the way to game 3. And I'm most curious by what the third map is going to be. Winding it back when talking about the map itself though, talking about the game itself, again, we saw more of the same from Elevolts. He did once again commit and open up at Banshee. This time, much less successful. This time he wasn't getting as much damage done. Unfortunately, he just wasn't as... I mean, we saw that Victor was a lot more prepared, more willing to open up with safety shield batteries, safety cannons. The blink-based opener was a lot more successful as well. Just a much safer way to play against something like Banshees. And likewise, once he gained map control, we saw that the Terran player just had a much harder time taking his own natural and his third base as well. So he was just slowed down early on. GG. GG, well played. We'll see how Elevolts adjusts. I'm hoping he doesn't go for the same style. I'm hoping he doesn't go for the same kind of approach. Do hope that's the case. As game 3 is going to be on ley lines. So we go from the two extremes, Neon Violet Square, into Whispers of Gold, into ley lines. Ley lines is, of course, I would say the most standard map. The most standard map in the map pool. Not one of the extremes like Neon Violet Square or Whispers of Gold. It's right down the middle. It is somewhat open. It is relatively defendable on 3 bases. It's a little bit more, there are more attack paths. Not as large as Neon Violet Square, not as small as Whispers of Gold. Right down the middle. Let's go. As we're letting it. Here we go. Your grapes are on. They are on the line, but they are on the line. Here we go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have... Oh, sorry. Top right-hand corner. We have our Brazilian Terran player, the red Terran for Team PWT. It is Elevolt. I'm trying to line it up. It's not working. There we go. It's Elevolt. And in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Brazilian Protoss player, the Blue Protoss. Representing his team, Host Gaming, it is Victor Badsimer. Let's go. Again, historically, Victor, he has had 100% win rate against his opponents. But already Elevolt has gotten his first win in a competitive tournament against Victor. At least his first map win. Can he fight back? Can he take the series? Coming into this Victor, he's favored. But we'll see how Elevolt does adjust. Again, I'm hoping we don't see the same Banshee-based play. And it's one of those things where it can work quite well on the ladder. It can work quite well in game 1. But clearly Victor is getting accustomed to that over the course of the series. He's getting used to it. Going for the gas. Going for the gas deal, being very cheeky. Do you see Elevolts once again going racks into factory? So unfortunately going for a bit of an inefficient opener here off of the single gas. He can't afford to go for a faster command center, but is going to be delaying his CC. Victor going gates, Cybercore into Nexus. So standard opener out of Victor. I would say a bit of a safer opener out of Elevolts. So let's go for a safer start. Here to go, command centers on the way, in the main. This gas guy is just doing quite a bit of damage already here, just because there are workers that are not mining. So boys are pulled off the mineral line. So this is going to be brutal damage. From here, going to his 1-1-1. And Victor once again does open Twilight Council. Twilight Council into Blink Stalkers. I mean, there's a reason why this is the more standard way to open up and to play in PvT. Blink is just very versatile, can be very defensive, can be very aggressive. We'll see how many gateways he throws down. Victor even setting up a proxy here at the natural of Elevolts. Ay, ay, ay. Going for the proxy pylon. Elevolts breaks in. Gets a probe. Does get a probe. Diving into the mineral line. Oh no! Gets surrounded. Nice clean up there by Victor. Does shut him down. And once again, Banshee play. Once again, opening up Cloak Banshee. Going for the same opener. I'm concerned. Meanwhile, Victor, he does open up with an earlier Robo. That should be for observers, for detection. Oh, that I was not expecting. Going for a Dark Shrine. Okay. I see you. Now, Raven openers are not uncommon in standard PvT, but with how Elevolts has been playing, he's not been opening up Raven. Like, there's been no Raven production, there's been no Raven support, even in Game 1. So he has to rely on his scans. Meanwhile, Stalkers, they poke in. Again, factory production was delayed because of the starport into Banshee. That's not the downside of opening up Banshee, is it delays your initial Cyclone or initial tank. So it goes down. And remember, Victor, he's warping in on the front lines. Just being hyper aggressive with this. Third TC is on the way. Elevolts looking to double expand. Banshee does get across the map. And do we have any defensive warp-ins? Shield, but I will buy some time. Where's that warp-in? Victor, he commits across the map instead. Oh, going for the Cyclone. Oh, he gets it. Cyclone goes down. Brutal pickoff. And once again, he breaks down the front door. Warping in Dark Templar. He doesn't warp in. Oh, no, okay, he has one Stalker. One Stalker back at him to defend. Meanwhile, DT wanders in. There is nothing to risk in. But so many SVs going to be going down. This is just brutal damage. Getting 11, 12, 14. 14 SCVs. The DT will survive. Oh, he gets out. No, gets out of the scan range. Does finally go down, but this is still worth it here for Victor. Gets 15 SCVs. Ay, ay, ay. Takes out the second Cyclone. And this is game-ending damage. Elevolts, he's down to 11 SCVs. And yes, true, he does have triple CCs. He has triple CCs. He has triple SCV production. He has triple mules. Mules are good. They're not that good. They're good, but ay, ay, ay. Heavily behind here in the economy. Banshee across the map didn't get much done either. We have another DT waddling in. Right now, Elevolts, he wants the mule. He doesn't want to scan. Speaking of, there's a scan. DT gets out of range. Now getting up to 2 Banshees on the Cyclone. And Victor, there's nothing forcing him to push in. At this point, he has done critical damage. All he needs to do here is expand. Just take a third base, saturate his natural, tech up, secure himself. Doesn't have to break through. But last still just getting damage. Gets a Marine, gets an SCV. Going for the Cyclone. Bunker is done. LLT will hold here on 1 base. But again, Victor, he doesn't have to break the main. As he's just containing. Likewise, he blinks in. I mean, there's a Raven, so yeah, he's not going to get much done. Turret's on the way. A little bit wasteful here. I mean, he already has the Raven for detection. Just being more secure with the turret. Oh, let's go. We have more Banshees on the way. Let's go. Still making more Banshees. Now getting into Hyperfly Rotors. Ay, ay, ay. Not like this. Not like this. I mean, the Banshees, they did force a cancel, true. I mean, they are technically keeping Elevolts in this game. Did cancel the third base, gets a probe. There is always potential, I suppose, with said Banshees. Now, something that I should mention is that Victor, he has been missing macro cycles. What I mean by that, as he's going to be bleeding out all these Stalkers, is that Victor, he has been skipping probe cycles specifically. So if you look at the worker counts, Victor, he should be up to, I would say, like 50 probes by now. He should be up to like full 2 base, 2.5 base saturation even. But Victor, he has been skipping probe cycles. He has been missing chrono boosts. Because of that, his economy isn't as big as it otherwise should be. He's still ahead, don't get me wrong. He's still ahead, still has a lead, but Elevolts with triple CC production, he can recover, unironically. Like, he's down 10 workers, but he has triple mules. He can make 3 SCVs at a time. He can now break out and land his own third even. Okay. We have a game. We're getting into this. Don't get me wrong, Victor, he still has a lead. Still in a better position. Temple Archives on the way, working towards Storm. Victor pushing forward. Oh. There are no tanks, so he's going for the Raven. Oh my god. Victor does get away. We built up to 4 Banshees. And I'm hoping there are cannons ready at the third. If there are no cannons, these Banshees, they can pop off. Can pop off. Raven's being repaired. Banshees, they're making their way in. There's a cloak. Cannon only covers half the mineral line. And probes are going to be going down. Going for the Stalkers as well. Gets 4 probe kills. I say 4, getting up to 5, getting up to 6. Oh, barely not. There we go, get 6. Does rush past. Oh, it does run past the Stalkers. But does get away. Does get away again. Victor is worker count. He's only up by 6 workers now. Again, its economy is lackluster. It should be greater than this. Elevolts taking it to Ghost. Stim, +1. Building up more Maxes. As long as the tanks are in position, Elevolts, he can hold this. He can defend. Catches the Observer. So he gets caught. Now, Elevolts, he's hoping, and this shouldn't happen, but he's hoping that Victor just overcommits and blinks into the natural, just pushes in. Right now, there's nothing pressuring Victor. We said this before, but Victor, all he has to do is just calm down, make probes, get a 4th base, throw down more tech, a robo, a bay, Colossus production. Right now, the goal here for Victor should just be contain. Just contain the Terran. You can see he's leapfrogging forward with those turrets. That's in. Nice tank volley on the Stalkers. Storm is done. High Templar morphing in. Oh no, not again. We've seen what happens with the storms. He gets spotted. Meanwhile, LVLT is secure. He takes his third. Banshees, they move out once again. They did get repaired. But Victor, he does now have 4 High Templar, soon 4 Storms. Well, I'm not so sure if he can survive against this. We'll see. It will come down to the EMPs. And the Storms as well. The tanks are unsieged. Army dives in. Cells are being dealt with, but Stalkers, they dive on top of the tanks. The tanks are exposed. They're going to be going down here. Tank after tank does fall. Massive pickoffs. And Victor, he has broken through. Breaks through the tank line. Another Stormer on the bio. And he does bust in. Banshees, they get across the map. They're trying to do what they can, but Lassie Stalkers, they do overextend into the natural though. Up, Bunker holding its own. Banshees, they race back. Elevolts, he's gonna hold. He's gonna hold. He's gonna survive this. Now, it does cost him 15 SCVs. That's so many workers go down. His economy is crippled. Does survive, but his tank count was completely reset. And Victor is not stopping. He's not stopping. Still moving in. Scan is looking for the observer. Does snipe. Observer goes down. Likewise, going for the production. Stalkers, they come in from behind, going for the natural. That's EMP. That's EMP on the Stalkers. And again, Victor, he just doesn't really have too high of a probe count here. He's now getting up to 60 though. Getting up to 3-way saturation. He's getting there. Elevolts, he has to rebuild his tanks. Or just rebuild his setup. Oh no, so warping in more High Templar. More Templar on the way. Elevolts is still stuck at home. He's at least, you know, trying to stabilize on 3 bases. But the army's what's lacking. And Victor, he can take these rough fights, he can take these inefficient trades, and he'll be fine. Like, he'll be able to trade well enough to still keep Elevolts contained. The Banshees are, once again, harassing. Don't get much done. They delay the 5th. Not much more than that. Elevolts once again just throwing down more bunkers. Best case scenario here for Elevolts is for Victor to overextend into him. But even then, that's still better for Victor. He can afford those trades. 4th CC on the way. Does commit in. Again, there's only 1 tank. Oh, we saw a salvage on the bunkers. No. Yeah, did cancel them, did salvage them. And Victor, is pushing forward. Massive storm. Storm goes up. Tank is started down. Another storm in the army. He takes the storm to the face every time. He just stands in it. He likes it. I mean, he does sim through, by the way. Does break through the army. Oh, he's cleansed. He likes the storm. Elevolts, he takes the supply lead. Not bad. He saves the base. He saves the mineral line. Did lose a tank. Did bleed out some bio. Is he confident enough to counterattack, though? Now is his time. Oh, boys are being pulled. Let's go. Send it, papi. He does pull a couple of boys to repair, I believe, as he is still getting a CC. Yeah, he pulls back. Does pull back. As he moves out, we have Victor coming in for a run by, I believe with Dark Templar. No, Archon run by. Go for some Archon harass. EMP pops up. Catches out both Archons. Expensive loss there for Victor. Now, I did mention earlier that Victor, he can afford to have these bad fights, and that is true. Like, Victor, he's still holding his own, he still has a higher probe count, he still has a comparable army size. But it's still concerning, despite that. Victor getting ready for another round. He's got 4 High Templar, 4 Storms. Can he avoid those EMPs? Storm is coming in. This time, LLT pulls away. Setting up his tanks, another storm coming in as well. High Templar goes down. Down to 2 storms. Sorry, he's got 2 more after this. Storms they land on the tanks. Oh my god, once again he just tanks the storm. But hey, Marauders, they're built for that. Helvolt, he holds on, he saves his 3rd, he saves his 4th. I say his 4th, that's the main. He just floated over his main base. Has another command center, and now he's gonna count it. We gotta go. We gotta said that the 4th base, sorry, the 5th base is right there. Go to the 5th. Keep going. He's got 3-3 on the way. Again, Victory has no splash damage. He has no Colossus, no Storm, no Disruptors. I mean, he has Storm, but he has no High Templar ready for it. Yes, I believe. Never mind. He's got 4 High Templar morphed in. It's not gonna be easy. Elevolt is pushing forward. Elevolt, he is so heavily reliant on these EMPs because he has like no care in the world about avoiding storms. EMP is the Nexus. It's the first storm. DTs, they do hit the natural. Stalkers, they blink in. Patience, calm down. He loses all the Stalkers. No shot, Elevolt, he breaks the expansion, he breaks the main army. Across the map, DTs, they're wreaking havoc. They're popping off. Keep going. Elevolt, you can keep going. You can do it. As Victory took a brutal fight, and oh no. Yeah, DTs that now hit the expansion. They hit the final CC, the final mining base. Elevolt's losing everything back at home. And he's all in. At this point, he's all in. Down to 26 SCVs, 3-3 about to kick in. And I love what Victor's doing here. He's just buying time. Victor, he just abandons the base. He abandons the expansion. He knows that time is on his side. Victor, he just needs extra warpins. Extra warpins, extra storms. The longer this goes on, the better it is for Victor. Alright, Templar does move forward. Oh, shows the Templar. I think he just stormed. Yeah, he did just storm. So we gotta keep going. Gotta keep going. Oh, scans are gonna be a factor as well. He has to hold on to those scans against the Dark Templar. True. No shot. He's pulling back. Elevolts. I mean, it looks like he wants to deal with the DTs. Floating over his CC. I believe that's his natural. Now is not the time to macro. Now is not the time to make SCVs. We gotta go. We have to go, papi. Victor, he's on 4 bases. Victor, he has a small army, by the way. Like, the Protoss player has a smaller army. The Bay is on the way for Colossus. The longer this goes on, more warpins here for Victor. Elevots, you have to send it. We can't wait. As now there's more storms. I'd love to see the main base here. Sorry, the main army of Victor. He has 3 High Templar. 3 High Templar, at least 3 storms. Nice EMP! Very nice. Go! Very nice EMP! 0 storms! He's distracted back at home. He defends against the Dark Templar. He's moving in. There's no storm. God, there's another storm coming in though. Yeah, tanks are laid to siege. Dusk Kite back, tanks are going down. Nice EMPs on the Archons. It's a very close fight here. Elevolt, he barely breaks through. Takes down the main army. Keep going. Do not turn around. There's still Stalkers to defend though. They don't trade too well against the Marauders. Reinforcements are on the way. Elevolt, he's rallying in. He's still rallying. Going for the mineral line. Here come the Marauders. And Marauders exactly what he needs here. Keep going. Oh, he's going for the probes. Oh, he's going for the expansion. No, he's 10 to... No, don't chase the probes. You gotta keep going. No. Zelt's moving in. Do we have an EMP? EMP on the Stalkers. Again, LVT will take this fight. I mean, hey, the Stalkers come to him. Kite's back with the Marauders. Okay. Calm down, calm down. Zelromite does distract him. Takes down all the Stalkers. But remember, Victor, he can still warp in. Like, he can still reinforce. So keep going. Keep going. Like, killing this base is not important. He has to break the natural. He has to break the natural and get into the production. The expansion doesn't matter here. As really, this is just helping Victor. It's giving him more time to warp in. Do we have any scans? Oh, you had one better, I suppose. Nice EMP. No shot. Keep going. No shot. Don't go home. You have to keep going. He's crazy. Ah, he's distracted by the Zealots. Elevolts. I can't take it, Pappy. Keep going. He comes back home. This is Victor. He's on 4 bases. He's on 4 bases. Victor is on 35 probes. Victor is still macroing. He's out macroing, out producing his opponents, or at least he has a better economy. Oh, that was a dangerous mule. That was a very dangerous mule hammer, considering how many DTs there are. We need to make sure we have energy for scans. As LVT rotates over towards the last mining base of Victor. He's got a tank. Okay. Victor, you can see immediately he just evacuates. Like, once again, Victor, he just abandons the base. Expansion goes down. 1 High Templar morphs in. There's going to be 1 Storm. I think that's actually a 2nd High Templar. Now, let's keep going. Keep going. Oh no, he's so scared. Like, he's so scared to push into the actual, like, crucial, like, bases. He doesn't know what he's moving into. He doesn't know that he has, like, almost double the army supply. He'll spot the army. He does respond to the Stalkers. If he takes out the other 4th, he won't be able to expand again. That's true, but Victor, he's expanding. Like, he does have the northern 4th on the way. Nice scan. Now, he's moving into 2 High Templar. They have storms. They have a lot of storms. Economically, Elevolt, he's actually in a decent position, by the way. He's okay. He's comparable to Victor. But keep going, though. As he does rotate over towards the northern 4th. I mean, technically, slow and steady, this is kind of working, right? He's denying the 4th base over and over and over again. He rotates. He scans. High Templar, not quite ready. The tank will siege. Boys are being pulled. Here come the storms. Storm zones. There's 2 more storms left. Yeah, the Nexus goes down. He stims in, takes down the Dark Templar. Oh, well, it does blink away. Dark Templar blinks away. Does he have another scan? He does. Shuts down the DT. Storm's coming in. Oh my god. There's another storm as well. Nice EMP. EMP's high tech. He goes. Send it. Stim in. He stims. He does it. He finally does it. He gets a High Templar. He can push on forward. There's nothing left. There's 1 storm. Oh, storm pops up. There's a 2nd storm. Oh god, he does stand in it. But Marauders, they persevere. He does it. Don't go home. Keep going. He stims in. Tank is a little bit far back. He's gearing up for another storm. He's gearing up. Does spot the High Templar. Here come the EPs. Does connect. Let's go. 0 storms. 0 left. Elevolts. GG. No GG. But the Elevolts takes the series. And Elevolts does make it out in 1st place out of Group C. GG. Ay, ay, ay. GG, well played. I switched to the wrong scene. GG, GG, well played. Congratulations, Elevolts. He will claim the series. I switched to the wrong scene, but he does it. He does it. Ay, ay, ay. That was so close. Elevolts, he had no confidence. He had no confidence. He just kept pulling away, kept pulling back. In the end, it worked, of course. In the end, it did work out, but it was closer than it otherwise needed to be at times. So he was just giving his opponent so much time to resaturate, to reprobe, to warp in extra High Templar. There were moments where he would have 0 High Templar, but he was given time to reinforce and warp in. Despite that, Elevolts, you know, cool, calm, collected. He was fine. He's like, Papi, I just had to kill the 4th. I mean, I guess so. I guess it worked. It also helped, I should emphasize, it wasn't just that he was sniping the 4th bases. I should also say that Victor was taking some bad fights. Victor, he was fighting where he otherwise didn't need to, but he was chasing the army a little bit too far out and getting caught out in the open as well. There were some rough moments for Victor where he was, again, taking some bad engagements and in the end losing otherwise his spellcasters, otherwise some advantages that he had as well. Whew. GG, Papi. GG, well played. Elevolts, he will come out in 1st place out of Group C, and now we are here to determine who is eliminated initially in Group C as well. Hi, GG, well played. Congratulations. That was also a rough game. Remember, Elevolts, he was contained on his 3 bases for a long time, contained even on 2 bases for a long time. The Banshees weren't getting much damage done either. Like, it was a rocky game there for Elevolts, but he persevered. GG. Oh my god. Crazy. The comeback back. Hi. There was a period in time where he was like down 2-3 bases as well. It was insane. From there, GG, well played. Congratulations. We're getting ready here for our elimination match. Vetoes are done. And we have a TVZ ready for you. Now, we mentioned this earlier. I will reiterate once again. This is the beginning here of an offline event that's happening in Brazil, but this is the initial group stage. This is group stage 1. Group stage 1, all the pro players and all the GMs, they're seeded later into the tournament. We're still in the early rounds of the event, and here we're featuring more Masters and Diamond players. This is the elimination match. Here we're going to be featuring 2 Diamond players facing off to determine the first player eliminated from Group C. Now, for some greater context, the winner of the series plays against Victor. Victor, he is still in the tournament. Victor, who just lost the previous match, he's still waiting for the winner of this match in one final decider match. Oh boy. Here we go. Hi. Calm down, Papi. Calm down. As the Vitas are done, and we're jumping into El Dorado. Here we go, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of El Dorado, we have the Brazilian Terran player, the blue Terran representing Ximi's Gaming. It is Matrix. Oh, who are we introducing? And bottom right-hand corner, bottom right, we have he's going for the he's going for the 12 pool. We have the Brazilian Zerg player, the red Zerg representing Host Gaming. It is Taipan. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. As Taipan is going for the initial 12 pull into a 13 Gas Geyser. Again, bottom left, Matrix. Let's go. As I mentioned before, these 2 players are a little bit lower ranked compared to the previous players. But of course, they're still fighting their hearts out. Matrix moving in with the SCV Scouts. And I believe this is the lead up for a Roach Rush from the side of Taipan. We've seen this before, going for the early Gas Geyser. Technically, this could be for a Bane Bust as well. True, this could be for a Bane Bust or a Roach Rush. We'll see where the gas is going to be spent. As the SCV does not go into the main. For now, it checks. There is no natural. There's that Roach Warren from Taipan. And the SCV should confirm. What a game. His heart must have been beating so fast. 100%. Like that's the other thing that I don't want to place too much blame on Elevolts, because 100% it's the ace match, right? He's in the ace match of the group stage. He's up against a higher rated player. He knows that he's like been dying the entire game. Like it was a rough game there for him. He was bouncing back. He was so close. Crazy, baby, crazy. Doesn't know how large or how small the army is of his opponent. But we can see Matrix responds with the bunker. So bunker on the high ground. Again, he's aware of the roach rush. Setting up this bunker. Followed by the factory. So delayed CC here from Matrix. Interesting. Going for delayed command center. And checking his vision, he did see the roach warren. He's aware. And we'll see what these roaches can get done. Now, unfortunately, because of the map itself, because of El Dorado, I mean, if you recall, we spoke about this on Neon Violet Square, there are ramps, right? There's ramps, there's high ground that you do need to actually lay siege upon that base. I think there is an Overlord somewhat in position on the right-hand side, so the Overlord can provide vision on the depots, so we can pick up some depots here, and Taipan from this position can drone. You can drone up, you can saturate, there we go. Base is on the way, gas guys is on the way, droning is occurring here for Taipan, and we'll see if he can snipe some of these depots and get some extra value out of these Ravagers. As the Ravagers are waddling in. The Overlord should be moving in position. There we go, here comes the Overlord. And with this, he can try to pick away at the wall. You can see here that Matrix already pre-pulled some of the boys to repair. Matrix going for a 1-1-1, a very late expansion from Matrix. Then you can turn this into a zone 2 base all in. Ooh, as the Overlord overextends. Overlord does overextend. He'll take a couple of hits. Again, if the Overlord goes down, then this rush ends. So Ravager to get a little bit too close. Tank will siege. Tank does siege up. Forces back the Ravagers. And Matrix holds. Oh. Matrix, he does hold. He shuts down not just one, getting a second Overlord as well. Nice damage. Does supply block Taipan. Taipan is supply blocked. Matrix now expanding. Now, as a reminder, this is a late expansion from Matrix. At the same time, though, Taipan has a much lower worker count. He's on that 17 SE or 17 drones. So Matrix is breaking out. He's attempting to. Yeah, base the army in, massive tank shots. Behind this, Matrix going for his second racks, no going into mech. We have seen Matrix play mech before, so I was a little bit concerned, but it's going to be Bio. Working towards Stim. Taipan still droning up, still a very low drone count for Taipan, getting up to 20 workers. As Matrix, he does break out. Forces back Taipan, and Matrix is now expand. Oh. As Taipan, he commits up the ramp. Oh, not worth it. Yeah, not worth it here. Roaches, Ravagers, they are bleeding out. Taipan in a rough position. As the initial Roach Rush just hasn't done enough damage. It delayed the expansion, that is true, but remember, Taipan had a very low drone count as a result. So his own economy is struggling. Matrix is now on 2 bases. You can see here, this is the economic game states. Matrix has been ahead economically the entire game. And Matrix, he should break out with Stim. So Stim is still on the way. Once it's done, he can be active. We have Burrow in production for Taipan. Interesting. Going for Burrow, going for potentially Tunneling Claws. Scan, doesn't see much, does see the second gas geyser at least, but yeah, not much tech in the main. I'm sure Matrix was looking for a lair, and maybe a muta switch. Not uncommon to see like a Spire transition from here into mutas. But there is no lair. Matrix, yeah, he has no fear, he breaks out. He will potentially miss the Ravagers though. Uh-oh. Okay, does spot the army. He should react. Okay, he does respond. He sims in. Catch that reinforcements. Hero Traps in the right position. Going for the tanks. Does it with the Biles. Yeah, Biles are avoided, and the Road Traps is going to be completely cleaned up. Yeah, massive catch here from Matrix. Shuts down the army, and now he can just sim. He can just move across the map. Oh, bleeding out 9 Marines for 10 Roaches and 4 Ravagers. Very efficient trade here from Matrix. Taipan, he's in trouble. Back at home, he has... Does he have link speed? That I'm less certain of. 14 links on the way. He's trying to build up. No link, yeah, no link speed. Yeah, there's no shot. A handful of slow links, a handful of Roaches. Matrix, he breaks free, he breaks out, and he's going in for the kill. Again, it was a cheeky start to the game, but Matrix was able to scout, shut it down. GG gets called, and Matrix will kick things off with a win. GG. We'll take the initial win here. Again, Taipan, he has gone for nothing but aggressive builds and all-in so far here in this tournament, and I wouldn't be surprised if he tries it again. When it comes to the build itself, I mean, going for the initial Roach Rush into droning can be successful. Unfortunately, he didn't really get anything for it. If you remember, he didn't kill the depot, he didn't really get any pickoffs, any Marines, any tanks. The Ravagers were very lackluster. If you recall, he even lost his Overlords, he got supply blocked, and he was just behind economically, right? He just had a really hard time droning from there. GG. GG, well played. And with that, Matrix does take a lead. And we'll see if Taipan goes for another 12 pool. If I'm not mistaken, I believe Taipan has 12 pooled every game so far. We did have a 12 pool drone pool previously. I think it was against Victor, if I'm not mistaken. So we have seen him 12 pool drone pool. I don't see that working here against a Terran player, to be honest, but we'll see. As game 2 is going to be on Amygdala. Here we go. Here we go. As Amygdala is one of the larger maps of the map pool. Much larger map. Known for macro games, I would say that this is not a map to go for something like a rush on, just because it's, again, the map is working against you. Now, it isn't as bad as Neon Violet Square, where it's a large map and it has a ramp as well, so technically there is no ramp coming into the natural, but the rush distance by ground is still quite long on Amygdala, so we'll see. We'll see what Taipan goes for. So we are loading in. We go. As loading into potentially the final game of this series. As a reminder, Victor is still waiting for the winner of this series as well. It's been a bit of a longer group, I will say. Oh god. It's going to be a long night of StarCraft. Let's go. Remember, we're casting 2 groups today. Group C and Group D. So we have another group after this. StarCraft continues. I believe the next group is a ZVZ group, though. If I'm not mistaken. Oh, no, it's a TVT. Never mind. It's a TVT group. It's going to be a long one. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Amygdala, we have our Brazilian Zerg player going for a gas first opener. It is a Taipan. Does open gas first. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Brazilian Terran player for Exemius Gaming. It is Matrix. Or Matrix. Here we go. As Matrix does open up with the SCV Scout, I don't blame him. Meanwhile, Taipan does open up gas first. It's going to be gas pool. This can once again be a Roach Rush. This can be for a Bane Bust. This can be for Fast Lair, technically. Taipan, he has some options. For the most part, Matrix should be able to confirm. That SCV shouldn't go down anytime soon, as that is a second gas geyser. Okay. Okay, I see you. That's a lot of gas. I'm leaning towards fast lair, but we'll keep an eye on Taipan. Otherwise, we could just commit into a roach hole in with this. True. Spawning pool is done. What do you have for us? What do you got? Do we go for the roach warren? Queen is on the way. Not a roach warren. He's building up his gas. The SCV does get into the main and does attempt to scouts, and so far there's nothing really to confirm outside of the gases. And if it is going to be a lair follow-up, the SCV, I believe, should be able to get eyes on this. The Lings will deny the scout, though. Yeah, Lings are out. SCV is going to be zoned away. Queen is done, which means we can now start the lair. Oh, for now, expanding. We have the money for it. Where's the lair? For now, Taipan, he's droning? We have 200 gas. What's the gas for, Pappy? What's it for? Link speed? No shot. No shot. Link speed on the way? Okay. We still have a lot of gas, by the way. We have still 200 gas in the bank. That has to be spent on something. Are we going for a delayed Bane bust? Question mark? I'm waiting for either a Bane bust or I mean, at this point the lair is too late. If it was a lair, would have seen one by now. What's going on? I'm at a loss, Bobby. Going for Overlord speed? Meanwhile, thank you so much for the anonymous tip in the chats for the $13.37. GG, keep it going, lad. Oh, thank you, Poppy. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Thank you for the support. Yeah, Link speed and Overlord speed, by the way. And Taipan, he's still mining gas. He is still not pulled out. That is so much gas right now. And the problem is that if he isn't going for a lair, if he isn't doing anything with the gas, all that gas could be minerals. And that could be extra workers. That could be a faster third base. That could be more queens that can just elevate you coming into a longer macro game. Meanwhile, I should also emphasize, Matrix is responding very hard to this. I believe Matrix is staying on one base. He's going for like a 3-1-1 setup on one base. Matrix, he's getting ready for a one base all in that isn't coming. But because of Matrix's setup here, he has a superior army anyway. Like, he has tanks on the way, he has stim on the way, all on one base, just now landing his natural. Like, Matrix, he reacts quite hard, but he's still in a better position. Like, it's not like he's overreacting to the point where he falls behind. Like, Matrix still in a decent spot. He has 500 gas. Where are we spending our gas, Pappy? What's happening? Okay, so we are rushing into a lair, but this is a very late lair. Like I say, it's an early lair in a standard game, but it's a late lair considering how much gas we have. It's almost a standard lair timing. This is a 4:15 or 4:10 lair timing here. So almost a standard lair timing, which means it was a bit of a waste. This most likely is going to be 2-base Muta. That would make the most sense in my mind, but never mind, we have an Evo Chamber on the way. Double Evo Chamber into double upgrades, or are we walling up? Scan reveals the lair. At this point, Matrix has to be questioning his life. Like, he's like, wait, why is it so late? What's happening? Where was the gas spent? So if this is going to be mutas, we shouldn't make any upgrades here. Like, the Evo Chamber should be there just for a wall, and we shouldn't be investing gas into upgrades. Lair is done, show us the spire. Technically, this could be a crazy build where we go like into an infestation bit, into like 2-base Swarm Host, or into a fast like Hydra Den, into like 2-base Lurker. It's got to be the spire. That would make more gases are on the way. He is going 2-base Lurker. I mean, I'm making the assumption this 2-base Lurker with a Hydrogen. That's crazy. Okay. Never mind. Hydrogen and the Spire. Just throw down all the tech. Just do everything. Give me a Roach Warren, Infestation Pit. Very quirky build here by Taipan. Very quirky. Unfortunately, it's really inefficient, and Matrix, he does have a stronger economic game state currently. He also already has a bunch of his bio upgrades with Stim. I think he already has combat shields as well. He's moving out with his initial bio drop to figure out what's going on. I believe Taipan should be okay against this. He does have Lings amassing. It's only 8 Marines. Does have Stim though. Yeah, he will trade well for himself. Does have to pick up. Unloading once again. Let's go. Yeah, he's gonna get surrounded. Matrix does overextend. And threaten the third. Now, I believe Matrix, he hasn't been able to rescout, so he doesn't know what the lair was for. Not yet. But he's just focusing on his bio production. We have the Liberator on the way. More Marines, Marauders. We do have some mutas on the way. Again, Taipan, he has a massive bank, so he can actually make quite a lot of mutas at the moment. He can make 8 mutas, as long as he doesn't get supply blocked. Taking his third base. Gas is on the way. Yeah, the supply block is going to slow him down, though. Matrix being cheeky. The Liberator will confirm the mutas. Yeah, they do spot the mutas here. That should trigger a response going into turrets. Actually, he just moves out. Yeah, he just moves out. And I'll be honest, without Baneling defense, I don't see Taipan surviving this. Going Ling Muta, there's just nothing to do with Mass Marine. Like, Mass Marine can just get out of hand, get out of control. We have Hydra upgrades on the way, so it looks like Taipan is trying to switch into Hydra tech after revealing his mutas. But the problem is, as many twists and turns that Taipan has gone for, like, just a straight up Marine push should end the game. It takes out all the mutas, takes down the expansion. Lings, they trickle in, they're going to be shut down by the Marines. And there is nothing left here. Does another step forward, takes down all the Overseers. Pushing in. And I appreciate the quirkiness out of the build for Taipan. Unfortunately, it doesn't come together here. It just doesn't come together. There's just nothing here to defend. Matrix, he can stim and he can win. And shout out to Taipan for competing in the tournament, for competing actually often enough to actually qualify for the event as well, as he was able to be invited. But GG gets called. And Matrix, he will overwhelm. He will take the series 2-0 and advance on to the decider match. GG. GG. Well played. Whew. Matrix, he does take the series. Again, Taipan, it looked like he was maybe trying to do a little bit too much. Typically, when we do open up early gases, if the plan is to go into something like a fast lair, then you better rush into it. Otherwise, you're kind of losing that early tech advantage. There was just so much time there where we had so much gas banked up and nothing was being spent on it. As you mentioned before, if you're mining all this gas, if not using it, then that could have been otherwise mineral mining, which could have been used on more queens, on more drones, on a better economy, on a faster third base, to get into a superior early to mid game as well. Mining that much gas has to be spent somewhere, whether it's a lair, roaches, whether it's a Bane bust, right? There are different options with how you want to approach that, whether it's rushing into either kind of tech path. But without going into anything early on, then alas, Taipan did fall behind. And that's why the series looked as dominant as it did in favor of Matrix. GG. GG, well played. With that, Matrix does take the series. And now we're getting ready for the final series of Group C. Up next is going to be a best of 3 between Matrix and Victor. Oh boy. Here we go. So we are setting up for that final series. Again, Victor, we just featured him in that intense TVP earlier up against Elevolts. Elevolts did knock him down, and Elevolts was the first player to make it out of the group. But Victor, he's still in the group itself. He gets knocked down to the decider match, so he still has another chance to redeem himself to make it out against Matrix in another PvT. Now, Matrix is a very different kind of player. I will say, as I mentioned before, Matrix is a lower ranked player. He is Diamond, as opposed to Elevolts and Victor, who are Masters. So Elevolts and Victor, they were both favored to make it out of the group, but we'll see if Matrix can cause an upset and bring him down. Matrix does have a different approach to things. We have seen him play mech before, so we'll see if he can upset Victor. Likewise, I'm sure Victor is very frustrated after the last series. It was very close, very intense. He was even ahead at certain points, even in that last game. So we'll see if he can shake it off and bring it back. For now, we're going to be going on a short break. And when we come back, we'll have that final series of the group. Not of the tournaments, not of the broadcast, because remember, after we wrap up this group, we have another fresh group lined up as well. The StarCraft continues. For now, take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, and get ready for the decider match. See you soon. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the decider match, the final series of Group C of the Brazilian StarCraft 2 circuit. We have our TVP. We have in the bottom left-hand corner, we have Victor for host gaming. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Brazilian Terran player, the blue Terran for Eximius Gaming. It is Matrix. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamma time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into, again, the decider match. Oh, hello. As we jump into the decider match here of our best of three, of our Group C. Final series of the group. Do you see that Victor, he does have 100% win rate against Matrix. Again, Victor, he is coming in as the favorite player. But remember, Victor, he also had 100% win rate against Elevolts. And Elevolts, he was able to take his first game and his first series against him. He was able to pop off. Meanwhile, the SCV has arrived. And are we going for the eBay block at the natural? Looks like we are not, just going for the SCV scout into the main. Meanwhile, Matrix does open up double gas. So double gas opener out of Matrix, going for the earlier factory. Oh, going for the going for a gas deal? In TVP, it's crazy. Oh my god. SCV does barely survive, does get away. Gas guys are under fire and hopefully does cancel in time. Oh, was it cancelled? That I'm less certain of. Was able to gas steal, but alas, the gas was dealt with. And with that, Victor, he does break out. As he does get a kill on the probe, not bad. Does kill the probe. Victory regains control of his own main. And we're settling in. Well, already a chaotic start. Already chaotic. He's crazy, man. He's crazy. Trying to go for the eBay block, but at this point it's too late. The SCV just has so little HP. Oh, the SCV goes down as well. He gets punished for overextending, for trying to go for the eBay. Back at home, we have a 2-1-1 setup. This is more unorthodox. On one base, by the way. So basically, at this point, Matrix should have a CC on the way. Instead of a command center, second racks. This screams one base all in. I say this screams one base all in. As a reminder, our players are a little bit more lower ranked, so this might just be, in Matrix's mind, some safer play, but this should be the beginning of an all in. Like this should be the beginning here of a committed play. From here, we can go for a third racks. We can go for a stim timing. We can pull the boys and commit across the map into that one base all in. Instead, we're going for the starport, but still on 1 CC. So no second racks, but going for the starport instead. Hallucination will confirm the entire production setup in the main, and also confirms the lack of expansion. So Victor, he does see how committed Matrix is on one base, as he already has a tank in production. Now, upon seeing this, Victor, he should be responding more defensively. We should be seeing shield batteries, extra gateways. It is going to be a Twilight Council opener here by Victor going into Blink. Right now, I believe he's on 2 gates. We should be seeing up to 3, up to 4 gateways. As there's the 3rd gate. So already a 3-gate setup. Hallucination moving out. From here, we can even go for a robo, but Victor, he should not be expanding. He should not be taking a 3rd. Not here. Not against this. Yes, here we go. The army moves out. A couple of boys are being pulled. And Matrix, he's committing to the one base all in. Rallying out with his army. Now, he does not have stim. This is purely Marine Tank Liberator. So the main bulk of the DPS is going to come in the tank. The bio army is just there to defend, to protect the tank, I should say. Oh, a very good response here. Victor, how do you shut down a one base all in? DTs. All it takes is one Dark Templar. That's game. That's game then and there. Just because scans are so limited because of the one command center. Meanwhile, Victor trying to slow down the push. Matrix moving in. Again, he's muling, and he should be because he's only on one base, which means no scan. No scans are available. Does take over the natural. Now, killing the natural doesn't matter. This is nice damage, but the reality here is that Matrix, he has to do more than this. He has to break into the main and end the game. Meanwhile, Victor taking it slow. He does catch reinforcements. Very nice pickups. He gets 1, he gets 2 Marines. Tank to siege. Nice punish. Very nice punish. But alas, he has no support. The tank is under fire. Natural goes down. Matrix, he has to keep going. Dark Shrine is done. And here come the DTs. Yeah, Victor again, he was very patient. He bought enough time. DTs wander in. There's the first scan. Can he get an DT? Oh, he gets none. Yeah, he doesn't get any of the Dark Templar. They do get away. He needs another scan. He doesn't have one. DT getting free damage. And he's running out of steam. He's running out of army. The tank is going down. Liberator puts in some work. We're down to 2 Marines. Down to 1. 1 Marine left. And there's nothing here. There's nothing here. Now, technically, you could try to re-expand from this position. It's 1 base versus 1 base. Raven is on the way. A handful of Marines. But the all-in has failed. At this point, the all-in has failed. Again, DTs are just such a good response to this sort of play. Just because of the limited energy. And Victor, he re-expands. He takes over the map. Moving in. Unfortunately, Matrix, he just was unable to deny the scouts or recognize what's going on. And now Victor, he maintains a greater economy. He has a higher probe count, 33 probes, taking a faster natural. We can see Matrix, he throws down another, right? Let's go. He throws down another Rax. This tells us that it looks like he's going to commit into a second wave, into a second all-in. At this point, the longer this game goes on, the better it is for Victor. The better it is for the Protoss. Matrix, he moves in with the Cyclone. Gets caught out. Does get caught. We have more Cyclones on the way. Safety bunker for our Terran player as well, just to be secure at his main. And there is a chance if Victor's too greedy, right? If he takes a third base, if he takes up too hard, then there definitely is a chance here for Matrix. Gets behind the mineral line, denies mining, not bad. Does deny mining. But last he should be cleaned up. Still building up more Marines. And here comes the second wave. Again, there's no expansion, so this is it. This is it. It's all here for Matrix. Now, this time he has the Raven, so he doesn't even need scans. He's better prepared against the Dark Templar. Matrix, he's up in army supply. He can still pull this off. That's a lot of Blink Stalkers there. It's a very efficient army. Victor, he should be trying to slow this down. Ideally, Victor's win condition would be to snipe the Raven. If he can snipe the Raven, he can just keep warping in DTs. Oh! Going for the Liberator. The Liberators have to set up. The boys are here. The boys are being pulled. Stalkers, they're buying time, going for the Lib. Lib takes a lot of damage. Boys are here to repair. They're here to repair. Oh, bleeding out a couple of SCVs. And again, the longer this goes on, the better it is for Victor, as Victor is warping in more waves of units. Shield batteries are being thrown down. These are late shield batteries. They are late. Oh. They attempt to come in from behind. Matrix moving in. Nice auto turrets. He's up against slow lots. Liberator goes down. He gets one. Likewise, Victor is catching reinforcements. There's a recall. Recalling under the Liberation Zone. Do we have any auto turrets? Oh, Raven goes down. Massive pig off DTs. They warp in defensively. And Victor, he should hold. He should hold. Do we have a scan? No scan. No scan. Marines, they all go down. That was the final push here from Matrix. GG gets called, and Victor, he will take a lead in the series. GG. Victor, he does survive, he does take a lead. Again, Matrix, he had potential with the first all-in, but unfortunately, he got scouted. And again, just a really good response there by Victor. I guess this is a good example for the Protoss players out there. If you ever encounter something like a one-base all-in, again, Dark Templar are such a clean response, just because there's no answer to that. Just because your opponent, when they're going for a one-base all-in, should be muling. They should be muling their hearts out because they have such a limited economy to begin with, so chances are they will not have scans, and even if they did, the scans will be very limited because they only have one orbital base. So DT is just a very secure way to just shut down these kind of all-ins, and with that, Victor takes a lead. Victor does take a lead. Now we're getting ready for game number 2. Game 2 is going to be on Frostline. Going to be loading into one of the larger maps in the map pool. It is a larger map, but it's also very open in the center, very open at the 3rd and 4th bases. I would say because this is a larger map, even larger than Leylines, all-ins, they're a little bit more awkward on this map, and I will say I do actually really enjoy like 2 and 3 base all-ins. Like 2 and 3 base play can be very powerful on Frostline. 1 base play, a little bit less so, but we'll see. We could even see a proxy. True. Could be a proxy. Matrix, he isn't the cheesiest of players, but because he knows that he is the underdog in the series, he's trying to catch Victor with his pants down, trying to catch him out. We'll see if he can. See if he can as we are loading into game 2. Let's go. Let us go. This morning in the top right hand corner of Frostline, the bottom left hand corner, bottom left hand corner, we have the Brazilian Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Host Gaming, leading the series 1-0. It is Victor. Ranked 15 in the overall standings. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the blue Terran player, the blue Terran himself from Brazil. For Eximius Gaming, it is Matrix. Or Matrix. Let's go. Once again, our eyes are going to be on this SCV. Last game, Matrix did commit into a one-way all-in into a 2-on-1 setup with tanks and liberators. And we'll see what he goes for here in game number 2. Again, he knows he's the underdog in the series. I'm sure that's a big factor as to why he did go for the initial cheese and the all-in in game 1. You see, of course, the history between the two players, the recent results, or their only results. That is from last year. But now Matrix, he fully walls off in his main, which means he does deny the scout. Victor, he's in the dark. He doesn't know what's going on. Now, this could be a CC on the high ground. This time we do get the eBay as well. Nicely done. This time we don't mess around with any kind of gas steal. eBay is on the way, trying to force the unnatural natural. Likewise, Matrix, he fully walls off at the main. And is this for a factory or is this for a command center? With the double gas, it should be factory. Should be a factory follow-up. eBay is left at the natural. And we'll see how Victor responds. He's forced to make the Zealot. Likewise, you can see Victory scouting for proxies. Making sure nothing crazy is going on. There's no proxy factory, no proxy starport. No proxy BC. So already a better start for Matrix compared to last game. Do you have a Twilight Council opener out of Victor? Meanwhile, Matrix, he's got that factory, and we'll see if he throws down another Rax. Does he commit into another one base all-in, or does he expand from here? Because he can still expand. He can still take a natural. This doesn't have to be an all-in. As here we go. Yep, there it is, Command Center. Command Center's on the way, so we are expanding. We're macroing up. Let's go. No cheese, not this time. It is going to be an aggressive start with the faster factory, that is true, but we're still going for the Command Center. We will expand. Not going to be expanding here. Meanwhile, we do have our Blink base opener from Victor. He's still trying to piece together what's going on. Going for Blink, going for extra gateways, still has yet to expand. So technically, Matrix has the faster natural, true. Stalkers are moving in, Bunker's still on the way. That does force a recall, nice pickup. Does take down the Zealots. Matrix, he defends, he does gain map control. Behind this, we do have another Rax on the way, another 2 Raxes. If I'm not mistaken, I believe this is a 3-1-1 setup here. I believe those are Raxes before the starport, so that is actually quite aggressive. This is the beginning of a 2-base all-in. So I actually really like this setup here. I mentioned before that I'm very fond of 2 or 3 base aggressive plays, or even 2 and 3 base all-ins on Frostline. We'll get into it. BB Helling gets across the map, late expansion here by Victor. He does confirm the late expansion. But basically what's happening here is that because of the extra Raxes, because of how late the starport is, we are delaying medevac or delaying any starport production in favor of stim. So really early stim here from Matrix. Now this, oh well, that is catching me. Wait, what? I was gonna say really early stim, really early combat shields, and this can lead into you pull the boys and you go for a massive stim timing, massive stim all in. Magfield accelerators is out of left field. That I'm less certain of. Okay. That means there's not going to be much tank support. As Stalkers, they push forward, they pick up 1, 2 SCVs. Oh, just 1 for now. Tank is getting in position. Now, my concern, and the way that this is going to work out instead now, I believe we're still working towards Stim, but typically this all-in would hit with like 2 or 3 tanks. Like 2 to 3 tanks here with the bio army, and the tanks are the backbone of the army. Now with Magfield accelerators, clearly we're going to have cyclone production, not tank production, which is going to be a bit of a different kind of way about this, I suppose. I mean, cyclones, they can support the army quite well. They can trade well against stalkers, less so against chargelets though. I mean, they're not going to have any splash damage. I mean, that's the downside. They're going to be more high impact. Wait. He's getting Magfield, but he's making a second tank. Wait. Wait, hold on. Is that a mistake? Like, as in Magfield? Is that, I mean, one of them has to be a mistake, right? Like, either we should be making more cyclones, or we shouldn't be getting Magfield accelerators. We only have 1 cyclone, baby. What's going on? Matrix. What's happening? Okay. Well, for now, we're getting the upgrade. Magfield accelerators is now done. We have 1 cyclone to take advantage of that. We're going to make another. We're still waiting to see. Stalkers 8 turn and tanks on siege. Oh, he gets 1. Takes out 1 tank already. Massive pickup. Yeah, already a massive start here for Victor. Oh, he's making another tank. Okay, it was a mistake. God damn. So he is making additional tanks. He's not making cyclones. So it looks like that may have been a bit of a mistake there. As in, he might have actually tried to have made combat shields on the other racks. As combat shields now on the way. Because usually you'd have 2 racks with 2 tech labs with this. That's my theory, at least. For now, the army is still building up. Right now, it is on Victor to slow down the push and slow down the all-in. He has to slow it down, ideally pick off Marines. I mean, ideally pick off tanks, which he already got 1, which was already a massive start. Okay, now going back to Cyclones. Starport is on the way. I'm concerned if Matrix plans on waiting for the Starport. If he plans on waiting, then this is going to be quite delayed. Time is of the essence when it comes to this all-in. And if he waits too long, the Colossus are going to arrive. And the reality is that against any kind of bio all-in like this, whether it's on 2 or 3 bases, Colossus are perfect. Like, Colossus, they completely shut this down because this is so Marine heavy. As Matrix, he does make the army in. Nice tank shot. Tank shot goes off. Now he is actually going back into Cyclone production. Okay. Okay. Oh, he's getting a turret. Combat shields is done. He's gonna have 1 medevac. And we need to send it across the map. He's throwing down another Rax. The longer this goes on, the more it looks like he plans on getting into a longer game, which means he's fully behind economically. Like right now, Matrix, he has almost double the army supply. Like, he has a massive army. Now is the time. Like, now is the time to make use of said army before he loses the lead. Right? Like, before things go in favor of Victor. Like, here, there's already 1 Colossus. There's already 1 Colossus out. We have 4 gates on the way, plus 2. The longer this goes on, the better it's going to be for the Protoss. Links into the main, delaying some of the production. This will force a reaction by Matrix. Oh, he doesn't care. Let's go! We're going for the base trade! Boys are being pulled. He just commits. I mean, he just commits across the map. Now there should be a recall. There should be a recall. There it is. Does recall back home. And it's all about this Colossus. There's no shield batteries. There are force fields. It's all about, can Matrix get on top of the Colossus? If he can end the game. Can end the game. He does him in. Up the Colossus. That takes a lot of hits, takes a lot of damage. Lock-ons are real. Can he get it? The lock-ons! He can! Colossus goes down. Massive pick-off, and the boys are here. And with that, he breaks through. The Colossus goes down. He sims in. He sims, and he looks to win. Now, there's 1 more Colossus on the way. It's in production. In production in the main. Matrix, he has to keep going. He has to keep going. He can't waste his time with the natural. He has to go for the kill. He has to go for the throats. There is a force field available. The Colossus has arrived. He does scan. He does see. He does see the Colossus. Pushing up this ramp is not going to be easy. The tank is going to fall. He stims. There's a force field. Yeah, massive force field on the army. It's slowing him down. We have a second Colossus on the way. Oh no, another force field. Brutal. And the force field's already saying he gets a Colossus. Oh, but the lock-ons. Mate, the macro accelerators is paying off. the Cyclones have slimed both Colossus, by the way. Medevacs do overextend. Another force field, but the army gets in. This time the Marines, they do stim on forward. They shut down the main army. Sentries go down. The Colossus is about to pop. He needs the Robo. He needs to snipe the Robo. The Colossus has arrived, but it may not matter. Oh, the army's overstimmed. Heavily overstimmed at this point. The Colossus does kite back, but only one Colossus remains. And Matrix, he may have just done it. May have just done it. The 2 base all in, papi. Let's go. Show us the main. Zelta forcing some heavy fire. Again, the army's overstimmed. The Colossus does push forward. No shot. Is he holding? Is he holding on? There's one tank left. Matrix, no shot. He's no. Matrix. That one Colossus may have just won him the game. Victor. He cleaned up all the bio. He cleans up the final tank. Matrix, he was so close. Again, it took him a long time to get into the main base. It took him a long time to get into the production. He came so close to breaking Victor. So close. And Victor, he has a third. He has a better economy. He has a higher economy. He's up in workers. He's on 2 bases. Oh no. I think Matrix, he's cursing out the map. He's like, no. I mean, again, Frostline has a long rush distance by ground, so it takes even longer to get across the map. And Victor, he holds. He holds on. Again, if we had gotten into the main base sooner, then most likely we kill the Robo sooner. That Colossus doesn't pop out. Greater army. Matrix, he was so close. So close, man. It was impressive. Like, shout out to the Cyclones. Remember, the Cyclones, they slimed to both Colossus, by the way. And now Victor, he's arrived. He can flex his micro. He's got the 1 Colossus on 1 HP. I think it is on 1 HP, by the way. Like, it's... Ay. Oh my god. Takes the tank shot to the face. Has to calm down. Gets behind the mineral line. Liberator does 9 mining at the 3rd. Dark Shrine is on the way. Okay. Can Matrix still recover from here? So Matrix, he is... not quite. Oh, the lib! I mean, it tickles... Oh, here comes the second. Let's go! Liberator is going to go down. Not quite the Colossus, but nice catch nonetheless. Okay. Matrix, he has mules. He has 2 bases. Victor has Dark Templar. There's 1 Colossus that's barely standing. I believe the Robo wasn't rebuilt, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong there, though. We'll keep an eye on the production. Matrix is still in this game, but Matrix, he's down in supply. He's getting caught. Yeah, he's getting caught out. Ooh, losing both Liberators. Losing the Cyclone as well. Ay. We can't afford these losses, Pat. We can't afford it. Bobby. Yeah, with the blink control, yeah, he cleans this up. He shuts down the tanks, the Marines, the Marauders. There's nothing left. GG. Good luck in the next round. Shout out to Matrix. Wishing him good luck. Less than 3. And Victor, he will take the series 2-0, advancing on into Group Stage 2. GG. GG, well played. Shout out to Matrix, by the way. Again, I was trying to emphasize this earlier. Matrix, he's a diamond player. Like, there is a league disparity. There's a league disparity between Matrix and Victor. Like, there is a league disparity. There's a bigger MMR disparity between them. Victor, he came in as a favorite player, but Matrix, despite that, put on a good show. Put on a good show, a good series here. Again, he almost forced the ace match. He almost brought him down. That was insanely close when it came to the all-in. And again, like, I can see a world where he does take that, where if he had a little bit more urgency, or if he had just a little bit more pushing him forward faster into the main, into the production, onto that Robo, if he denies that final Colossus, GG. GG like that. Ah, so close. So close. Regardless, GG well played. Shout out to Matrix for popping off here and doesn't quite take the game, but made for an entertaining series nonetheless. Congratulations to Victor as he does advance on into Group Stage 2, second place out of Group C. Congratulations. And with that, let's catch up on the group. Let's catch up on the group. Let's catch up on the brackets. Here we go. As we switch our scenes over. And we have our group stage. Okay, so already here we have Group A and Group B already finalized. Of course, we do have that was casted yesterday. If you missed out on the group stage on day one, I recommend it. We had some very entertaining matches that was casted yesterday. Of course, here we have the finale of Group C. Elevolts came out in first place, and it's going to be updated soon. Victor came out in second. So Victor, he does come out in second place here. Out of Group C. Likewise, we have Group D getting ready, about to be featured here and now. We have our next and final group of Group Stage 1. Again, this is Group Stage 1. Group Stage 2 is going to be in 2 weeks' time. This is where all the GMs are seeded in. All the pro players have been seeded into Group Stage 2. That is where they face off against the players that have made it out of Group Stage 1. So it gets more and more harder, or it gets more difficult from here, so best of luck to these players. Up next, we have the final group. We have Group D. We're going to be featuring 2 Terrans, 1 Zerg, sorry, 3 Terrans and 1 Zerg. We have Kid B, Purple, Dakon, and Brodetox. Let's go. So 3 Terrans and a Zerg. We're going to be going on a short break. Vetoes are underway, and once we are done, we'll be jumping into the TVT between Kid B and Purple. We'll see you soon after the break. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the group stage, Group Stage 1 of the Brazilian StarCraft 2 circuit. Oh, we are here. We are halfway through the broadcast. It's going to be a long one. We're already 4 hours in. Oh, no. Not like this, maybe not like this. We are halfway through. We just wrapped up with Group C. Group C has just concluded, and now we are beginning Group D, the TVT group. As in the top right-hand corner, we do have Kid B, the Brazilian Terran for Eximius Gaming. Here we go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the blue Terran player for Eximius Gaming. It is a purple. Why is purple not purple? That's a good question. God damn it. Regardless, if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamma time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we face off with our initial TVT. Interesting setup here as Kid B is opening up 2x Reaper on the low ground. Okay, I'm assuming 2x Reaper, by the way, as we are setting up. Again, Rax has been thrown down. Meanwhile, double gas opener out of purple. Purple going for a much more standard setup. Kid B does go for the same build, just with a low ground Rax into a low ground factory, as he does not throw down that second Rax whatsoever. Okay, now this is a little bit risky. The reason why this is risky, on the one hand, sure, you do get a wall off early on the low ground, but in TVT that doesn't really matter. Where in TVT, like early game Reaper harass does ignore, the initial opening. You can go up the Reaper cliff into the main. The reason why this is risky, I would say, is because your production is exposed. Your production is going to be exposed, which means that early tank pushes, which are not uncommon in this matchup, can punish that low ground setup and can punish your production, not just the expansion. So that is my big concern coming into this here. We'll see if purple is able to punish Kid B coming into this game. Now, when it comes to the overall skill level, I mentioned this before, I'll mention it again. We are in Group Stage 1, so this is where we do have some lower ranked players, like Diamond players and Masters players. They're currently facing off in the early group stage of the tournament. Again, all the pros and all the GMs have been seeded further into the main event. Meanwhile, as I said, this is a big shout to Defiance RTS in the chat. God, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great, I'm assuming, ladder session as well. Thank you so much. Assuming ladder, unless you were maybe competing in a tournament or casting in events. But otherwise, thank you so much. Hope you had a great time. And welcome. Welcome one and all to El Brasileiro Circuito de StarCraft 2, the Brazilian StarCraft 2 circuit. Welcome. Welcome one and all. This is the beginning of an eventual offline event happening in Sao Paulo, happening in Brazil. That is going to be taking place in June. So the offline event is in June, but the online portion begins now. As we have purple getting his own command center back at home. Likewise, so is Kid B. We do have our 1-1-1s on the way. We're settling in. Settling in. Purple does dive into the main. He does overwhelm the Reaper, going for the mid line, going for the SCVs. We didn't mention this, but the wall up on the low ground does not stop the wall, does not stop the Reapers going into the main, and the Reaper does fall. Massive pick off. Purple gets one Reaper. Kites well against these SCVs. Worker's going to be going down. Getting one. Getting two. Getting two SCVs is getting out of hand already. Kid B, he does have a Cyclone in production. But until then, he will bleed out 3 workers. And it's going to bleed out a 4th as well. Cyclone has arrived, will force this back. Gets one Reaper. Does get one Reaper. Purple, he does have a much stronger start to the game. Does take an economic lead. And oh my god, that I was not expecting. 1-1-1 into BC. Fusion Core's on the way. Fusion Core is on the way here for Kid B. So he's rushing into battle cruisers at the same time. Reaper Hellion cannot push into the natural. Fusion Core is hidden in the main. Yeah, as we do see the scan. Now the scan does miss the Fusion Core, does get eyes on the 1-1-1, does see the Tech Lab on the Starport, but that is not uncommon. Going for Banshee play or going for Raven openers, which is very standard, is normal in TVT. So right now there is no sign of Battlecruiser. Meanwhile, we do have the Raven opener out of purple. So again, going into Raven Tank, this is a standard setup here from the side of purple. I say Raven Tank going Cyclone first, delaying his tank production. Now, the early Cyclone production for purple is actually going to help him quite a lot here against the BC. Likewise, you can always disable the BC as well. Oh, we're going mech. God damn it. We're making it up. No. The Rax floats over. It's the messenger of the apocalypse. He screams, "We're meching it up." Ah, no. He doesn't need any Raxes. Not like this. Not where he's going. As, yeah, with that, we have our battle cruisers building up from the side of Kid B. They're on the way. Now, thankfully, this isn't 2-port BC or anything crazy like that, but we should be seeing extra factories. For now, very fast command center, very greedy play here from Kid B. Meanwhile, tank is in position. Kid B setting up a contain. Rax is here for vision. And purple, he will disable. The unsiege though. Does unsiege in time. The cyclone should chase him down though. Where's the lock-on? There it is. Lock-on on the tank, and the tank should not escape. Nicely done. Now, that was a good pickoff, but he did just spend his disable on the tank, which means now there is no matrix for the battlecruiser. At least not yet. So that is a concern. You know, Sim is on the way for purple. He does have, I believe, 2 cyclones. Rax is on fire. Now, he can't lose this Rax because, remember, you still need the Rax as a prerequisite to actually make factories. So that is a concern here for Kid B as he's still in 1 factory. BC gets spotted. He does know. There's a stable. Where are the Cyclones? Yeah, Cyclones out of position, but they do get the lock on, and the first BC is going to be completely shut down. Very nice catch here from purple. He shuts down the battlecruiser. It does have a teleport, but will not get away. And Kid B, he's in trouble. Kid B, he has what to defend. He has 1 tank. He has 1 tank on the way. He has 1 Cyclone. He has SCVs. He has, remember, he went for a fast 3rd CC. That is why there's no production here, because Kid B, he rushed and raced into an expansion. You can see on the minimap, he's floating his CC over. He's trying to expand, but no shot. And again, we spoke about this. The downside of having a production at the natural is that the production is exposed. The production is exposed. The production is being camped as we speak. Oh, does take a lot of tank shots to the face. But alas, the factory is being camped, and alas, this tank should not be able to escape. BC's on the way. And tank goes down. Kid B, he does have vision. Uh-oh. Where's the scan? There it is. There's a scan on the tank. The final tank falls. The BC is halfway done, but the starport should fall. It's going to be close though. It's going to be close. This is a messy engage here from purple, but still a successful one. More star... What? He's throwing down more starports. He's crazy. He can't do it. Factory goes down. He cannot make a starport. He can't make anything. He will lose the factory, lose starboard. GG gets called, and purple, he will take game number 1. GG. The hell did we just watch? What the hell just happened? That was crazy. GG, well played. Kid B being so greedy here, going into an initial BC rush, followed by a 3rd command center, followed by 3 more starports. Just a crazy setup there from Kid B. Very greedy, and if purple was passive, he would have gotten away with it. I think that's also important to note. You know, if purple he was more passive, if he didn't realize how much of an advantage he had, then Kid B would have snowballed out of control. But purple, he did punish. And again, we also got to showcase as well why we often do not see those low ground production setups, because again, once you see it, tank pushes are quite common in this matchup, and once you take control of the low ground, you take control of the production, you end the game. GG, well played. Again, Kid B, his production was so exposed, and it got shut down. But now we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. How do we adjust? How do we approach this? As game 2 is going to be on ley lines. The Zerglord retired. Yes. Unfortunately, the Zerglord did retire quite some time ago. I'm a big fan of the Zerglord, and I have a lot of love for the Zerglord as well, but unfortunately, he did retire quite some time ago. I have seen him pop into the chat every now and then. I say it every now and then. I think it was at the start of the year, like in January. I think the Zerglord, he popped by the chat, just dropping by. You know, he still enjoys StarCraft, like as a more casual viewer. But yeah, unfortunately, he doesn't compete nowadays. As spawning in the top right hand corner of ley lines, we have the bottom left hand corner of ley lines. We have the Brazilian Terran player, the red Terran representing CBSC Gaming. Down in the series, it is Kid B. not Kid A. Smurge. And in the top right hand corner, we have the other Brazilian Terran player, the blue Terran representing Eximius Gaming, as well as their teammates. It is Purple, who is not purple but is blue. Yeah, close. I mean, I guess both colors are close. Like blue and red makes purple. Meanwhile, Purple setting up for a proxy. Okay, looking to spice things up here. We have one Rax back at home, one across the map. This is a very middle of the road proxy. It's 2 Rax Reaper. Kid B once again, low ground setup. I'm really not fond of this in TBT. This has value against Zerg, 100%. It has value against Zerg, but against Protoss and Terran, I feel like it hurts the Terran player more than anything. Just because they're putting so much out in the open and they're exposing themselves so much more than they need to. Oh my god. Okay, sorry, misread on my part. I thought there was a Rax at home. Proxy 2 Rax Reaper. Meanwhile, Kid B, he does SCV Scout. He does confirm the Rax is missing. Now, technically, the Rax could be hidden in a mineral line at the natural at the 3rd base. But at least he scouts. And at least he is aware. Oh, I assumed it was Proxy Reaper. My apologies. Proxy Marauder. Tech Lab is on the way. Marauder is going to be in production here for Purple. Meanwhile, we have a safety bunker in the main. But once again, we spoke about how you're exposed when you go for this kind of build. Kid B, he has a bunker in the main base. That's great. But remember, there's a depot and a Rax at the natural. Like, his production is exposed. His depot is exposed. That is not going to be protected by the bunker. So this is a PSA for those out there in the chat. Don't open like this in TBT. It's crazy. I don't think the benefits outweigh the cons. You know what? I could be mistaken though. You know what? We'll see. We'll see. Let's see if Kid B can pull this off. As so far, he does move out across the map. Reaper towards the main. Now, what I will say, if you recall, Purple, he has nothing at home. He has nothing at home to defend. I believe he has no production, so he has to rely on his SCVs to survive this. Reaper breaks in. We'll throw in the middle line. Boys are being pulled. Kid B, he has to make sure he doesn't get surrounded. So he does kite well. Marauders have arrived. They're going for the natural, and again, there is a free depot for them. Is that free depot? Depot goes down. Kid B is supply blocked. Meanwhile, the Reaper doesn't get 2 SCVs across the map. Not bad. Now going for the production, going for the Rax. Reaper takes a lot of damage, but does get a 3rd SCV, does get a 4th SCV, gonna get a 5th. Marauders, they're built to break down bunkers, bear that in mind. And they can even just ignore the bunker. Yeah, the bunker is not quite protecting the ramp. Factories under fire. The supply block is brutal. Kid B, he has no depot on the way. He's just microing his heart out. Yo, let's go. He can win the game with the 1 Reaper. Meanwhile, at the same time, factory goes down. 0 mining for Kid B. And all we need is 1 unit at home to defend, and Purple should be okay. He's bleeding out a lot of SCVs, to be fair. That's a lot of workers falling. Losing Ace, 9 SCVs, 10 SCVs. Oh god, this is getting out of hand. Oh no, the Reaper. No, the Reaper goes down. Gets 11 workers. I mean, that's a valiant Reaper, but the reality here is that is so many Marauders. He doesn't have to push. He doesn't have to break this. He does not have to fight that bunker. Calm down. All he has to do is just deny mining. Just deny mining in the mineral line. He does not have to fight the bunker. Kid B is supply blocked. He can't make anything. Now, the plus side of Kid B losing SCVs is that he will free supply. So fine, nice kiting here with the Marauders. Does kill 8 SCVs. Now going for the Marines. And yeah, GG. GG, well played. As Purple, he will overwhelm the main. And Purple, he will claim the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Purple, he will claim the series 2-0. He will advance on into the next round. He will advance on into the winners match. GG, well played. And with that, that leads us into our next series in the group. Remember, it's 4 players. There's 4 players in total. It's 4 players GSL group. Purple, he advances on to the winners match. Kid B gets knocked down to the losers match. And now we are getting ready for our next best of 3. We're getting ready for our ZBT, I believe. Getting ready for our next matchup. It's going to be a best of 3 between Ducklings and Projectox. Let's go. So we are setting up. Beautiful. So again, it's 3 Terrans and 1 Zerg in this group. It's Kid B, Projectox, and Purple as the 3 Terrans, and we have Ducklings as the 1 lone Zerg. No Protosses. No Protosses in this group. We did, of course, have Victor advancing on previously in Group C. But here in Group D, just Terran and Zerg. Or mainly Terran and 1 Zerg. And we'll see who can make it through. Coming into this, I would say that Ducklings is the favorite player. Ducklings, he is Masters. Projectox, less so, but again, we have seen upsets before. True. Could see them again. Looks like we need a little bit of time, though. It looks like our players need some time to get ready and to get into this lobby, so we're going to be going on a short break. And when we return, we'll have our next best of 3. We'll see you soon in a couple of minutes. See you soon. Bye. See you soon. and welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to our second series of Group D of the initial group stage here of the StarCraft 2 Brazilian circuit. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have our next set of players. We have our Brazilian, bottom right, we have our Brazilian Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team Hellfire. It is Ducklings. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Brazilian Terran player, the blue Terran. It is, for the bad, Projectox. Or Projecto X. Let's go. Let us go. And again, if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we do jump into our fresh best of 3. Now, coming into this, I did mention that Ducklings was Masters. My apologies. I didn't realize that he actually is GM. So he is one of our few GMs in the initial group stage. He is favored to make it out in this group in first place. Projectox is Masters. They're not too far away when it comes to their MMR. I will say that. And we'll see how they do compared to each other. Meanwhile, we do have a hatch first opener, hatch into a spawning pool, late gases out of Ducklings. Interesting setup here. Meanwhile, Project going for a standard opener back at home. Does go for his own standard opener. SCV Scout does confirm lack of gases, does confirm the spawning pool. This could be a gasless opener. We could be just going hatch, pool, hatch here from Ducklings. It is very risky going for that kind of build here on a smaller map like Whistles of Gold. I should say welcome one and all to the smallest map in the current map pool. Known for aggression, known for all-ins, known for rushes. Aggression is favored on this map, so it can be quite risky being too greedy here. As Ducklings, he does go for the delayed gas. Okay, so it's going to be hatch, pool, gas. This does mean earlier queens, earlier link production, but later link speed for Ducklings. So later link speed here from our red Zerg player. Meanwhile, we do see Progetto back at home just going for a standard opener himself, just Rax expand. I would say that these two players, Project as well as Ducklings, are both favored to make it out of this group, but both Purple and Kid B can definitely threaten them as well. So I'm ready, I'm excited, as Reaper does move out. Ooh, meanwhile, we now see what the purpose was for the early pool. We do have a early Roach Warren. Reaper dips in, and the Reaper does not confirm, does not scout, does not get behind the mineral line, barely doesn't see what's going on. But now this makes more sense. Again, the delayed gases here does mean that we're just skipping link speed. We're skipping link speed entirely, we're rushing into Roaches instead. Lings, they poke in, they check the natural, and they will delay the CC. Nice pickup. CC is delayed. Remember, these links were earlier than normal. They did sneak out across the map. And this is distracting the Terran. The problem here is that Project, he's racing home. He's racing back home to deal with these lings. Yet the Reaper turns around, which means the Reaper is not across the map to scout. Whereas otherwise, this Reaper should be going into the bases, or at least should be parked outside of the natural. But there is no vision, there is no scouting. We do see a 1-1-1 setup here out of Project. This is a safe setup, I will say, to go for a faster Banshee, but he doesn't see the Roaches. He doesn't know, Bab, he doesn't know. Otherwise, we would see a bunker on the high ground. Project, he moves out. He will now run into the army, he confirms, Reaper goes down, and instantly bunker. Bunker's on the way. Oh, that's a low ground bunker. Bunker on the low ground. That is a bold move here for Project. Very bold move. Now, thankfully, this is not an all-in. No. Sabidinho. Thankfully, this is not an all-in. We can see that Ducklings is droning. He's droning up, which means that Project, he should be safe. He should be okay. He does repair. If this was more committed, then a low ground bunker would be too bold and it'd be too risky, but he does hold, he does defend, he does hold the line. Roaches, they do bypass the bunker, they head behind the mineral line. But the Cyclone has arrived and the Roaches are going to be cleaned up. They do get one SCV. They get one SCV so far, but Project, he holds nicely. Especially considering how late the reaction was. Especially considering that he didn't scout until it was already moving out across the map, so very well done. And remember, he was already going for a 1-1-1, delayed CC, faster Banshee production. This is where now Ducklings is a bit of trouble. Ducklings, he's in trouble here. Basically, these Banshees are going to hit sooner than normal. They're going to hit sooner. And hit faster. Yo, shout out to the Brazilian translations in the chat. We're going into 2-base Muta. He's crazy. Now again, he's going to 2-base Muta. Remember, there are no spores. There are no spores to defend. These Banshees, they can pop off, they can wreak havoc. There is a lair for an Overseer, but Dakon, he is unaware of what's going on. Projecto. He can pull this off. He can pull this off. My brain is still tired. He can still pull this off. Now, the plus side of going for Banshee Harass isn't just the economic damage, it would also scout the Spire, right? It would also get into the main base, it would also see the Spire, it would let Project know what's going on. But he has to get across the map. And he's still not moving out. I think he's just waiting for the second Banshee. But this means it's going to be a later scout here for the Terran. Going into Hyperfight Rotors, oh my god. Bold move.
A new queen has emerged.
I think we're looking at the... Uh-oh. Looking at the POV of Dakon. Here we go. We are moving out. Banshees, they get across the map. They do catch the queen. Not a bad pickup, but we need to get into the main. He needs to realize what's happening. Does hit the natural. Again, spores are being thrown down reactively. These are late spores. But the Banshees did spend their time with the queen. Getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 drone kills. Nice damage. Heads towards the main. Mutas are already moving away across the map. Yeah, they're already getting across. Back at home, what is it to defend? Does almost get another queen. Cyclones are in position. Not bad. Yeah, Cyclones, they can react, they can respond. Oh, 6 for 6. 6 SCVs for 6 drones. Bearing in mind that Dakon does have a third. He's rejoining, resaturating. Mutas, they're pinned back. They rotate back into the mineral line, getting another 2 SCVs. Oh, does cost Dakon 1 Muta. Muta goes down, but Projecto, he's stuck at home. He's stuck at home, he's pinned back. Dakon still droning up quite freely, getting up to 3-way saturation. He has supply block that will slow him down. Muta's back into the main. Late reaction there by Project. Late reaction, but he will maybe get 1 more Muta. Barely not. Lock-ons are broken. And this does scream 2-base all in. What I'm getting at here, still no third CC. Still no third command center. We have 2 more racks on the way. We're getting up to a 5-rack setup on 2 bases. Again, very committed. Banshees, they go for the Spire. I mean, they could try to snipe it. But at this point, Dakon is not making any more mutas. He's going into Roach production. He doesn't care about the mutas. Not anymore. He does care about the spawning pool, though. As mutas, they respond. Dakon building up more roaches. More roaches on the way. And it's all or nothing. The boys are being pulled. Again, this is a 2-base all-in by Project. As we mentioned before, there is no third CC. It's all or nothing. This will hit with Sim. This will not hit with 1-1. It's a little bit awkward. Oh, wait, no, sorry. Is there a third CC? Am I blind? Okay, okay. I am blind. He did have a third base. Okay, okay. So it doesn't pull the boys. He is building up towards his upgrades. My mistake. My apologies. I didn't see the third base. So he does expand. Meanwhile, Dakon, he is massing up his army. Tanks are in a decent position. These Cyclones, they've done well for themselves. They haven't killed many mutas, but they have deterred them. Pushing into these 4 tanks is not going to be easy. Banshee's back into the main. Going with the spawning pool. Let's go. No transfuse. Spawning pool goes down. I mean, it doesn't matter too much just because Dakon is just maxing out a Roach Ravager anyway. Yo, can he get the Roach Warren though? True. Can he get the Roach Warren? Oof. As Banshees are cleaned up. Back on going for his infestation bits, taking more gases. Army gets spotted. Uh-oh. Tanks one siege. Okay, does break out. Piles will slow him down. Project, he does try to push. Back when he's ready for him. Does that mean when you said, yeah, my mistake. Didn't see the CC. Had assumed. Tank gonna be going down. Does get one of the tanks, not bad. Ling Ramai does hit the third. Last project out of position. SV's gonna be going down. Project, he rotates over. He's still committed. And Darko just has to slow down the push. Pick away at the army. Get a tank here and there. Get a couple of marines here and there. Gets a kill, not a cancel. But last project, he's trapped. He has to commit. We have one of the tanks piles. They will connect. And we just swallow up the army. Coming from both ends, taking down every single tank. And there's almost nothing left. Does say whatever he can, gets the hell out of here. Does pull away, but that was a kill. No, that was a kill. GG gets called. No lift on the CC, nothing left at home, and Dakon will take game number 1. GG. Dakon does take a lead in the series. Again, coming into this, I was going to say he's the favorite player, that is true, but at the same time, Project, he had his own good moments here. The Banshees, they were popping off, they were getting some damage done. Unfortunately, it was a late scout of the Spire, late scout of the main base of the Muses. They were able to deal equalizing damage across the map, and also contain the Terran. We saw that, unfortunately, he just wasn't quite able to get much done across the map as well, and with that, GG. GG, well played. In the end, despite sniping some tech structures, despite sniping the Spire and the spawning pool, remember Dakon, he was just committing to pure Roach Ravager anyway, was able to catch out the army. GG. GG, well played. With that, that leads us into game number 2, and we'll see if Project can recover, bounce back, and make a series out of this. We go. So we're jumping into game 2. And game 2 is going to be on ley lines. We go. All these games with 56 workers. We have had longer games, that is true, but yeah, we've had like 66 at most, if you recall. I want to say Elevolts, if you remember, he capped out at 66 on the game on Neo Violet Square. Did cap out on 3 base saturation. We have had a little more aggressive builds here, which I do appreciate. I think we had around 80 workers in the TVT, if you recall. Yeah, the initial TVT. But here we go. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have our Brazilian Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team Hellfire, leading the series 1-0. The favorite player for this group, it is Dakon. Oh, going for 15 hatch. And in the top right-hand corner, we have the Brazilian Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team The Bad. It is Projecto. Go. As once again, Dakon, he opens up a pool first. So he does open up 15 pool. I say once again, last game it was hatch pool. This time straight up pool first here from our Zerg player. As he moves out across the map, shout to the, of course, shout to Cosmos, of course. Cosmos, he's the main caster and one of the organizers of the event. Oh, let's go for the viewers. This is gonna get dirty. Oh, no. Oh, no. He's filthy, Pap. He's filthy. Ay, ay, ay. Project, calm down, Papi. Calm down. What does this mean? Is he going into mech? That has to be what this means, right? It's gonna mech it up, go into BCs. He does scout the initial pool, so he should be playing safe. Because of the pool first opener, this does mean that his CC is gonna be under threat. As you see, Project going for his second gas geyser. Reaper's on the way. I'm making the assumption that he's going to expand, but I could be making a wrong assumption there. Just because of the earlier gas. Is he going for a 1-1-1 on one base? No shot. No shot. Lings, they fan out. Yep, there it is. A factory. Okay, there's a lot going on. Okay. First things first. Dakon, gasless. This is insanely greedy. As you can see here, 0 gas for Dakon. He goes pool first, hatch. So pool, hatch into a very late gas, guys. So Dakon is being very greedy. At the same time, Projector is going into what? He's going into a 1 base setup 1-1-1. So it looks like a 1 base all-in. So 1 base all-in against a very greedy build. Now we can see that Dakon, he's now taking a laser gas into a Roach Warren. Now Roach play is going to be very safe. So Roach play, that is going to be a very safe way to get into a longer game state. But again, he has been very greedy, and it's going to take him a little bit longer to get into his own rush production. We'll see what this leads into, though. When it comes to this 1-1-1, when it comes to this 1 base all-in, Projector, does he go into like a tank drop with a medevac? Oh, okay. Late TC. So this is not a 1 base all-in. It is a Hellion, sorry, it's going to be a Rax into Factory into CC. Very aggressive on 1 base, but not all-in, as Reaper does scout, does confirm the Roach Warren. So where does this take us? Curious. Eyes are on our Terran player. He's rushing into a very fast stim. This looks like a Hellbat push. This looks like Reactored Hellion fast stim into Armory into Hellbats. That would make the most sense for this build. That would make the most sense. So we'll see if we get an Armory eventually. It's a little bit too soon just because we still have to build up the army itself. Now the problem is that if this is a 2-on-1 Hellbat push, Roaches would shut it down, to be honest. Like again, we mentioned how Roach openers are very safe. They're very safe in this matchup, and against like 1 and 2 base play, that's kind of what you want. I'm not saying you can't defend with Ling Bane, you totally can, but yeah, Roaches are just more secure. Dakon going for his own lair. That is a very early lair timing. That is a sub 4-minute lair out of Dakon. Very early. Meanwhile, Marauder production out of Project. Okay. Getting to his 3-rack setup, still on 1 base. Still on 1 base. Roaches, they do ever extend. They will get a full scout, but they're going to be shut down. So Dakon, it's going to be a costly scout here, but he does get into the main. He does get full eyes on the 3-1-1 setup. Stim is on the way. Now, as you can see here, we see an add-on swap, so he doesn't make additional Hellions. If he kept the reactor on the factory, then he could just make more Hellions and get ready for a Hellbat push. But as we can see, he does go for the add-on swap, so only 4 Hellions into mass marine production, into mass bio. So no Hellbats. Going into 1-1, double eBay. Oh, okay. Interesting. The double eBay tells us that this is going to be a later move out. It tells us that we have upgrades on the way, so it's going to be a later push from our Terran player. And I'm concerned by that just because, remember, it was a late command center. I mean, the natural base is now being landed. So the economy is very, very stifled here for a Project. Like, Dakon has a very comfortable 2-base economy compared to Project, who's on 1. So coming into the mid-game, Project is behind. Like, if we're just macroing from here, if we're getting into a longer game state, he's falling behind. So we'll see how he does pieces all together. As we have 1-1 upgrades on the way for Dakon. Infestation bit, that's going to be for the Infestors. I would imagine for fungal growths to help support the Roach Ravager. Otherwise, we can just take up a Hive. The boys are being, the boys are being pulled. The 2-base all-in here from our Terran. It's all or nothing. Now, this 2-base all-in feels really weird because do you see what I see? We have 1-1 upgrades that just started. Like, the upgrades, they just started for Project, so he's investing into upgrades despite committing here, so it's a bit of a weird all-in, but sure, let's go. He's gaining ground. Does push forward, getting top of the expansion. Do we get the wows on the tank? He's starting stepping in. There's the first wow, there's the second. And that one he holds. He shuts down the push, he takes down the SCVs, takes down the tank. Ooh, focuses down one of the medevacs. 1 medevac remaining. And that's all the project had. Again, he's down to 27 SCVs. Doesn't have much of an army left. Sure, he has 1-1 on the horizon, but by the time it finishes, now there's less of an army to work with. And here comes the counterattack. Duckling, he commits across the map. He knows he has momentum. Tank shot's going to be going up. Tank does go down. Oh, the Marauders, they trade quite well against the Roaches. Maestro connects as well, so Duckling, he bleeds out some units here, but he's still committing. Reinforcements are on the way. Down to 2 Ravagers. The other Marauders, again, they trade well. Not bad. They focus on the Ravagers. They get whatever they can. They get another Ravager as well, but here come the reinforcements. Here comes the Roach army. Just barreling on through. Yeah, they break down the front door. They bust into the main. Boys are being pulled. And this is going to be the final stand here for our Terran. He said we were going to get dirty, and I guess we did, I guess. Aye. No. Again, the Roaches, they do quite well against us. They trade well against the Roaches. But alas, the SCV count is in the gutter here. We're going down to 20, or 20 SCVs falling, down to 9 SCVs remaining. And Duckling just keeps rallying. Just keeps on rallying. We have a Spire behind this. Roaches are trading against some Marauders. I get a rough trade for Duckling. But the trade he can more or less afford. As he's cleaned up. Behind this Duckling, he's droning, he's getting his infestors. Hive is on... Jesus. Hive is on the way. Alongside the Spire. A little bit greedy. As he's also double expanding. Or at least getting a macro hatchery alongside the third. And technically, Project, he does hold, he does survive, but he's not really living here. Despite how well the Marauders have been trading, there's only so much they can do on their own. As there's, what, 5 Marauders and 1 Marine. Let's go. Duckling, he counterattacks once again, which means he has that much less at home to defend. I guess we could try to go for a weird base trade. Potentially. Roaches are going in, drop into the main, drone's going to be going down. And Project, do we go for the Great Migration? Is that going to happen? Oh no! Medevac falls, Queens, they defend back at home, and GG, well played, gets called. With that Duckling, he will take the series 2-0. He will advance on into the winner's match. GG. GG, well played, congratulations Duckling, he will claim the series. Again, coming into this, he was one of the favorite players. The Project definitely had some strong moments himself, but it was a bit of a shaky build is what I will say. Like, we were setting up for 1 base play, then a 2 base all-in, but we were also investing into upgrades to hit later. Like, it definitely felt a little bit impromptu. Definitely felt a little bit, yeah, off the cuff. Just kind of playing by the seat of his pants. There we go. You know what I mean. Improv, that's it. A very improvised play there from Project, and alas, wasn't quite able to piece it all together. In the end, Duckling did defend, and now we have our winner's match. Up next is going to be another ZVT between Duckling and Purple. As a reminder, Purple took down Kid B earlier, so now Purple, he does step up, does step into the ring against Duckling. Meanwhile, if you're a fan of Projectox, do not worry, because he is going to be facing off against Kid B in the elimination match. So he still has some more matches ahead of him. Still has more series to go. Until then, we're going to be going on a short break. Vetoes are underway, so they're conducting the vetoes as we speak. So we're going to be going on a break, and when we come back, we will have that ZVT between Duckling and Purple. See you soon. See you soon after the break. Take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, and hydrate all of your hydras. We'll be back with that winner's match. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the winners match. The winners match of Group D, the final group of the initial group stage here in the Brazilian StarCraft 2 circuit. We are featuring our top 2 players of the group, and here we go. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Oshala, we have our Brazilian Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Eximius Gaming. It is purple. There we go. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Brazilian Zerg player, the blue, oh my god, the blue Zerg going for an earlier pool timing. It is Ducklings for Team Hellfire. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamma time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we settle into our fresh best of 3. Coming into this Ducklings again with the pool first. We saw this previously actually in the previous series, going pool first into a hatchery. We'll see if he goes into another fast third expansion or if he goes for an earlier Roach Warren. We have seen these more unorthodox builds and unorthodox openers out of Ducklings. Meanwhile, purple just going for a Rax expand. Meanwhile, ooh, Ducklings going for a gas on one base. As in, what I mean by that is he's going pool first into a gas into a delayed expansion. So late hatchery here by Ducklings. This feels like an early Roach Warren. This feels like early Roach play once again from Ducklings. We'll keep an eye on him. Again, early gases as well. So this is typically a more aggressive start. We have 4 Lings already on the way, and we'll see if he can get across the map. We'll see if he can delay the command center. Pressure is on. Otherwise, again, I hope you've all been enjoying yourselves in the chat. Hope you've all been enjoying. As Lings, they do fan out. They do fan out. They zone away the initial SCV. And yep, there it is. There's that Roach Warren. Again, the reason why the Roach Warren makes sense here is just because of the early pool timing. It does. The initial Lings do mean that the SCV scout is denied, and the Reaper is forced to be defensive. So it is more difficult to scout what's going on. As you can see, the Reaper has to stay at home. The Reaper does not get across map to scout. So the Reaper is stuck at home. The Roach Warren is finishing up, soon getting into the initial Roach rush. Link speed is on the way. Interesting. Doesn't skip it. There are variations that skip link speed in favor of earlier Roaches. Or I should say, of more Roaches. As Lings, they poke in. So find nice catting here with the Reaper. And again, this is just keeping the Reaper busy. Lings, they poke in up the ramp. They get eyes on the bunker. They get eyes on the building CC. And the Roaches are moving out. Now, behind this, Ducklings has to make a choice. He can either drone or nope. He's going all in. Ducklings, he could just open up 3 Roaches into 3 Ravagers into some pressure and then drone. But now we see why Link speed is being researched. Now we see why. It's for the all-in. He's going for a Ling Ravager all-in. Again, only 3 Roaches. You can see he's not making any more, but he's still mining gas. What's that for? For Ravagers. To morph in the Ravagers across the map. Roaches are spotted. Big scout here by Purple. Purple, he gets an eye, he gets a read on what's happening. He has an idea. He knows about the Roaches. He doesn't know how committed this is, though. Now, behind this, I believe we have a second bunker on the way. So we have a double bunker set up on top of the ramp. We have a second Rax in production as well. I believe the first factory should be done by now. But he's getting the tech lab, working towards the tank with the Cyclone. Roaches, they do break in. They do slip by. No Ravagers. They do delay the bunker, but it does finish. And Ducklings, he has to commit to this. And Roaches, they try to catch reinforcements in between the bases. Marines are out of the bunkers. Oh no, they're out. And here come the Lings. Lings, they should be coming in from the surround. Yeah, they come in from behind. They collapse here on the Bio Army, and he gets baited. He gets baited out here. Ay, ay, ay. The Marines go down. The production's under fire. Bunkers are going to be targeted. There's a cancel. Now, Ducklings, he did lose 2 Roaches in the process. True. So only 1 Ravager. Only 1 Ravager. Now Ducklings is droning. Now he's droning on up. Another Roach has arrived. He's pushing into the bases. He wants a Cyclone. He gets, oh my god, massive snipe. Cyclone goes down. The wall is being broken. The depot is going to fall. No repairs, not in time. Oh, never mind. The repairs are just in time here. Lings are going down. And Purple holds. Purple, he does hold. We have a couple of Lings trickling in. Oh, maybe I spoke too soon. Only 1 Marine. Only 1 Marine. Ay, ay, ay. Yes, second Ravager's morphing in. Bile connects. As it's still not being dealt with. I mean, this won't straight up kill Purple. Purple, he will clean this up. He will eventually hold. But at a cost. At a cost of 8 SCVs. The Hellions, the Cyclones, the Marines. More SCVs going to be going down. And of course, lost mine time at the natural. And there's the trade. And back at home the entire time, Duckling has been droning. He's been droning up, he's been saturating. We have a lair on the way. Now this could be for 2-base Muta. 2-base Muta is not an uncommon response or follow-up here from this. Lings still trickle in. These things, they could have been drones, but alas, Purple is contained on 1 base. He's stuck on 1 base setup. Lings, they pick in once again, getting another SCV. They confirm Stim on the way. So there was an add-on swap into a 2-1-1. And Duckling, all he has to do is just drone. Just drone up and get ready for that Stim timing. Now, if Duckling is too greedy, if Duckling doesn't make anything back at home, then this Stim timing can still threaten him. 3 gases on the way. This screams Muta play. This screams Spire. Now, 2-on-1s, they can actually kill a player going into Mutas. They can like hard counter. But the problem here is that this quote-unquote 2-on-1 from our Terran player is delayed. Because of the shaky start and because of the chaotic opener, most likely, if it were to be Mutas, then they can still be quite viable. We see that it is the lair for Roach Speed, not Spire Tech. No. We're getting all lost. Why not both? So it is going to be Spire Tech and Roach Speed. Again, these Mutas, they have potential to get some damage done. Depending on how many Marines there are, they're going to be quite limited. So we'll see what the entire is looking like once the Mutas appear. What's important is because of Roach Speed, it means that he doesn't have to commit into pure Muta. It means they can go back into Roaches as a response, and there it is. The army moves out, and Roach production is required. Here we go. Be forced back. Spire's almost done. We have a couple of Roaches on the way again just to defend. And we can see that Purple is rallying everything across the map. It would be risky to make Mutas here. Mutas, they could potentially counterattack and catch reinforcements or get into mineral lines. But again, it would be risky. Purple is building up his army. Remember, Sim is done. Down the Overlord, supply blocks. Oh, supply blocks. That gun. Aye, aye, aye. No Mutas. No other Roaches. There's 8 more Roaches on the way. Tanks do siege. One of the tanks is exposed. Cashes out the Roaches. Very nicely done. Yeah, just zoning the army away. Going for the 3rd. Catching out reinforcements. That gun, he's in trouble. He is in trouble here. Tank is setting up on the high ground. The expansion's going to go down. Now, the 3rd base doesn't really matter too much. Bear that in mind. Like, the 3rd, it's a nice pickup, but ideally, Purple, he wants to go for the kill at the natural. Meanwhile, Duckling, he's now broken out of his supply block. Gets back in. Muta production has begun. We have 5 Mutas on the way. And Purple, can he break the 3rd? Sorry, can he break the natural, is what I'm going to say. He has broken the 3rd. They push into the natural. Mutas, they popped out. They're going across the map. I don't think there's much of them to defend. Mutas, they can try to go for the tanks though. But there's plenty of fire. Yeah, plenty of Marines. Mutas, they're turned away. And I love here that Purple does leave some Marines back behind this to protect the tanks. Mutas, they cast some reinforcements. Oh, Muta goes down. Brutal pickup. Bleeds out 1 Muta. Roaches, they cannot break out. They do get 1 tank though. 1 tank goes down. Liberator has arrived. Liberator gets sniped. Muta's still trying to catch reinforcements. Oh, he's running out of Marines. Now, if the Marine count gets reset, then the Mutas will kill every single tank here. As he's still rallying across. He still leads out more Marines. Bleeds out more bio. 7 more Roaches on the way. Okay, he needs a little bit more time here for those reinforcements. As 1 tank is going to get picked up. Nicely done. Gets one of the tanks. Suddenly the Roach Ravager army becomes that much stronger. Becomes that much more terrifying. He backs off. Yeah, he does retreat. He pulls out. He knows he just doesn't have anything else left, so he will lose one of the tanks. Oh no! Bleeds out a tank, and he might lose the other. And he will lose the medevac at least. Yeah, bleeds out everything. Ay, ay, ay. Purple, he breaks out. He breaks free. Tanks are being wild. Roach Ravager will overwhelm. The boys are being pulled. And again, Purple, his production's not quite there. He will hold on, but it will cost him all the SCVs. Cost him all these workers. 12 SCVs going down. Last, it looks like, oh, and he can hold on though. Oh, unload, Pappy, unload. Get him out of here. You can hold. There we go. Whew. And Purple, he survives. He holds, he defends, he has a greater SCV count, he has more mules, he reset the mute count as well. Purple is in a better position. He's in a better position, he just has to get his production going. Yeah, as they're showing the income right now. Again, Purple, he's up in bases, he's up in workers, he's up in mules. Purple is ahead. He just has to get his macro back under control. And he can pull this off. He's so close. He's so close, man. So he's moving out. Purple going for a split push. Going into the main. Distracting Dakon, forcing him into said main base. You can see Purple is checking with a third. He scans the triangular third. He pushes in towards the linear third as well. There is no expansion. Now, because there's no third base, to be honest, Purple, he shouldn't be here. Like, he doesn't need to, right? He doesn't need to push in. Dakon is all in. The Zerg player is completely all in at this point. We don't need to be out here. Not like this. Reinforcements getting caught out. The bio army stems on over. The tank does get caught. And massive pickoff. Tank goes down. I mean, decent tank shots are popping up. We do have reinforcements on the way. We get the surround. Yeah, it does get the full surround. Oh my god, does avoid the vials. And Purple, he's done it. GG gets called. And Purple, he takes game number 1. Whew, GG. Very impressive play here by Purple. Bearing in mind, Dakon, he's the favorite player. He is a GM, right? He's low GM. He's around, 5k. Purple, he's a Masters player. He's an underdog coming into this. I would even favor some of the other Terrans over Purple in this group. So GG, well played. Very impressive stuff here by Purple. He does punish the initial aggression of Dakon. And now Purple, he's one game away from making it through the group in first place. Let's go. Let us go. Whew. Oh my god. So Purple does take a lead, and can he cause the upset? Can he cause the upset? Can he bring Dakon down? Let's go. Let us go. So we are getting things ready. For sure, for sure. Purple's macros are being really good while he was being attacked. For sure. He was bleeding out some reinforcements, and I mean, there was a brutal moment for Purple when he got broken, right? I'm referring to the moment when the Roach Ravager broke out, and he was able to snipe 2 of those tanks. But once Purple was able to pull off that defense, despite losing 12 SCVs in the process, he was able to just snowball from there, right? He still had a better economy, so was in a better game state. And here we go, spawning in the top right hand corner of bottom left hand corner of ley lines, we have the red Terran player, the Brazilian Terran, the underdog in this series. There is almost, I want to say there's like almost an 800 MMR gap between these two players. It is Purple for Eximius Gaming. Let's go. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the Brazilian Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Team Hellfire. It is Duckling. Like Duckling, he's the heavy favorite to make it out of the group, down in the series. Punished for his aggressive build, bearing in mind that Duckling did open up pool first into an earlier Roach Rush. But Purple, he survived the aggression, he persevered. This time, hatch first, not pool first. So this time, a more economic build here from our Zerg player. Opening up with the earlier hatchery. Now, we do expect Duckling to play Roaches again. I don't think we've ever seen him play Ling Bane. It's just not his style. It's just not his preferred play style here. You know, shout out to the Brazilian SC2 circuit. Circuito Brasileiro, SC2. There it is going to be hatch first into a spawning pool into delayed gases. This does scream Roach play, by the way, from the side of Duckling, just because his gases are so late. When do you sleep, Papi? Ah, what is sleep? Gah, Papi, gah. Ay, ay, ay. Hazard guess, what time is it right now? It is 8:30 a.m. in the morning. It's 8:30 a.m. We've been casting since 4 a.m. Let's go. I say 4 a.m. We started casting last night at 8 p.m. We casted from 8 p.m. to midnight, and then I did sleep. Then I slept for 2 hours, and then I got up. I got a snack, and then bam, from 4 a.m. to now. And we keep on going, though. We keep going. As we still have like 3 more series to go. And then in 12 hours time, we're going to be live once again with the Wardy TV Monday. True, Wardy TV Monday is in 12 hours, just over 12 hours. So I should be able to get like a decent amount of sleep before the Wardy TV Monday, before casting. But that's how we do here, Papi. We cast twice a day, every single day. Cast more than anyone else out there. More than anyone. Smurge. Smurge, Papi, Smurge. Meanwhile, 3cc, oh my god. So 3cc opener here for Purple, going for a very economic build. Opening up 3rd CC before Starport. It's double tough. Fun fact, depending on when we finish up this cast, I'm tempted to stream. I'm tempted to stream and have a ladder session. I mentioned this yesterday if you missed out. Shout out to Rotterdam. Roddy, he reached out yesterday during the cast. And he invited me to play in a Big Brain Bouts, in a show match, in one of the show matches for Big Brain Bouts. And I'm very out of practice. Like, because we cast so much StarCraft here, it's the initial Roach Rush once again, to be expected. Only 3 Roaches, this is not committed, this is not all in. Only a couple of Roaches trying to force no reaction, rushing into a lair, and droning. So Duckling is droning up. But because we cast so much, I barely get time to play the game, so I'm very rusty, very out of practice. So now I have incentive to try to stream and try to ladder and try to, you know, shake the rust off for the big brain bouts. So I'll do my best. I'll do my it'll be fun. It'll be fun. But I'm very out of practice. As Roaches, they poke up the ramp. Hellions, they are denied entry into the natural. Nice wall off here from Duckling. Does wall off. I don't know who my opponent's going to be. I just know it's like, no idea. You know what, Roaches, they knock down that front door. They bust into the main. Cyclone is in position, but the Cyclone does get target fired. Does pull away in time. These Roaches, they're trading well for themselves. Remember, it's only 3 Roaches. It's only a handful of Roaches. They will be cleaned up, but they get 4 SCVs. They take down submarines. They disrupt the build. Before finally going down. And remember, behind this, Duckling has been purely droning. He's been purely droning up. It was 4 Roaches for 6 SCVs, 2 Hellions, 6 Marines as well. Very efficient trade. It slows down the production. And behind this, Muta play. So going into 2 base Muta from the side of Duckling. He's got proper saturation. And so far, unscattered. That's the scariest part about this, is that Purple doesn't know what's going on. He does not see the Spire. He doesn't know that Mutas are coming. He is blindly making a second Cyclone, thankfully. So he does have a second Cyclone on the way. So he will have some anti-air. He also has triple CC, so he can make triple SCVs at a time. so he can recover economically. But he doesn't know he would need, say, an eBay and turrets, for example. If he were to scout this, he would throw down an eBay, he would start up turrets, he would get ready defensively against the Muta play. On top of that, Darkon is going into 1-1 upgrades. This tells us that most likely Darkon is going to make a small investment into the mutas, most likely into like maybe 6-7 mutas at most. That would be more than enough to one-shot SCVs. So just a handful of mutas to harass, and then just double down on Roach Ravager. A 1-2 punch, if you will. But now getting up to 5. 5 mutas. Again, it's still building up. Okay, only 5. 5 mutas is enough to one-shot. That is the bare minimum to one-shot SCVs. From here, Darkon expands, takes his later third base. But now he's droning. And soon he can just focus on pure Roach Ravager. And again, so far Purple is still in the dark. He did not scan the main either. Considering how much information Purple is lacking, I wouldn't have been opposed to a random scan. I mean, it's still risky because you could scan the main and the spy could be at the natural. True, it is a risk nonetheless. It isn't a sure thing. It's 50-50. As mutas, they hit the main. And SCVs are going down. Purple out of position. Again, he did not see this coming. Getting 3, 4, 5 SCV kills. Getting up to 6. Getting up to 7. Getting up to, yeah, 10 workers falling, rotating over towards a third, getting another SCV. This is getting out of hand. Turrets will barely finish up in time, but the damage has been done. Already 10 worker kills. And remember, Darkon, he's not making any more mutas, he's doubling down on Roach Ravager. And here it comes. He's going for the tank. Tank is harded down, gets one volley off. Our army does him in. Darkon, he does overextend. Doesn't have enough to break this. But he did get the tank. So he sniped the tank, he pulls away, he still has 4 mutas remaining. And you can see Darkon is just doubling down on more Roach production. It's going to be up to Purple to just defend. At this point, he just has to defend, he just has to survive, just turtle up, and hope that Darkon overextends for a second time. That is the hope here for Purple. They get 2 more SCVs. They get 2 more SCVs. Darkon, he's taking up. We do have the infestation bit on the way. Working towards Hive Tech, working towards most likely Infestors. We did see that last time. You know, Purple is getting up to 3 base saturation. I would say that Darkon, he's lacking drones. Like right now he's making 18 lings. He could be fully saturating on 3 bases at this point. And even droning up his 4th. But again, he's lacking those workers. Playing a little bit safer. 20 more lings on the way. Jesus. Hive has begun. We're not going for the Infestors. This can be for Viper Tech. I'm assuming Vipers are not Ultras just because we have +2 range, so the Ultra upgrades are going to be a little bit awkward. Going to be awkward here. Medevac being forced back. It's going to be shut down. Brutal pickoff. Oof. That was a medevac. That was half a medevac full of units. It's Purple. He does push. Now, because Darkon wasn't droning, he actually has a pretty formidable force, but he doesn't have any banelings. It's purely Ling Roach Ravager. He's quite heavily reliant here on these Ravagers to bile. As Purple is moving in. He's laid to siege. Oh, the tanks are sacked. Yeah, they are sacked. Biles, they connect. The tanks are the first to go down. And Purple gets caught out. He gets completely caught out here. Ay. Unfortunately, just laid to siege. Tanks were snacked. And Darkon is stumbling out of control. He's going for the kill, going across the map. That was the worst fight that Purple could have hoped for, just because he was caught when he was. Still has defenses back at home, so has reinforcements. Building up more workers. Meanwhile, the Hive is done. For now, going for Adrenal. No other Hive Tech yet. Now would be ideal to go into Vipers for Blinding Clouds, for Parasitic Bombs. Now we have melee upgrades, Baneliness, so it's going to be Ling Bane Roach Ravager. Yep, into Ultra Cavern. Again, the upgrades are going to be a little bit weird for the Ultras just because of the lack of melee, but we're getting there. And purple, again, he should be stuck defending. As things are cleaned up. Purple, he sims in. Does catch a queen. Face up the queen, likewise threatens the main. Dropping into the natural. Nice fungal. Just have the initial drop. Another fungal connects as well. And no pickup. Yeah, rough drops here from purple. Not worth it. Now he is getting to 3-3, but the biggest problem right now is going to be that next step. Is going to be the next stage. Is going to be the Ultra Tech. Purple is pushing. I'm hoping he doesn't get caught this time. Setting up a couple of Liberators. Oh, we have some Corruptors. Liberator late to siege, tank late to siege as well. And he gets caught out. Once again, he gets caught out completely. Marines, they can actually summon forward. The tanks, they come in to reinforce. There's actually 2 tanks in the back line. The 2 tanks! They were set up. Let's go. He punishes the roaches. Yo, and Dakon, he has nothing. He has a what, a 0-3 Ultra? Sorry, 0-2 Ultra. Microbial Shroud. Let's go. Microbial Shroud gets thrown down, and Percival, he sims in. He sims in. There's 2 more Ultras on the way. They're about to have +3 carapace. But the melee upgrades are not there. Marines are going to tickle the Ultras, but the Ultras are also going to tickle the Marines. Oh, nice fungal. Very nice fungal. Catching out some of the bio. Marines have to respect it. They have to be careful. Coming in for a surround. Tank volley is going up. The bio army does stim in towards the natural. Going for even +3. Can he deny the upgrade? 5 seconds. 3, 2. It gets denied. And he's done it. Wow, purple. He has done it. Crazy. A massive MMR disparity, by the way, between Dakon and purple. Dakon, he's like borderline 5k. Purple, he's 4.2. Let's go. He's doing it. Send it, papi. Send it. As he's rallying in. Pushing on forward. The power of Terran. The power of man with gun. He's breaking in. Yeah, and with that, Dakon, he cannot hold on here. Even with all these Ultras, they're pushing into the Liberators. There's just too much freedom. The freedom pops off. Takes down the Ultras. There's 2 Ultras left. I mean, they get a lot of swipes off on the Marines. But there's only 1 Ultra remaining. And the final Ultra goes down, and that's all that Dakon had left. Percival, he snowballs Atticus. Or Percival? I keep saying Percival. Purple. The Brazilian Percival, true. There we go. As Purple, he breaks through, takes down the final Ultra. The base has fallen, and he's going for the kill. He's going for the main. GG gets called, and Purple, he will take the series 2-0. He will advance on into the next round, into the next group stage. GG. GG. Purple coming out in first place. In first place out of Group D. Very, very impressive. Again, a massive upset. Dakon, he is a GM. He is, you know, between 4.2 and 5.2k MMR. Meanwhile, again, Dakon, he's Masters. He's Masters. He is far lower ranked here, but in the tournament, when it matters most, he pops off. He pops off. He does bring it home. Dakon, as you saw, he has a very aggressive style. He has a very aggressive style. Every game he opened Roach. Every game he opened Roach. Every game he would stay on low drone counts as well. He'd be hyper aggressive. And the problem here, if you're being like this aggressive, if you fail to get damage done early on, then you fall behind. You know, shout out to Dakon. Shout out to Purple. Purple, he went for a 3CC build. He went for a very economic build early on. Even though he did take some damage from the roaches, he was able to maintain himself, get into his third base. He was able to take better fights as well, as we did see often early on Dakon pushing up a ramp into siege lines, into tanks, and we had some very, very intense fights in the center of the map. Some going Dakon's way, others going Purple's way, but what's important is that, again, Dakon, he had no economy. He had no droning, he had no economy. He was never even on a 3-base economy. Despite having bases, his drone count was very low, so he couldn't really afford these trades. He couldn't afford these losses, especially when he invested quite heavily into the mutas, which are also quite expensive, and likewise into Roach Ravager as well. GG. GG, well played. With that, congratulations here to Purple, as he does claim the series. He's out in first place, and that leads us here into our elimination match. Who's up next? We have a TVT between Kid B and Project. Let's go. We have a TVT ready for us between these two players. Again, there's still 2 series left. We have this elimination match, and we have the decider match thereafter. So 2 series remaining. Kid B versus Projecto, and the winner goes up against Dakon. Dakon, he is still in the tournament. Dakon, he gets knocked down to that decider match, but there is a world where Dakon doesn't make it through. We'll see if he can be stopped by some of these other players. Let's go. For now, we're going to be going on a short break. Vetoes are underway. When we come back, we will have our next series. We will have our next TVT. See you soon. See you soon after the break. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, we have welcome back, everyone. We have our next series here. We have the elimination match in Group D, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ley Lines, we have our Red Terran player. We have our Red Terran representing CBSC Gaming. It is Kid B. I did not line it up at all. As they do wish each other luck. There we go. Our Brazilian Terran. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the blue Brazilian Terran player representing Team The Bad. It is Projecto. Let's go. We have our TBT, and if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. As a reminder, this is the elimination match, and the winner of this series advances on to face off against Dakon in the decider match. Oh boy. Meanwhile, shout out to Cosmos, of course. Cosmos, he is the Brazilian streamer, the Brazilian caster for the event. He does also organize and put in a lot of work behind the scenes. Without Cosmos, the Brazilian scene would be worse off, far worse off. So much love to Cosmos. He's amazing. He's beautiful. Oh my god, este Cosmos. Likewise, of course, welcome one and all to the Brazilian StarCraft 2 circuit, El Circuito Brasileiro da SC2. As we get into our fresh best of 3. Let's go. Now, once again, I'm still not fond of this. I'll be honest. We said this last time. Kid B, he goes for his low ground setup. The racks on the low ground, it is so risky here just because his production is exposed. We saw this cost Kid B the game previously as well. So I'm not too fond of it, but we'll see if he can get away with it. Meanwhile, we do have Projecto likewise scouting towards the edges of the map, making sure that everything's looking as it should. It is going to be the 1-1 setup here, racks into factory on the low ground. Now, the reason why I'm not too fond of this is because the production is very exposed. There's a world where if we do see Projecto actually apply pressure and push in towards natural and look to take control of the natural, he will not just take control of the natural, he will take control of the production as well. So it's just that much more exposed here. The plus side is that you're able to wall off early on, and there's value in that against Zerg, 100%. Like this is viable. This is a build that pros go for against Zerg players in ZBT, but against Terran, lesser. As Projecto, he does rock up. He will threaten the production, and you can see already he delays the factory. The factory is delayed. And this will slow down the build of Kid B. Likewise, we have some SCVs to tank those Reaper shots. Project, he will pull away, he will back off, but already this is worth it. As behind this, I mean, Projecto, he's already got his 1-1-1. He already has a starport on the way. We have additional Reapers, additional Hellions, starport as well. We have a delayed CC here from Kid B. Meanwhile, Projecto, he will skip his CC entirely, going for a starport instead. He doesn't delay the factory for a second time. Oh. Pulls away. Diving on the Reapers, gets extra shots off. Reapers are going to be zoned back. And Projecto, will he get another SCV? Not quite. But he gets... Oh. He will bleed out to his own. And this does screen one base all in from the side of the blue Terran. So he's going for the one base all in, still one base all in, still just rallying here towards the low ground. Threatening the production. We have a Liberator on the way, more Reaper Hellion. The Cyclone should be able to defend against this. But alas, he just commits in. Oh my god, he takes over the ramp. Takes over the Reapers, busts into the main base, wreaking havoc in the mineral line. SCV's gonna be pulled. And up the boys, they're going down. Getting how many so far? Getting 2, getting 3, getting up to 4. Cyclone will chase this away. With the help of Cyclone, Kid B, he does defend. Now, something that I'm most concerned by here is that is that Projecto, he does have an economic lead. He is in a better position, but his natural base is so late, and he is not going for the one base all in. He's expanding, so a very late expansion here from the blue Terran player. I'm not too sold on how late this is. Meanwhile, Kid B, oh, he tried to rush into battle cruisers, now going for the armory instead. Interesting choice. Does cancel the fusion core. Liberator into the main, but there is a Cyclone, so Liberator should not get much done. This is, yeah, a little bit cavalier here from Projecto. Does go into the main. He gets one SCV, that's all he gets. So not worth it. But the Hellion Reaper busts into the natural. Okay. He does bust in. Going for the mineral line, getting 3 SCVs. Nothing major. Now getting up to 4. Getting up to 5. 5 SCVs going down. Decent damage. This does make up for the late expansion here for Projecto. Behind this, getting into his own bio tank. Raven production underway. Now we're getting messy, man. We're getting messy. As Projecto, he is oversaturated. Soon taking his own natural. go. Natural base is being taken. Fusion core is being rebuilt. So we have a delayed fusion core here from Kid B. It's still in the way though. We're still going for the battle cruisers. Kid B trying to make it up. But again, this is going to be a big window here where Project can try to break Kid B. Tanks are on the way. Ravens as well. Interference Matrix is research, so he has disables. He can disable the tanks, the cyclones, the anything. And this is going to be a tough hold here for Kid B. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy here. As Widowmine is getting caught out. Tank is still on the way, and remember, the production is exposed. We spoke about it, but all Projectile has to do is just take control of the natural, and he takes control of the production. And there it is. The factory is under fire. This tank, it may just never spawn. May just never spawn in. Boys are being pulled. He abandons the natural. Now there's no production, and GG. And GG gets called. Projectile will take game number 1. GG. GG will play Dulce lead in the series, and we'll see if Kid B can bounce back coming into game 2. Again, I'm still not sold on this low ground setup, but I'm sure he's gonna commit regardless. I'm sure it's his go-to. It does him well. Let's go. As game 2 is gonna be on Ultra Love. Game 2 is gonna be on Ultra Love here. And we'll see if Kid B can bounce back. Here we go. Meanwhile, I don't think Projectile was really expecting to have a rematch against Dakon of all players. It's gonna be crazy if that were to occur. Again, I think everyone was expecting Dakon to be the first to make it out of the group stage. Likewise, Kid B also fighting his heart out as well. As we are setting up. Also, shout out to those that have stuck through here throughout the weekend. Again, this has been a 2-day event so far. When it comes to Group Stage 2, as we're going to be wrapping up Group Stage 1 today, I believe the groups are going to be seeded and formulated on a later day. Actually, I could try to confirm this with Cosmos. Asking. We'll find out. Let's go. Part 2. As spawning in the bottom. Ay, papi. Yo, is that the Brazilian version of papi? Papai? Oh my god, what's going on? Oh god. Okay, calm down, kid. Calm down. What is happening? As spawn. Jesus. As in the bottom left hand corner here, we have our red Terran player, the Brazilian Terran. It is Kid B for Eximius Gaming. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the Brazilian Terran player, the blue Terran representing Team The Bad. It is Protecto. Let's go. I like to believe that they just did the Portuguese version or the Brazilian version of ay, papi. Let's go. I'd like to believe. Papaya's dad. Yeah. There you go. But non-sexual way, like dude in some regions, but in a more comedic way. Yeah. See, pap. Yeah, so it's just like how we use it. Just like how we use it. Let's go. They're just like me. Beautiful. See, we're learning. I have to learn how to say papai to all the Brazilians. So now we do have the attempted eBay block here on the low ground. We'll delay the expansion. We'll disrupt the initial opener here for Kid B. Bearing in mind that Kid B, he did look a little bit nervous. For those who are curious what just happened, if you do right-click on your CC with your workers, then they will load in, and it looked like he was probably trying to box. He was probably boxing his workers, and he accidentally right-clicked, and then he went into the CC. So that's what happened at the start of the game. It happened twice, so it does look like nerves. It does look like nerves here for Kid B. So hopefully we can calm down, we can take a moment, we can take a breath, and settle in. Let's match the weaker. Okay. It's all good. As Reaper dips in, picks off the SCV. Picks off the initial SCV here. Could be trying to settle in. Once again, going for the low ground racks. Speaking of once again, Projecto is going for his own 1-1-1. I mean, both players are, to be fair, as the Commander is delayed for Kid B. So we have some similar builds here from our players. We have the initial Cyclone from our red Terran player, and we'll see what direction our blue Terran heads in himself, also going for his own Cyclone. Reaper's poking forward. At the same time, Kid B does rally across the map. There shouldn't be much at home to defend here for our blue Terran player. The Cyclone is still in production. Uh-oh. Still in the way. Probably this Monday. Oh, okay. Monday. Papi, hoy día es Monday. Hoy día es lunes. I understand. As the Cyclone does arrive, we do lose 2 SCVs back at home, but the Reapers are dealt with. Speaking of Reapers across the map, Projecto is still applying pressure, still poking in. As eBay is still in position. Depot did go down. Kid B starts up his own command center. And he should force a cancel. Speaking of... Oh, I'm not so sure if he got the cancel in time. Meanwhile, Projecto going for his own CC. And as it settles, I do think the big difference here is going to be the Liberators. I don't believe Kid B quite has the same setup. He has his starport, but I'm not too certain of his own starport production. As he gets supply blocked. Brutal supply block here in a mirror matchup. Not like this. Not like this. Is moving out. There we go. Does siege up here in the mineral line. Getting a couple of SCVs. Cyclones have to respond to this. Kid B double expanding, rushing into a third command center. That is very greedy considering the setup that Projecto has. And catching out the Cyclone. Massive pickoff. Projecto is going to be moving out. And again, Kid B is just being so greedy here. Now taking his own third. Taking his third before the natural. Ay. An awkward setup here. As he is attempting to double expand. Meanwhile, Projecto, he's moving out. He's getting ready for his push. Going for a Doom drop. I mean, whether it would be a drop or even just a main push across the map, I do think it would be quite successful here from Projecto. There just isn't really much army for Kid B. He has like one tank. He lost the Cyclone earlier. He's rebuilding the Cyclone. He's being kept busy here by the Liberator. And the third base is exposed. Question becomes, do we go for the third or does Projecto go for the main? Spots the expansion, goes to the main, goes for the production, and he's going for the kill. Just came to the factory. Tanks do siege, massive tank shots on the Cyclones. And there's nothing left. There's nothing here. Production is delayed, fusion core is denied. Factory's going to be going down. And again, Kid B, he rushed into a command center and yeah, he has nothing left here. Wishing him best of luck. GG, well played, and Projecto will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, Projecto. He will take the series. We'll advance on into the final series of the broadcast, into the decider match. Now, again, we were featuring Dakon earlier. Remember, he did lose his series against Purple, but he's still in the tournament. Up next, Duckling versus Projecto. Let's go. We're setting up here for our next series for that final best of 3. Oh boy. And we'll see. We'll see if Projecto can recover. This is going to be a rematch. Bear that in mind. This is going to be a rematch here. Ducklings and Projecto, they faced off earlier in the tournament, earlier in this group. Ducklings did claim the series, but it's possible that maybe after seeing Purple versus Ducklings, maybe Projecto, maybe he's inspired, right? Maybe he's inspired to hear by Purple. Maybe he has some ideas on how to better approach and how to solve the problem that is Ducklings. Maybe he can recover and bounce back. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. I'm ready for it. Let's go. As vetoes are underway. Vetoes are underway. And as a result, we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a short break here. A short break before the final series of the broadcast. Once again, take this time, get some snacks, get some food, get some water, get ready here for the final best of 3. See you soon. See you soon after the break, Pappy. After the break. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the final series of the broadcast. Welcome back to the... Ay, papi. Let's go. Welcome back here to the final series. Welcome back to the decider match of Group D of the Brazilian StarCraft 2 circuit. Again, this is also to close out and to determine the final players to make it through into Group Stage 2. Let's go. As spawning in the top right-hand corner here of Ultra Love, we have the Brazilian Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team Hellfire. It is Duckling. Ah, there it is. Again, ranked number 20 amongst the players. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the blue Terran player from the land of Brazil, representing Team the Bad. It is Projecto. Let's go. Again, ranked number 24. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Coming into this, Duckling is favored, but Duckling was favored to make it out in first place. He was favored to make, once again, hatch pool opener into delayed gases. Once again, Roach is here from Duckling, but Duckling, he was favored here to make it out in first place, and he didn't. Purple popped off. Purple, he had a crazy performance, a crazy series. Despite being a much lower ranked player, Purple, he was able to just have an amazing match, an amazing performance, and he did make it out in first place. And because of that, as I mentioned before, Projecto, he might be inspired. He might have gotten some ideas watching that matchup, watching that series, and we'll see if he's able to have a better performance here against Duckling in the rematch, as this is a rematch. Duckling, he's already taken down Projecto 1-0, or 2-0 in the previous series, earlier in the group. We'll see if Projecto can recover. Now, from this, Projecto, he does have the low ground setup. Now, as a reminder, we had Kid B going for constant low ground setups in the previous series, and I was, in a way, kind of reprimanding him for it. But I will say this is more viable against Zerg. This is more viable in ZVT, just because it does deter any kind of early Ling aggression, as you're able to get a wall off very early on. The downside, as you can see here with the Roachborn, is that it can be punished by Roach Ravager aggression. Just like against Terran players, where we saw the tank pushes punishing the production, likewise, Roach Ravager can also punish the production here of the Terran. Now, the SCV Scout does confirm the late gases. I believe the SCV did not see the Roachborn. We see everything. We know that a Roachborn is on the way. We know that it's going to be the Roach Frost once again. This is standard. Duckling, he plays Roaches every single game in this matchup, so no surprises here. And Projecto, he can also assume the same as well. From here is going for the add-on swap. This can lead into early Cyclone or early Tank. Regardless, both will be amazing defensively against Roach, the early Roach aggression here of his opponent. Meanwhile, the question becomes, is Duckling going to go into 4 Roaches just for some early aggression into droning, or is he going to commit into a Ling Flood? What's it going to be? Right now, Duckling is supply blocked. He does have 2 Overlords on the way. We'll see if he makes drones or Lings. We have a safety bunker, and there it is. We have the answer, drones. So he's only applying some light pressure. He is droning, he is macroing, he is saturating his bases. Lair is on the way. This could be 2-base Muta. Again, Duckling is very fond of opening Roach into 2-base Muta, so that's what this feels like it's going to be. We'll keep an eye on Duckling. 4 Roaches move out, and again, they're only here to apply pressure. They might get a Depot, they might get a Marine, they might get some damage, but they shouldn't get too much. They shouldn't deal any crippling damage. As the initial Roach gets zoned away. Oh! Projecto does overextend for a moment, does not get the Roach. But he does lift, and he holds. Yeah, so far he holds nicely. Ravager's being morphed in. Tank is on the way. He's like, come here, Duckling, come here. Vemka, come here. Duckling's like, get away from me. Let's go, the banter. As you can see, 4 gases. 3 gases are in production, 1 gas is already done, so he's going up to 4 gases with a lair. This screams 2-base Muto. This screams Spire play. Again, we've seen this time and time again. I will say that Duckling, his style is a little bit predictable, and I'm sure that's a reason why Purple was able to come out on top. We'll see if Projecto will be able to blindly set up for Muta play. We'll see how he's prepared. Again, we're assuming Mutas. We'll see as the Spire is done, and yep, there it is, Spire. So again, the early lair did scream Mutas, did scream Spire, and the extra gases did confirm. Meanwhile, Projecto, he's still in the dark. He still has limited scouting information. You can see him trying to be cheeky, poking away at the Roaches, forcing out more Ravagers. Supply block for Projecto. He's going to be slowed down. We have Roach Speed on the way, Stim in production, scan into the main, doesn't see much. He does miss the Spire. He will confirm the lair at least. That is a piece of the puzzle. So he can make the assumption that there is a Spire, and oh, he scans the third. He does confirm droning, confirm saturation, but he does not see the tech. Double eBay on the way. We'll see if he blindly gets turrets up. As for now, he's pushing. Right now, because the droning, yeah, Duckling, he's exposed. He's vulnerable. Files, they do graze the Cyclone. Cyclone is not going to, it's barely going to go down to that final Ravager shot. Files, they will zone away. Stim is going to finish up, and does he go for the early push? Right now, he's forcing Duckling to make roaches. We have 7 roaches in production, and Projector, he pulls back home. He pulls back, which means the Spire will finish, which means mutas are on the way. Now, there are going to be less mutas because Dakon was just forced to make roaches. He was terrified of the push. He was terrified of the army, so he just made 10 roaches, which means now there's less gas for muta play. Remember, it's 5 mutas to one-shot SCVs. There's a scan. He is now aware of the Spire. He knows about the mutas. But now Dakon knows that Projector knows. He knows that he knows what's going on. Does he still make mutas? Turrets are on the way. Turrets are on the way as we speak. There's less chances for these mutas to get damage done. Dakon, he did delay his own drone production or his own droning here in favor of these roaches and ravagers. There it is, 6 mutas are on the way. And Projector is moving out. Does move out. He's spotted by the Overlord. Overlord does confirm everything. Allows to no connect. Nice tank shots. Tank shots going off. Dakon, he drones up to 60. Yeah, he's on a solid 3 base saturation. Projector, likewise, his third CC is late. Yeah, late third base for Projector. Late economy. He's falling behind as the game progresses. I assumed he was going to go for the all-in. If he doesn't go for the all-in, he's falling behind. So Dakon, he has map control. He has the better economy. It's not much of an economy, but it is better than his opponents. From here, mutas into the main. CC is exposed, so yeah, command center, it's already late. It's going to be delayed even further. Going to be 3 SCV kills. Files on the Liberator, and it does not go down. Whew. But again, Projector, he's pretty committed here. He's pretty committed. Files, they slow him down. There's a stim. Remember, there are no medevacs. Every stim hurts. Every stim is killing him. He collapses on the army. The bio army is falling. And Dakon, he will shut this down. He will clean up the army. He takes out the bio, the tanks, the Liberator as well. And Dakon, he has done it. Cleans up the army. What little is left. And Projector, he has nothing remaining. Remember, his third CC isn't even done. It's only halfway complete. They're only halfway done at this point. And now we're making more mutas, switching up into Ling Bane. Baneling's speed is on the way. And from this point forward, I would say that Dakon, he can take a 4th base and drone. Now, he isn't. It's not really his style to drone, but I will say he can. Now is the time. Now is the time to drone up. To get fully saturated on 3 bases. Mutas, they dive into the main. They delay some of the production. Remember, he knows that there's a 3rd CC, so there's less of a chance for this to become an all-in. He knows he is safe to drone. He doesn't, but he knows he's safe to. Este Dakon. Just staying on 60 workers. He makes 9 more mutas. Morphs in more banelings. Now, just like the previous time we casted that one, because he is intentionally staying on a low drone count, it does mean that he's more committed than he needs to be, and it does mean that if he takes a bad fight, Projector can bounce back. Like, there is a way for him to recover in this game, just because of the low drone count of his opponent. But Projector, he's relying on Dakon making mistakes. Like, if he overextends with his mutas, and if he loses all the mutas, for example, then, I mean, we can see Projector recover. Likewise, if we see Projector maybe getting across the map unscouted and going for a run by, a drop even, into the mineral line, killing some workers, we'll see what he can get done. Straight up macro from here, it's going to struggle. It's going to struggle. Mass muta into the natural. Takes down the turrets. Wreaking havoc in the mineral line. And Projector, does he turn around? Does he commit? What are we going for? So far, getting 8 SCVs, getting him to 9. And 9, 10 workers. He doesn't commit across the map. He's trying to defend, trying to keep up. The turret is barely going to hold up, barely does fall. Ay, ay, ay. And Projector is being pulled apart. Just trying to keep up. But alas, this is just buying more time for Ducklings to drone to mass up more army. He drones up for the first time up to 70 workers. Let's go. Gets up to 70 workers. Now massing up Bling Bane. Baneling's speed is already complete. He's down in upgrades, but he has a massive army. He's almost maxed out. At this point, he's almost maxed out. Así ya, hello, papi. From AoE2. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenidos. Bienvenidos. Hope you're doing well. At this point, Projector is all in. Yeah, he's all in. The boys are being pulled. It's all or nothing. But he's running into Banelings. There's 13 Banelings on the way. It's not going to be easy. He's moving in. Ducklings setting up for the surround. Mutas are coming from behind. They catch reinforcements. Baneling's speed is done. Brutal connections. SCVs go down. And there's just not enough here. We're coming for the full surround. We shut down the bio. We get on top of the tanks. And Ducklings, he will shut down the army and take a lead. GG gets called. Ducklings takes game number 1 and is 1 game away from claiming the series. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Again, I will say the Projector, he had a solid early game. He was able to shut down the Roach aggression. He was able to shut down the initial Roach opener. But if you remember, he went for a 1-1-1. He delayed his third CC. He did not have an economy to fall back on. So I was surprised when he did throw down the third base. When he threw down the third base, I was like, oh, this is late. This is late. This is far too late at this point. We're falling behind as the game progresses. I'd assumed that he was going for a 2-base all-in. He didn't, and he fell behind as a result, as he was unable to really get anything done across the map, and he was outscaled by Ducklings. GG. GG, well played. And with that, Ducklings takes a lead, and we'll see if Projecto can recover coming into game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. StarCraft 2 good. It's just a very different game. I think you can enjoy both. StarCraft 2 and whether it's AoE 2 or AoE 4, very different kind of game state. I would say that AoE is a slower game, but likewise, fights last longer, right? Fights, they last longer, so they allow you to have maybe some more micro expression in AoE. Likewise, because fights are longer, and it can maybe take a little bit longer to actually get damage done of the like, then sometimes there's more comeback potential in AoE. It's very different. Here, the game is faster, fights are more explosive, fights are more decisive. One wrong move can cost you the game, so it's just very different. Just very different. Very different RTS. But you can enjoy both. You can enjoy both, 100%. Here we go. We're getting into game number 2. We're going to be loading into Whispers of Gold. Let's go. Of course, Whispers of Gold being the smallest map in the current map pool, smallest map, known for rushes, known for aggression. If Ducklings were to commit into a Roach all-in, then that can hit very hard, very fast. And I would even favor it here on this map. Let's go. Let us go. As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have our Brazilian Terran player, the blue Terran representing. Oh, never mind, we're going top left. In top left-hand corner, we have the Brazilian Zerg player for Team Hellfire. It is Ducklings. Once again, 15 hatch. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Brazilian Terran player, the blue Terran for Team The Bad. It is Projecto. Let's go. It is Projecto. As Ducklings does take a 1-0 lead. Needs to amass one more game here to claim it. As our Terran does go for the SCV Scouts. Again, we're expecting an earlier pull. We're expecting a later gas out of Ducklings. It is his go-to. The real question becomes, the question isn't is he going to make roaches? The answer is yes. The question becomes, does he commit into an all-in? Remember, last game, what did we see? Ducklings, he opened up 4 roaches and then he droned. He did not reinforce with lings. He did skip ling speed, at least early on. So he was droning, he was saturating, he went to a more macro game state after the initial roaches. Here, he has the option to commit into a ling flood alongside the roaches. As we can see here, it's going to be hatch into pull into delayed gases. So once again, it screams roach opener. Meanwhile, back at home, Projecto, he's going to be setting up on the high ground, going for a standard opener himself. Never mind. Interesting. So he goes for a Rax opener into double gas. So I believe he's going for a factory before expansion. Very aggressive start. You can say aggressive or safe. But an interesting setup here from Projecto. basically delayed CC. So already economically, he's in a really awkward position. We saw a very similar opener last game as well. But a late natural base here for Projecto, going for a faster factory. Fun fact, this can turn into a one base all-in. Like, this can turn into like a Hellbat all-in or early Cyclone aggression. This is very aggressive from Projecto. Very aggressive. Gas is now being taken for a Duckling. From here we can go for an add-on swap into early Hellion production. Reaper goes back in for the Scout. Again, it's on him to figure out, is this Roaches or not? I assumed it would be, but there's no Roach Warren yet. Reaper dips in. Dancing with the Lings. We have enough for Ling speed. And one drone goes down. Nice pickoff. Reaper gets out. And that one. For the first time tonight, is he not opening up Roaches? Ling speed. No Roaches. Okay. I see you. Ling speed is being researched. Meanwhile, Projecto 111. One base all in. This is going to be a one base all in here from our Terran player. He does not go for Reactor Hellion. He is going for Reactor Marine production into early, I would imagine, tanks, into an early Medevac or early Liberator. I'll be honest, because there's no Roach Warren, and I don't blame Projecto, but because there's no Roaches here, honestly, Reactor Hellion would have been amazing. Like, Reactor Hellion into like a Hellbat push here would have been amazing against what Ducklings is doing. There's a scan into the main. Scan sees nothing. Or I should say, scan confirms that there is nothing. That there is Ling speed, that there's no Roaches. So we just saw scan into the main base. Likewise, lair first. This is a 330 lair timing. Insanely fast lair out of Duckling. So 330 lair, taking gases. Because the lair is so quick, I am assuming this is for muta play. I'm assuming we're rushing into a Spire, rushing into mutas, but we'll keep an eye on the gases to see if we have confirmation of that. So far, only 2 gases. Likewise, yes, the observer's just now pointing out. Meanwhile, Projecto, he's going for a 1-1-1, not into Liberator, into early Banshee. Very fast Banshee play out of Projecto. The downside, this is Banshee play off of a 1 base opener. Like, his CC is so late. It's such a late natural base. He is falling behind economically. Because of this, these Banshees and this early game aggression needs to get damage done. If he doesn't, he will fall behind. There's so much pressure on Projecto to get some, not even some, to get like critical economic damage. Otherwise, he's just falling further and further behind. Let's go. We go. That's what people are watching, and you're going to the presidential. Oh, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Bom dia, papi. Bom dia. Good to see you. Good to see you. Fala galera, papi. Fala galera. Of course, we always cast code for Giants Cup. Always. I'm always there for Cosmito, papi. For Cosmos. Always. Near and dear friend. We love Cosmos here. We love him. But here we go. Projecto here is going to be moving out. It is going to be muta play. As we mentioned, with the fast layer, it did scream mutas out of Ducklings. As we are banking up said Banshees. We have Hyperflight Rotors on the way. Again, this is very committed, and this has to get damage done. Do you think Banshees are very effective in this case? As we mentioned, basically Projecto, he's all in. He's pretty all in here. I know that he just expanded, but his worker count is so low, he has to get critical damage. If he doesn't get damage done here and now, then he will fall behind, and the mutas will just gain map control, and they will wreak havoc. Banshees, they arrive, they're going for the queens. They will get one. Clutch transfuse. Clutch transfuse, one queen does go down. Spores are done in the mineral lines. Banshees are trading against some of the Banelings, against some of the Lings. These are okay pickoffs, but not enough. We still need more damage. As Dark, when he commits across the map, he runs into Hellions. Nice kiting. So far, so good. He trades well. He shuts down the Lings. Does shut them down. Mutas are on the way. I don't think Projecto has scattered this yet. Yeah, Projecto is in the dark. Now being forced back. And he didn't get behind the mineral line. He did not see the Spire. We have more Banshees on the way. Again, Hyperflight Rotors is a bold move. So far, he's gotten 16 Lings and 1 Queen. It is nice, but he needs more. The reality is he needs more damage. as mutas have hit the field, they have options. They can either just zoom across the map or try to hunt down the banshees, and they will. And first banshee goes down. Turns around, commits into the other banshees. Now this is at least giving Projectile time to throw down turrets, so he has a little bit of time here to get ready back at home, to set up turrets, to build up his bio army, so he can react. I say that, where are the turrets? Where are the turrets? Oh no! Ice Sky is looking for them. He's looking. Cyclone goes down, turrets, they're late. Yeah, late reaction here from Projectile. SCVs are falling left and right, the bio army does stim over. Does deflect. So far, 4 marine kills, sorry, 4 SCV kills. Gets 4 SCVs. Duckling pulls away. Does pull away. Barely does not get eyes on the Hellions. And from here, Duckling, he's free to drone, to be honest. He's free to drone, get up to 3 base saturation. Behind this, get into 1-1. His Evo chambers are late because of the mutas, but it is worth it here. As Projector, he is contained. He's contained on 2 bases. He cannot break out. Again, it was just a really rough start for Projectile. We didn't mention it at the time, but it was just very committed for him to go into a 1-1-1 before CC. And he fell behind in the opener. He did fall behind. In the end, the opener just was not worth it. Aliens, they roll in. They shut down the Hellions. Not the most efficient of trades from Duckling, but he cleans it up nonetheless. From here, we should be getting to our upgrades. Again, droning. I would say that the saturation for Duckling is a little bit late, as it usually is. Again, Duckling is not really one known for droning or known for saturating. So if he wanted to, he could be more greedy, but right now instead he just doubles down. 40 lings on the way. Here comes +1 carapace. Mutas into the main. They get another 4 SCVs. Now, when it comes to Projectile, like, how does he recover in this game? If there's a chance that maybe he might get across the map with a drop, but there's a very low chance just because mutas have map control, so it's very difficult to get across the map unscouted. I do think the best he can hope for is to just be the defending player and just to weather the storm and try to take advantage of Duckling overextending, but there's a low chance of that happening here. As we get another 15 SCV kills, it's just far too much. Likewise, Duckling back at home. Now he's droning. Getting up to 60 workers, just under 3 base saturation. At this point, he can afford a 4th base. Lion Army does them in. Yeah, we do see Duckling just buying more time. That's all he needs to do here. Just buying more time, keeping the bio army busy, getting 23 SCV kills. And you can just see how difficult it is to just regain momentum here, especially after a rough early game. And the problem with this one is that even if he goes for an all-in, he just doesn't have the economy to sustain even a 2-base all-in. He's at 23 SCVs. I like how Duckling has a lot of freedom, and instead of droning, he's still just making pure Ling Bane. God damn it. Oh. As hopefully everything's okay. Do get a bit of a pause. But as we take a moment here, again, when it came to the openers, just to wind it back, we just had a really rough start. As a reminder, Projectile, he did open up 1-1-1. When you open up like that, it's borderline 1-base all-in, but instead he expanded. He didn't do much with his initial opener, and he rushed into Cloak Banshees. And without them doing damage, it's just been a rough game since then. He's been contained on 2 bases. He just hasn't been able to expand. Okay, we're back. And really, Duckling is waiting for the move out. He will take a 4th. He's taking up into Hive. From here, he can take up into Ultras. He can saturate his 4th base. Get into Viper Tech as well. Mind shots going on. Nice connections. They do shut down some of the mutas. But the reality is, at this point, the Mutas, they could all die, and Dakon is still fine. Like, it's a good start, though. It's a good start. A step in the right direction. So Projectile, he does catch out some of the Mutas. Yeah, you can see Icecar, he's pointing out the Ling Bane. Shout out to Icecar. Icecar, he's observing. Icecar, he's covering the clean feed. Icecar, of course, a Brazilian pillar in StarCraft in general, really. Oh no, Smurge. Projecto, he's saying that I already lost. He's like, Smurge, Pappy Smurge. Here we go. Dakon saying he's playing seriously. I think Projecto, he was saying something along the lines of like he was hoping to like ape it up a little bit. Rep the NA ladder. For some NA ladder builds. But regardless, again, Dakon is maxed out. He's maxed out at this point. Oh, we're just having a conversation at this point. Thanks for, yeah, shout out to Icecar. Big shout out to Icecar. For those who don't know, Icecar, he is one of the main admins for big offline events. So for events like DreamHack Dallas, for IEM Katowice. Icecar, he's not mainly an observer. He's observing here because, you know, he's helping out the tournaments, helping out the scene. But he's usually behind the scenes, like running some of these big events. One of the main admin teams for offline tournaments. So much love to Icecar. The scene would be worse off without him. So much love to Icecar. As Dakon is maxed out, is looking to roll in with his Ling Bane. We have almost pure Bane. Let's go. The Banelings are rolling in. Oh no. He's coming. It's not going to be pretty. Look away, Terran players. Look away. Avert your eyes. As the boys are being pulled, the Banelings, they roll on in. They shut down the SCVs. Oh, God. And the splits don't matter. They take down the Marauders, everything. GG gets called, and Dakon will take the series 2-0, qualifying and advancing on into Group Stage 2. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here. Oh, congratulations to Dakon as he will take the series. He will claim it, will advance on. Again, we expected Dakon to make it out in first place, but Purple, he popped off. He had a very strong showing, Purple. Instead, he was the underdog, the dark horse that made it through in first place instead. But Dakon, he will still claim second. Shout out to Projecto. As of course, he did pose a threat, but again, we had some quirky openers, some quirky builds, some very committed styles out of Projecto, which didn't really pan out in the end. In the end, he was outscaled over time, both in Game 1 and in Game 2. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Dakon, as that does clear up, and that does wrap up the group stage. Let's go. Let us go. And speaking of, we can now take a moment to have a look at to catch up on the bracket, and to figure out where we are and where we are headed. Exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves. Oh, un momento. Here we go. Okay, it's been a grueling 2 days of StarCraft here. Again, the open group stage was a 2-day event. Group stage 1, we have all 4 groups concluded and completed. Let's go. It has concluded here. We have Shakti and Sefidofe. We have 2 Brazilian Protoss players making it out of Group A. We have Tatagiba and Maffer making it out of Group B, our Zerg and Terran. We have a Terran and Protoss, Elevolts, and Victor Banser. Again, these were some of the hypest games of the night, by the way. If you missed out on Elevolts versus Victor, that was crazy. That was so tense. That was so intense and so wild. And likewise, Purple and Dakon as well. Purple versus Dakon, the winners match was crazy. A Terran and a Zerg. So we have our top 8 players making it through Group Stage 1. And where do they head? They head on over into Group Stage 2, where these 8 qualified players, they face off against the 8 seeded players. Who is waiting for them in the group stage? I was notified, shout out to Cosmos. Cosmos, he let us know that he's going to draw the groups tomorrow. So tomorrow night, he's going to be drawing these groups. But it's going to be these 8 players up against, scrolling up towards the top here, up against these 8 invited players. These are the top dogs here of the Brazilian scene. We have Allison and Master as our Protoss players. We have Inexorable, Kamikaze, and Yen. And we have Claw, Eric, and Dominoco. We have 3 Zergs, 3 Terrans, and 2 Protoss players. These are the top 8 players in the Brazilian StarCraft. And they're going to be facing off against the 8 qualified players here that made it through the group stage. So they're going to be facing off in group stage 2. This will be in 2 weeks. This will be in 2 weeks time, and that leads into the playoffs. The playoffs, of course, that's going to be at the end of the month. And remember, the offline portion of the playoffs are going to be in June at a venue, at an offline event in Sao Paulo. So there's going to be an offline portion here. So if you happen to be in Brazil, if you happen to be free at the time in June, then consider traveling. Consider traveling to Sao Paulo. Consider traveling to the offline event, to the venue, to support StarCraft, to support your local scene, your local community, to support all these amazing players as well. I can guarantee you we're going to have some amazing StarCraft. Let's go. Let us go. There is one player missing. As you can imagine, the one player missing is Diego, aka Kelizer. Kelizer, he is not a part of this event because, from my understanding, Kelizer, he's still in Europe. He's in Europa, he's in the Netherlands. He did go there for studies, and now I believe he does live there. So unfortunately, he's not local to the Brazilian scene at the moment. He is overseas, so he will not be a part of this event. But everyone else is here. Everyone else is here. They're all duking it out. Let's go, Bobby. Let's go. He woke up and decided violence. Oh no. Much love for, oh, it's the Ice Guy. Let's go, Bobby. Let's go. Much love to Ice Guy. Aye. But yeah, so far great events, and again it was an intense broadcast. 6 hours, 6-hour cast. What time is it? It's almost 10 a.m. It's almost 10 a.m. in the morning, Bobby. Aye. Oh my god. It's 9:46. We made it. This is our second broadcast of the day. And for those that are curious, we do have another broadcast in how many hours time? Let me just double check that. Our next broadcast is at 9 p.m. AST, 11 hours. In 11 hours time, we're going to be back. We're going to be live with the Wardy TV Monday. Again, Wardy TV Monday, that is an open tournament, typically featuring the Koreans and Europeans. Koreans and Europeans, they usually face off in the Wardy TV Monday. We do cast it on a weekly basis here on the CranKy Ducklings. Tomorrow, we have the Big Star Monday. We have the Rex April Madness over the course of Tuesday and Thursday. We have Code for Giants Cup on Wednesday for some more Brazilian StarCraft. We have StarCraft Evolution League King of the Hill on Friday. We have Firegrow Cup over the weekend. We have more StarCraft Evolution League. We have Kung Fu Cup and Sparkling Tuna Cup as well. And to end Sunday, we have the Euthermal 2v2 circuit. The Euthermal 2v2 monthly tournament, we do not cast it, but we do admin. We do admin the event, we help run it behind the scenes, and we cast it later via replay. So much love to Mark, much love to Euthermal. That is going to be this Sunday, of course, for that 2v2 action. So again, our schedule is packed. As always, we cast twice a day, every single day. We have plenty of content here on the CranKy Ducklings, plenty of StarCraft. We cast more than any other channel out there. If you enjoyed the content, if you enjoyed the casting, if you enjoy the StarCraft, consider following us here on the CranKy Ducklings, or consider following us over on the YouTubes. Exclamation mark YouTube in the chat. You'll get a link to our YouTube channel. Now, the reason why I say YouTube is because we cast so much, we cast so often. It's, you know, a little bit unreasonable for us to say, oh, watch everything live. No shot. It's hard for anyone to keep up and watch everything live. There's just so much StarCraft going on. Check out the VODs. Check out the VODs on YouTube. If you can't watch live, there's plenty of content on YouTube. Plenty worthwhile to tune into. Plenty worthwhile. Yo, shout out to Cosmos in the chat. Cosmos. Big shout out again. Cosmos, he is one of the big names behind this tournament. Without Cosmos, this event would not be possible. So much love to Cosmos. Again, he's a pillar of the Brazilian StarCraft 2 scene, even StarCraft in general. Cosmos, he is the Brazilian caster. So much love to Cosmos. Much love, papi. Much love. Do check him out. Do follow him. Do support him. Otherwise, we're wrapping up. We're wrapping up here. Again, our next cast is going to be in 11 hours. So we'll be live later on tonight. Meanwhile, it's time to ladder. I mentioned this before, but shout out to Rotterdam. Rotterdam, he did contact me yesterday to be invited to a show match to the Big Brain Bouts. There's a Basilisk Big Brain Bouts going on. I don't know if I'm going to play this weekend or next weekend, but I'm very out of practice. Again, I spend all my time casting. I don't actually have a lot of time to play StarCraft. Because of that, even though I have another cast in 11 hours, may as well ladder for a little bit. May as well ladder, may as well stream. So we're going to be having a cheeky ladder session over on my own personal channel. I'll be just for a couple of hours. I'm very sleep deprived. I'm not in shape. I'm not in form. But, you know, we got to get our games in. We got to shake off the rust, pappy. Otherwise, the rust, it will accumulate. And that's all we'll be. Just pure rust, pappy. Pure rust. Aye, aye, aye. So we'll be laddering for a couple of hours in a very sleep deprived state. But we'll be okay. We'll be okay. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching, thanks for the support, we do appreciate it. Again, when it comes to some more Brazilian StarCraft, this week on Wednesday, we're going to be casting Code for Giants Cup. That is a bi-weekly open tournament for the Brazilian scene, or I should say bi-weekly Brazilian tournament. So we can tune into that. That's going to be on Wednesday. Otherwise, the remainder, or the next stage of the groups are going to be next month in May. It's going to be May the 4th. Oh, hey, May the 4th. There we go. May 4th and 5th. So May 4th and 5th, 2 days of Group Stage 2. So it's going to be in 2 weeks. 2 weeks' time, we're going to have some more Brazilian StarCraft action in those 2 weeks. And then the week after that is the playoffs. And then, of course, the month after that is the finals at the venue. So plenty of content, plenty of StarCraft. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. And we'll see you guys either in 11 hours or tomorrow for some more StarCraft. Or I'll see you guys in a couple of minutes' time for some ladder. See you then. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for supporting. We'll see you guys next time. Ciao. Bye. Ciao. See you next time. Hasta luego. Thanks for watching.